You found a skeleton. How would you tell it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Hey there YouTube, the Dapper Dinosaur here. Let's talk about the Institute for Creation Research again. They recently, at the time of my writing this, conveniently put their That's a Fact short videos into an hour and 40-minute long video compiling 62 such smaller videos. I figured we could look at about 10 per episode as a fun series where I'd get to cover a wide variety of topics. I've seen some of these, but I don't really remember them very well, so for the most part, I'll be watching them with you. I should note that the whole video uses music extensively and that I've had to do some pretty heavy auditing to get rid of most of it to avoid copyright problems. As a result, the audio is not very good. I hope that's okay. Our first clip is about human and chimpanzee DNA.
We've all heard the theory that chimps are close human relatives, but is there any truth to that?
We have, and for good reason. As some creationists like to point out, DNA is what's passed down sperm and egg to new generations. It's where the nuts and bolts of evolutionary biology happens. I'm not aware of anyone who disputes that DNA tests from places like 23andMe or Ancestry.com cannot identify close relatives. People have found siblings lost to adoption, they found cousins they never knew about, discovered ancestry from parts of the world they never expected, etc. It's an observable reality that genetic similarity indicates the degree of relationship between organisms. Creationists do not generally disagree with this either, and in the case of non-ape groups like the felines, they're happy to say that genetic similarity between, say, the tiger, Panthera tigris, and the lion, P. leo, indicates that they are more closely related to each other than either is to, say, the bobcat, Lynx rufus. Indeed, the genetic difference between tigers and house cats, which are supposed by most creationists, including Answers in Genesis and the Institute for Creation Research, to be genetically related, is more than between humans and chimpanzees. It is in fact pretty close to the genetic similarity between a human and a gorilla. The evidence for human common ancestry with the other apes is stronger than the evidence for the common ancestry of most groups creationists themselves think share common ancestry. It's only the dogmatic assertion that humans as a species are a separate creation that comes from a selectively liberal interpretation of Genesis that makes creationists think this, and they're extremely inconsistent about it.
Secular scientists claimed in the 1970s that chimp genomes are 98% similar to humans.
Well, that was the headlines, but of course pop science reporting is terrible. But if you read the actual papers from then and now, that number is more specifically the percent similarities in alignable regions with insertions and deletions treated as single changes. I'll use a pair of books as an example. First, if you didn't know, the King James Version of the Bible is a revision of the earlier Bishop's Bible, and the two texts are nearly identical in most areas. But let's say that you took two Bibles, one a Bishop's Bible and the other a KJV, and decided to rebind them, but in a strange way. First, you mixed in a bunch of pages with just random letters, punctuation, and spacing. Then in each book, moved a few sections around here and there, so they're no longer in the same order. Now, if you wanted to compare how similar those two books are to each other on a per-letter basis, starting from the front of each, you'd get a very low number. But clearly, that can't be all there is. That doesn't capture the fact that many pages in one book are nearly identical to pages in the other, and that while there is some change in the ordering of such pages, they are still similar in their order. These nearly identical pages are alignable. We can look at both and show that they are so similar that in important ways, they're the same page. This holds true with the genomes of organisms. Interspersed between non-sequence constrained regions of the chimp and human genomes are constrained and alignable regions, where we can tell that, say, a set of genes in a human are really the same genes in a chimp, because they're in the same or similar order and have very similar sequences. We can't really align the bits of random noise, but also when we do align the parts we can't really say that the books or genomes are just a certain percent similar overall. So now that we have a better understanding of how and why the comparisons are done to come up with the percent similarities, we'll see what else ICR has for us.
And it was apparently verified by more modern techniques.
Yup.
But that estimate actually used cherry-picked segments of DNA that we already share with chimps, not the whole genomes.
It's not cherry-picked, it's the regions that you can compare in a meaningful way, just like with the two Bibles. You can't just compare the genomes in bulk because there's no obvious place to start or way to line them up for comparison. In fact, even creationist attempts to do such comparisons that have as a goal finding low percent similarities still focus on alignable regions. There really isn't another option.
The latest comparison to include all of the DNA between the two species revealed no more than an 85% identity.
This is a reference to work by Jeffrey Tompkins, a man I've already made one series about. In that, I called him the creationist who can't math, and for good reason. He routinely makes math errors ranging from 3rd grade level to high school level. Did he do some kind of special whole genome comparison in getting this 85% number? Well, no, he did not. He also used alignable regions of the two genomes, because that's really the only way to do it in a way that gives comprehensible results. Further, he has run this comparison twice, each time making different but similarly boneheaded mistakes. The first time he used a bugged comparison program that treated insertions and deletions not as a single change, but as causing many, many changes. Let's return to our Bible example. Let's say that you're looking at both books' text of Daniel, one of the shorter books of the Bible. In one of the Bibles I own, it takes up 15 pages, so let's just go with that as the length of Daniel, even though it varies. Let's say that in the KJV plus random stuff book, we find that Daniel is set on 7 double-sided pages. But in the Bishop's Bible plus random stuff, the third such page is missing, so in that Bible, the book is only 13 pages long. According to the bugged program that Tompkins was using, every page after that difference would be counted as completely different, and the similarity would be very low. Even more extreme, if you and I both had copies of the KJV, but mine was missing the N in the beginning from Genesis 1:1, Tompkins' program would return essentially a 0% similarity, even though the entire rest of the text is 100% identical. This was pointed out to Tompkins, so he decided to fix it and try again. But this time he didn't bother to weight his similarity results by sequence length. Continuing the analogy, this would be like finding that 2 Bibles had completely identical books of Jeremiah, Genesis, and the Psalms, the longest books in the Bible, but that their copies of Nahum, one of the shortest books in the Bible, were only 30% identical. Tompkins, in comparing these 4 books, would consider this a 92.5% similarity, but normal people looking at the lengths of the books would count this as a 99.4% similarity, based on the Hebrew word counts of all those books. Tompkins' method overestimates the difference by 93%, nearly double the difference. Let's actually dig into this a bit. Warning, math time. To get Tompkins' unweighted number, we simply add up the similarity value of each book and then divide by the number of books. So that's 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 0.3, all divided by 4. That gives you an average similarity of any book to the same book in the other text. But if you want to consider the whole text, you can't use that number. You need to multiply each number by the length of each book, then divide by the total length. For this, we're using word count to keep it relatively simple. That means multiplying 1 by 33,002, 1 by 32,046, 1 by 30,147, and 0.3 by 855. Then dividing it by 33,002 plus 32,046 plus 30,147 plus 855. To reduce that down, you have to divide 95,451.5 by 96,050. You can see why this creates problems for the 85% number either way.
A huge difference from what scientists have been claiming for years.
Yep, turns out when you do the math wrong, you get big differences from what people who got the math right get.
And an 85% similarity really isn't surprising. Chimps and humans, and even dogs, cats, horses, and more, share some basic genetic similarities that specify proteins that help metabolize foods, grow hair, breathe air, and drink water. So of course, much of the genetic material would have to be the same since it specifies similar biochemical processes.
Okay, well, let's examine this for a bit. Chimps are morphologically and behaviorally generally more like the other apes than they are like humans. Based on this common lifestyle, common design hypothesis, you think that while humans might cluster with the great apes, that all other great apes would be more similar genetically to each other than any are to humans. But that's not true. The chimpanzee and bonobo are much closer to humans than they are to gorillas, and gorillas, humans, chimps, and bonobos are all closer to each other than they are to the orangutan. So here's a pic of a chimp, a human, a gorilla, and an orangutan. Would this hypothesis really predict that the orangutan is the odd man out? Really? No, of course it wouldn't. And it gets more extreme. Here's a goose barnacle, a shrimp, a silverfish, and a tiny mysticocarid. Except for the barnacle, everything here is a clearly segmented motile creature which has one clear head, a thorax, and an abdomen, and the barnacle is at most cryptically segmented, sessile, with no abdomen, and barely a head. And really, the barnacle, being at most cryptically segmented, sessile, and with no abdomen and barely a head, should be the odd man out of this group. Instead, it's the mysticocarid. A barnacle is much more genetically similar to a silverfish and a shrimp than to a mysticocarid. These animals are very different with very different lifestyles, so this hypothesis of similar lifestyle leading to genetic similarity falls apart when you actually examine it. That's what we call falsification.
But chimps don't have the intellectual abilities of humans to create or communicate, or the creative abilities in their hands. For example, they cannot build hospitals, operate on one another, play baseball, or write poetry.
Yes, chimps aren't humans, so they don't do human things. And humans can't do many of the things chimps can do. For example, chimps are much better at short-term memory, they can brachiate far better, and are much stronger than humans. Each and every single species on the face of the planet is unique, but so is every individual in that species. That doesn't make them not related, it makes them distinct.
So it makes sense that when new research compared individual pieces of chimp DNA piece by piece with similar places on human chromosomes, they were about 15% different.
Except no, they're like 2 to 4% different when you do the math correctly, depending on your exact technique for counting differences.
That means at least 450 million DNA letter differences separate the two species.
No, it's about half of that, and since each species has its own history, really each lineage needs only about a quarter of those changes to get to where we are today. But hey, at least we're in the right order of magnitude, I think, but then there's no maximum number of genetic differences that two organisms that are related can have.
Far too many precise and vital bits of information for any source other than genius intelligence to generate.
Well, that was asserted without any evidence or argument, so I'm just going to say no.
Chimps and humans are very different, not only in their anatomy and behavioral traits, but also in their DNA.
Fun fact, very doesn't actually mean anything in particular. It's just a weasel word here.
When the DNA sequences of humans and chimps are compared, it becomes clear that they were each engineered uniquely and separately by an omnipotent genius creator.
Again, not even argued for. Next up, we have cell origins. Let's take a look.
What's one of the biggest problems for evolution? The origin of the first cell.
Is that a problem for evolution? You see, it's an open question, but questions aren't problems. Let's take a look at the difference with a different historical theory, the luminiferous ether theory. Before Einstein solved the problem of the speed and propagation of light, the dominant theory was that there was a substance called the luminiferous ether, which was the medium to light, like air is the medium to sound. Now, this substance, which was thought of as material, couldn't be stationary compared to Earth at all times, because Earth orbits the Sun. This means that if you measure the speed of light in different directions at different times of year, you should be able to get at least small differences in the speed of light depending on direction, essentially detecting the so-called etheric wind going past the Earth. Now, at this point, how fast is the etheric wind is a question for the ether theory of light. But when the Michelson-Morley experiment failed to find any etheric wind, it became a problem. There can't be no etheric wind at all if the ether theory is true. The lack of the wind falsifies the main aspects of ether theory. So you see, a thing a theory can't currently explain well is a question. If evolution has no explanation for how the first cell came about, that's not a strike against evolution. Now, if we learned that how the cell came about with high confidence and it contradicted how evolution works, then it would be a problem. Science is okay with not knowing things. That's what research is for. For some reason, though, creationists like to pretend that any area in science that has open questions, which, by the way, is all of them, can just be dismissed on the grounds that they don't know everything.
Though the cell is the basic building block for life, its design is actually very complex. We could compare the functions of a cell to those of computers, building projects, and even whole cities.
Loosely, yeah, but that doesn't really tell us anything about their origin, since we know that those things are designed, built, and used by humans, but we also know that that's not true for cells, and we can't put God in a test tube, so we can't simply assume that design analogies hold true in biology.
Coordinated machines within the cell access vital information in the cell's DNA. Certain protein machines transfer that information at just the right times and amounts to RNA molecules. And others use some of that information as blueprints to build more proteins. So it takes a protein along with DNA and RNA to make a protein.
This is simply incorrect. RNA can catalyze protein formation all on its own, provided amino acids, and both RNA and amino acids can form abiotically. This isn't a chicken and the egg situation. We know that of these, RNA probably came first, then proteins, then DNA. This part isn't even really an open question, never mind a problem.
Could random evolutionary events explain the origin of this three-way interdependent process?
No, but evolution isn't just random. It involves random events, in the form of mutations and drift. But selection is not random. So did cells form randomly? No, they did not, and evolution doesn't suggest that they did.
Some believe that the first cell arose spontaneously from a warm pond of chemicals.
I would love to see a citation for who thinks that the first cellular life just popped fully formed out of the primordial ooze. I bet it's basically no one in the field of origin of life research. Which, by the way, is a distinct field from evolutionary biology. You see, it appears that we're currently conflating abiogenesis and the formation of the first cell. The first life probably wasn't cellular, and since evolutionary biology requires populations of biological organisms to even exist, the formation of such things is fundamentally not a part of evolutionary biology. But then creationists like to just conflate any part of science they don't like with evolution.
But attempts to produce simple biomolecules from supposed early Earth environmental soups have produced nothing even close to the array of complicated chemical machinery that functioning cells use.
As we should expect. No model of abiogenesis involves a modern cell popping out of any prebiotically plausible chemical system. Even the simplest cell today is the product of billions of years of evolution, starting before there were even cells in the first place. This is just a misunderstanding on top of the straw man. It's really bad.
These experiments keep running into a stubborn fact. Natural processes tend to destroy the hardware of life rather than craft it.
Not really. Amino acids, RNA, sugars, and lipids all form naturally under prebiotically relevant conditions, not just in labs, but even in space. There's nothing magical about organic chemistry.
What about the software, the programming inside cells?
RNA came before DNA, and it only later started to build DNA as a more stable method of storing genetic material. But random RNA strings can undergo natural selection on their own, as well as reproduce on their own, and form proteins all on their own. Now, RNA probably wasn't the first kind of genetic material that ever existed, although what was is indeed an open question. But even starting with completely random genetic sequences will result in some differential reproductive ability, and boom, selection is off to the races. We don't need to introduce a programmer to explain this.
Evolutionary scientists shifted their attention to DNA, codes that tell cell parts what to do and when and where to do it. But biological codes are more complicated than computer codes. The true origin of life must account for the complex information programmed into the cell that directs protein machinery to do things like make more proteins.
No, it doesn't, because that's a job for selection, which is already known to explain such things in modern organisms, where we can see genes in real time arise out of what is essentially noise, as well as the modification of existing genes, sometimes after duplication, leaving two distinct genes with a common genetic ancestor.
So we can be certain that just like the most complex computers had designers, the cell also had a designer, the divine engineer who created all things.
Non sequitur. Your facts are uncoordinated.
Well, our third clip is the fossil record.
Do fossils really show that creatures gradually evolved from simple to complex?
Yes. Well, okay, our fourth clip is junk DNA, which I'm sure won't be dumb in any way. Not at all. Oh. You want me to cover the fossils, don't you? You're probably even hoping for a transitional species slideshow. Okay, I guess I'll do it then. First, while on the whole life has gone from simpler in the beginning to more complex now, that is not a necessary trend. Evolution can also work to simplify things. Most famously, parasites are often radically simpler than their non-parasite relatives. Perhaps the most extreme in this are the myxozoans, which are parasitic jellyfish that are so radically simple they only have a handful of cells, and in some lineages have even lost their mitochondria.
The late fossil expert and evolution defender Stephen Gould recognized they didn't.
That's just a lie, and I'm sick of giving all these professional creationists the benefit of the doubt on this. If you're going to cite someone, you need to actually know what they said and why they said it, and not misrepresent it. If you don't, and you just grab a quotation parasitically from another bottom-feeding creationist, you're lying. Period. In no way did Stephen Jay Gould think the fossil record did not show evolution. The man, when asked about creationists' use of his quotations, said this: "Since we propose punctuated equilibria to explain trends, it is infuriating to be quoted again and again by creationists, whether through design or stupidity, I do not know, as admitting the fossil record includes no transitional forms. Transitional forms are generally lacking at the species level, but they are abundant between larger groups. Let's take a look at some of them.
He said the fossil record shows two clear features. One, sudden appearance, and two, stasis.
Yes, he did, specifically at the species level. But he also knew that transitional forms above that level were in fact all over the place.
When a new creature is discovered in the fossil record, it shows up suddenly and fully formed, with no gradual forms that led up to it.
I guess it's that time again, and so soon after the last time.
That's sudden appearance. Then its basic form stays the same. It doesn't evolve. And that's stasis.
Look, I'm not going to do it again for a third time, but yeah, it still applies. This is just, there are no transitional forms, the long version. But everyone knows that yes, there obviously are. It's like when flat earthers deny that the southern celestial pole exists. You can just look at it, but they don't care. It shows their absurd beliefs for what they are. Obvious absurdity, so they just hand-wave dismiss it.
All kinds of fossilized creatures show sudden appearance and stasis, including creatures like crinoids.
Oh hey, look, it's Tenoimbricata, a transitional echinoderm leading towards crinoids.
Mosasaurs.
Oh hey, look, it's Agialosaurus, a transitional lizard leading to mosasaurs.
Beardworms.
You know how they use that photo from modern beardworms? That's because we don't have any definitive fossils of them because being deep-sea organisms, they're extremely unlikely to show up in the fossil record. And so there's no way to show stasis through geological time because we don't know what they looked like any earlier than today. Weird choice of organism.
Horseshoe crabs.
Oh hey look, it's Lunataspis, a transitional xiphosaurian leading to modern limulid horseshoe crabs.
Lobsters.
Creationists love to pick lobsters because despite people thinking of them as some special group, they're actually pretty primitive decapods. Lobsters are living transitional forms between shrimp-like organisms and crab-like ones. So any fossil intermediary is just going to be a robust shrimp, more or less. You can then just say, nope, it's a lobster, and move on.
And trilobites.
Trilobites have some of the most detailed evidence of evolution between species and families of any group in the Paleozoic. Claiming that they are an example of stasis is ludicrous. They can manage it by pretending that trilobite is some small group like lobster, a single family. But instead, it's actually a whole class. Grouping them together is like looking at humans, tigers, platypus, and kangaroos and saying, gee, mammals sure haven't changed much.
Rather than gradual evolution, the fossil record shows each animal form suddenly appears.
Hey, look at this picture of velid evolution with the geological extent of known taxa in dark and the inferred phylogenetic relationships in light color. But that's just like what we were shown and told indicates no evolution. But, Creationists accept the evolution of these animals from a series of common ancestors in a branching hierarchy. So why is it that this fossil assemblage is fine as an evolutionary tree, but others aren't? Could it be, actually, that creationists don't have a standard to judge by, and all their ideas about kinds are just post hoc attempts to desperately salvage a view of the history of the world that hasn't been tenable for about 2 centuries? Maybe.
Trilobites have perfectly formed body parts
I don't even know what that means. What would them being imperfect look like?
right from the start.
From the start of what? The trilobite fossil record? The earliest trilobites are certainly not as heavily ornamented as later ones, so are they imperfect? What about Sprigina, a potential proto-trilobite? Is it perfectly formed? Who knows? They're just weasel words that haven't been defined.
They show up suddenly with no ancestors
No certain ancestors, but we have potential ancestors.
and have some of the most complex eyes that ever existed on Earth.
I mean, they're compound eyes that uniquely use calcite for lenses. I'm not sure what about that makes them anomalously complex or something that couldn't evolve.
Does that sound like slow, gradual evolution?
Definitive trilobite fossils don't show up at the beginning of the Cambrian. It takes until about stage 3 for the first ones to show up in the fossil record. So that's 30 million years from the beginning of the Cambrian to our earliest known true trilobites. That sure does sound like gradual evolution.
They first occur in Cambrian rocks,
Yeah, stage 3 Cambrian rocks. Let's not forget that.
which often represent the first deposits from Noah's flood.
No, there was no flood. The flood, as believed by creationists, is physically impossible in so many ways that I can't even count them. I've covered this many times, as has friend of the channel Gutsit Gibbon. Go watch our back catalogs. I'm not going in depth during this section.
But even when found high above Cambrian rocks, trilobites still look like trilobites, as though they were created to reproduce more of their own kind.
Weird. Normally we'd hear that kind is about the family level, but Trilobita is a class. In fact, here's a slideshow of trilobites. Do those all look the same? They don't to me. In fact, that looks like a lot of evolution.
In The Origin of Species, Charles Darwin hoped future fossil finds would show examples of in-between creatures demonstrating evolution. So far, it's just more stasis.
Screw it. Here it is a third time, but faster.
Creatures appear suddenly, fully formed, and they keep the same form. And that's what we'd expect to find. God's fully formed creation we read about in the book of Genesis.
Odd about all those transitional species, then. Our fourth clip is about junk DNA.
Darwinists assume creatures evolved through random mutations.
Starting off strong with the word Darwinists. But again, mutations are stochastic, so is drift. But selection is not. And it is pretty darn important, especially since if you're going to focus on Darwin, all you really get is selection, given that he lived before mutation was understood, and before the words mutation and gene were even invented. That is not an assumption, it's an empirical fact. Humans have pseudogenes. Perhaps most famously, the human gene that would prevent scurvy is broken, as evidenced by, the fact that scurvy is a thing. But that's not the only gene that's broken, and there are whole regions of the genome that are physically incapable of being of any use to the organism. They are full of stopped codons, useless repeats, and degraded viral genomes, etc.
This leads to another assumption that human DNA must be full of useless sequences. They call it junk DNA.
Incorrect. Junk DNA is not simply DNA of unknown function that is assumed to not have function until demonstrated otherwise, nor is a full genome sequence necessary to estimate the functional fraction. Just plain population size combined with population growth rate of necessity introduces a range of junk DNA mathematically required to be in that situation. Further, the existence of junk DNA makes predictions. One important one is that if you measure diversity of regions of a genome compared to the distance from known selected regions, that is, regions known to be functional because they're under selective constraint, you will see diversity jump up exponentially on average with distance until it reaches a maximum diversity based on effective population size. This is observed. Junk DNA is not a supposition. It has been independently demonstrated to definitely be there in multiple ways. There is a link in the description to a longer discussion of this by evolutionary biologist Zach B. Hancock here on YouTube. Zach has some great genetics and evolutionary biology content and is severely undersubscribed. He's also one of the science friends, so give his channel a look, and if you like it, subscribe.
In 2001, the Human Genome Project was published. This massive project took years, but eventually scientists sequenced the entire human genome. Secular scientists recognized about 5% of its purpose, but they couldn't figure out the other 95%. They quickly assumed it had no purpose. They labeled these unknown regions junk DNA and claimed them as evidence for evolution.
Nope, they didn't. They labeled them as unknown and had independent evidence of junk DNA.
More responsible scientists caution that this assumption came out way too soon.
It can't be a premature conclusion if it wasn't a conclusion.
We should find out if it has a function before declaring that it doesn't. The secular project ENCODE was launched to do just that. And in 2012, its scores of researchers announced that at least 80% of the human genome is functional.
You think they'll point out that in 2014, ENCODE walked that back? No, probably not. And why did they do that? Well, because they had a bonkers definition of function. They use what can be called the causal definition of function. This states that if x causes y, then y is the function of x, and x has function because it causes y. But let's see how that works in other parts of life. Most people know that the function of food in your fridge is to be eaten by you or your family. But let's say you buy some strawberries and put them in your fridge, and then you don't eat them in time, so they grow mold. Well, you won't be eating them, but hold up, are they functionless? Well, they're causing mold growth, so under the causal definition, the purpose of strawberries is actually to grow mold, so you shouldn't throw them out. They're functional food after all. I think you can see why this is, silly. So let's give some examples of what they consider function that are unreasonable. First, we have being targeted for methylation. Methylation causes parts of the genome to coil up tight and makes transcription virtually impossible. Methylated regions of the genome largely cannot be expressed, and it's hard to see how a part of a genome being locked away from any further biochemical activity makes that part functional. Another example is spurious transcription. A region that has a start codon followed by a few more codons and then a stop codon is called an open reading frame. But let's say you have a start codon, a few dozen other codons, and then a stop codon. That's probably too small to do anything but waste resources building a structure that can't meaningfully interact with the cell, because it's just a few amino acids in a string. It's essentially scrap. It's only useful to be broken down to how it started, but since both building and breaking it down costs energy on net, it would be better if it hadn't been made at all. It's hard to call this functional, but for ENCODE, that's biochemical activity caused by a region of the genome, so it's functional. You can see why basically every geneticist who looked at ENCODE's 2012 number of 80% functionality rejected it, and why in 2014 they greatly reduced this estimate. Turns out, the critics were right.
And this percentage will likely go up.
It had dramatically gone down by the time this video was produced. It had already dramatically gone down by the time this video was produced.
Other evolutionists objected, saying that these results must be wrong since they contradict Darwinism.
They don't contradict Darwinism because Darwinism doesn't have anything at all to say about genomes, mutation, functional fraction, etc. And further, it's not just that they contradict the predictions of evolution, they also contradict independent measurements of functionality as well as the basic math of population genetics. And lo and behold, when critics looked, they found that the reason they contradicted both theory and previous results is that ENCODE was using a pretty silly definition of function.
No way should DNA have that much function. It should be full of useless junk.
Which it demonstrably is.
But the ENCODE results don't lie.
Yeah, those 2014 results that walked back the 2012 numbers sure don't. Odd we still haven't heard about that. It's almost like creationists just ignore findings they don't like.
Most of our genetics are not junk. They were coded with top-notch performance, just like we'd expect from an all-powerful designer.
Well, given that we know for a fact that the majority of the human genome is junk, if the prediction of design is little to no junk, I guess that's design falsified. Our fifth so-called fact is called wonderfully made.
Nothing is more precious than a newborn baby, and perhaps no greater wonder exists than a human life growing within another human life. A baby thrives in a total water world for 9 months, which is utterly impossible for any person to live in immediately after they take their first breath.
Something to do with not having an umbilical cord, I think.
A baby in the womb has blood vessels with a different arrangement and structure than an adult's. This helps him get enough oxygen to grow.
Yep, that was the placenta and umbilical cord that they showed. This isn't really news, but I'm waiting for a point, and I'm really hoping that the claim isn't just abortion bad. That's an opinion.
The baby also produces hormones that cause the mother's body to meet the baby's specific needs. The placenta, a temporary organ, takes nutrients from the mom's bloodstream in such a way that the baby's needs are met first. And in the last weeks of pregnancy, the baby releases even more hormones to tell the mom's body he is ready to be born.
Well, if you have things are cool or complicated, therefore God, you can mark that on your bingo sheets, I guess.
Mother and baby are deeply connected, yet two very separate beings in an all-or-nothing reproductive system.
What does it even mean to be all or nothing and step-by-step in this context? As opposed to what? Embryology without steps? Gestation that doesn't finish but produces a viable organism anyway?
A step-by-step evolutionary process couldn't lead to something so complex.
Oh, it's just irreducible complexity. So the claim that something cannot evolve can be defeated by any plausible evolutionary history, whether that history is actually what happened or not. So can we come up with a plausible way for placental reproduction to evolve? I think so. So let's go through it. The most basic form of sexual reproduction that we'll start with is isogamy, in which an organism releases gametes that are undifferentiated, and any two gametes can merge to produce a zygote. This is a better strategy than just cloning, because it allows for crossing over and greater diversity, both of which increase average fitness for the next generation. It has some waste though. For one thing, self-crossing is extremely likely, and self-crossing is still better than cloning, but not nearly as good as outcrossing with other individuals who are not closely related. So differentiating gametes into distinct classes, perhaps by size, can reduce this problem. It also then allows one class, the small one, to become motile, which enhances the chance of fertilization while still limiting self-crossing. We now have male and female gametes. Next, it may become advantageous for some species to differentiate into male and female individuals, because there are advantages to each. Reproduction for females is more costly since the larger the gamete, the more the cost of producing it from a biological standpoint, but females are more likely to reproduce successfully on average than males. Males have a lower cost of reproduction, but are more likely to fail, so it's a give and take either way. But also, having distinct sexes completely eliminates the problem of self-crossing. Now, the energy needed to keep the embryo going until it can feed itself has to be contained in the egg cell, so there is a selective pressure to make eggs bigger and bigger until we get large macroscopic eggs with yolks or yolk analogs. Remember, an ostrich egg is a single cell, and it's enormous. So now, we are at the point that most fish and amphibians are at. Now, the closer to the egg laying the fertilization occurs, the more likely both the male and female are to have their gametes successfully result in zygotes. So there is pressure to move from simple broadcast spawning to external fertilization with the male and female closely paired. Well, this also creates pressure for some extension of the reproductive system to help direct gametes, and of course, the closer the association is between the male and female, the higher the fertilization rate is. So now that organ directing sperm can become an intromittent organ for internal fertilization. Now, of course, we're at the point where we are almost at amniotic reproduction. We just need a coating around the egg to protect from water loss, and we need it because the animals we're talking about were moving onto land as parareptiles. The amniotic sac provides extra water, and a shell is just a collection of biominerals and proteins that covers it. So, we're at the point of how lizards and monotremes reproduce. Now, in mammals, parental care starts to increase because it allows for fewer offspring, but having a higher rate of survival for each one. One way to help with this is to limit the time offspring spend as eggs external to the mother's body. That way she can protect them longer. This means that eggs will be held internally for longer and longer, which is what we can see in the platypus, which while it lays eggs, only does so towards the end of gestation, and the eggs hatch very quickly after being laid, but quite a while after being formed. It's only a small step to go from this to just letting the eggs hatch internally and the young be born live. This occurs in many species of lizards, although we're focused on mammals. At this stage, the eggshell is a waste of resources, so there's pressure to stop making them, and we get shellless but amniotic internal eggs that hatch inside the mother. Unfortunately for the mother, though, many fertilized eggs will not make it to full term. In humans, about 3/4 of all fertilizations of an egg by sperm will not make it to term. So any resources that go into egg yolks and the like for such eggs are a waste. Simultaneously, any egg that can attach itself to the uterine wall and get some extra resources that way is more likely to survive and have a higher birth weight, which is an obvious advantage. So we have two big selection pressures encouraging embryo implantation on the uterine wall and getting nutrients that way. And with mammals that make milk, it's also possible for these babies to be born fairly underdeveloped, because they can nurse. So we're basically at the proto-marsupial level of reproduction, where there is no placenta, but there is still implantation, and the young are born very underdeveloped, but can use milk to continue their development, all with extensive parental care. And every step has been beneficial so far. But even more beneficial is the option to stay internally in the uterus longer through longer implantation. But this creates a problem. The mother's reproductive system is more and more likely to destroy the embryo the longer it is implanted. That means that suppression of the immune system during pregnancy, as well as mechanisms to increase the efficiency of resource transfer to the embryo, are both selected for. In fact, the placenta in mammals is actually tissue of the embryo and not the mother, and is derived from the tissues that would create a yolk. While I skipped by it a bit in marsupials, they do have a short-lived placenta, but that doesn't change much, and either way, we're at human-style placental development, with every stage being selected for positively, and nothing that wasn't stepwise. So yes, the placenta can indeed evolve. Did it follow this exact sequence of events in reality? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. The argument that it can't evolve is defeated.
God put these special features in place so that we could not only survive, but thrive. The psalmist declares, "For you formed my inward parts. You covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made."
In a way that's completely consistent with evolution. Well, the sixth so-called fact is evolving bacteria.
Doctors tell us that keeping our hands clean is essential. Why? Because bacteria is everywhere.
Bacteria are everywhere. The word is the plural form of bacterium.
On things you touch, in the air you breathe, in the food you eat, and even living inside you. Some of these microbes are good for us, like those that help us digest food or fight off infections. But with all the bad bacteria out there, scientists are working hard to develop new antibiotics to combat them. Even then, bacteria often mutate when they reproduce, making some of them resistant to medicine and dangerous to our health.
Gee, a mutation that increases fitness in a particular environment that then comes to dominate the population? That sounds a lot like evolution, gotta say. Is this just them saying, well, bacteria evolve, but they're the only ones? Are they going to say that doesn't count because reasons? Let's find out.
Is this process evolution in action, like some claim? Hardly.
Yes, evolution is at a minimum a change in allele frequency in a population across generations, and that's what happened.
That's because researchers have discovered that bacteria are, well, still bacteria.
Yes, that's because you can't just escape your ancestry. Mammals will always produce mammals, bacteria, vertebrates, humans, etc. Evolution produces branching. New branches can emerge, but they always do so within the context of previous branches. Objecting that bacteria remain bacteria is to fundamentally fail to understand the most basic aspects of evolution.
For instance, in a 20-year study of E. coli, which can cause food poisoning, scientists looked at 40,000 generations of the bacteria and confirmed that the E. coli did not evolve into anything other than E. coli.
This is a reference to the Lenski long-term E. coli experiment, and it's actually quite wrong. You see, bacteria, because they generally reproduce asexually, can't really be classified using the biological species definition. Instead, they are assigned to species by physicochemical properties, in a form of the morphospecies concept. One of the really important diagnostic characteristics of E. coli is that they cannot metabolize citrate in the presence of oxygen. But in this experiment, the line now called CIT+, has evolved that ability, meaning that they no longer meet the criteria for being E. coli. Now, they haven't been given a new specific designation to my knowledge, but that's in part because that's not really the point of the experiment, but still, they are no longer classically the same bacteria.
A similar study used fruit flies, which are made of many more cells than bacteria. After 600 generations, about 12,000 human years, they were still just fruit flies.
Again, monophyly. You can't just stop being a fruit fly if your ancestors were fruit flies. You can become new types of fruit fly, even ones that barely resemble what we think of as fruit flies. But you'll always be a fruit fly.
And for scientists who carefully examine the Bible, these results make a lot of sense. That's because God created each creature with the ability to reproduce only after its kind.
Say it with me. What's a kind? It's whatever the creationist needs it to be. For humans, it's a single solitary species. For most animals, it's a family, whatever that is. For bacteria, it's a whole domain with more diversity than you can find in all of Animalia put together. It's just a weasel word to let creationists accept the evolution they can't deny, while denying the evolution they can't accept.
So, bacteria will never be anything other than bacteria, which means you still need to wash your hands.
Yep, as required by evolution. Well, we're on to the 7th alleged fact. This time, it's the Cambrian explosion.
It's the Cambrian explosion.
If evolution were true, the fossil record should show one type of animal life in the lowest layers, then 2, then 4, and so on.
Well, that's cool, because in the lowest layers that have any evidence of animals, we have only scant evidence for the presence of sponges by chemical signature. Then as we get to the Ediacaran, we see more, but still very few, and then in the Cambrian, that increase gets turned up to 11, which is, what we'd expect. But that graph was labeled phyla, which is not how this works. While there are some relatively hard definitions of species, all taxa are fundamentally arbitrary, even species. Phyla aren't some special fundamental aspect of biology. They're just a group of large, but again arbitrarily named, taxa. So what should we expect if we could look at every organism that ever lived and get a full view of the real phylogeny of life? Is that early on, at about the time of the beginning of the Cambrian, or at the end of the Ediacaran, that each speciation we would see would be perfectly ordinary at the time, but that the lineages that result from them, that still have descendants, would end up being what today we would call different phyla. But the Cambrian is an adaptive radiation that resulted in many speciation events, many of which were almost certainly not well preserved, which means that we should see a large number of phyla coming about more or less at the same time, which is what we do see, although it's more or less at the same time than more.
But Darwin himself had a difficult time explaining what we now call the Cambrian explosion of life.
Darwin is still not the Pope of Science. He's not a prophet of evolution. He's still not Rasul Ilm. It doesn't matter what he could explain. Current evolutionary biology has no trouble explaining the Cambrian, and while, like in all things, there are open questions, as we've already discussed, there are no problems.
Cambrian rock layers contain nearly all the basic animal forms, including echinoderms, arthropods, and even chordates.
But not Birozoa, Rotifera, or unambiguous onychophorans. So, that's a bit of a misstatement. But again, we expect this early in the history of life. With an adaptive radiation, we should see numerous phyla appear in the Cambrian. But they still don't all appear at the exact same time. Arkarua adami is a possible echinoderm from before the Cambrian, back in the Ediacaran. Russophycus appears about 537 million years ago and is the oldest known arthropod, so it's 3 million years after the start of the Cambrian. The earliest chordate we know of is Baccaia gracilens, from 505 million years ago. The thing is that all these phyla do appear in the Cambrian, but implying that this means simultaneously ignores the fact that in reality there are tens of millions of years between the divergence of these phyla from their stem groups. It's simply not true that the earliest members of most phyla appear simultaneously. Instead, it is actually true that they appear over time through the Cambrian mostly, but some phyla are even present earlier, such as Porifera.
With no trace of transitional fossils in lower Precambrian rocks.
That's not even true for their on-screen examples, as we've already gone over in this video.
And each fossil exhibits amazing complexity.
Complexity is not a distinguishing factor between special creation and evolution. Both predict things will be complex, although it's actually the happenstance and contingent nature of evolution that predicts higher degrees of complexity rather than design, because designers tend to strive for the least complexity needed, and organisms in many cases are more complex than strictly needed.
For example, Cambrian arthropods had advanced compound eyes, like we see today in dragonflies and bees.
Cool, but Precambrian probable stem arthropods did not. So again, that's what we'd expect to see.
The eyes were tuned to the way light travels through water, allowing the creature to see straight.
I'm sorry, is this argument that an animal adapting to its environment is evidence that a process that causes organisms to adapt to their environment wasn't operating? That seems more than a little silly.
This required each eye to have over 3,000 interconnected lenses.
I guess we can fill in big number, therefore God on the bingo cards, even though 3,000 isn't actually that big a number, and a stock photo of an exaggeratedly surprised woman isn't going to change that.
Compare that to only one lens in each human eye.
And humans have many more photoreceptive cells per lens. Vertebrate and arthropod eyes are complex in different ways. It's like they weren't even designed by the same designer. Maybe different designs, different designers, right?
Cambrian rocks also contain fossil fish that look like today's lanceolids and hagfish.
The earliest chordates are a lot like the most basal chordates. Isn't really the anti-evolution flex that ICR seems to think it is.
The fish had perfectly crafted skeletal supports inside their bodies.
Kind of. Neither the earliest chordates, lampreys, or lancelets have bony skeletons. Instead, they have a scaffold of cartilage.
An opposite arrangement from Cambrian arthropods like trilobites.
Oh, once again we see different design. But for some reason, that doesn't imply different designers. Weird that. Evolution predicts that organisms that diverge early on will end up with significant differences.
The Cambrian layers show an amazing amount of diversity and complexity.
Amazing doesn't mean anything useful. If the claim is that it's too much diversity, you actually have to do some work to show that that's the case. And so far, everyone who's tried has failed to do so.
Evolutionists claim it happened in a mere 5 to 10 million years.
No, more like 40 million to 60 million, but hey, who's counting, right?
The equivalent to a blink of an eye in so-called geologic time.
Kind of, but a short time for a rock is a very long time for a group of organisms.
Sudden appearance? Instant complexity? That doesn't sound much like evolution.
Or much like the actual fossil record.
Instead, the fossil record shows fully formed creature groups right from the start.
Fun how they glossed over all the stem groups like radiodonts or lobopods that no longer exist and show that in fact modern phyla arose within wider evolutionary groups in a radiative adaptation from which only a few groups persist to the present day. Which is, exactly what evolution predicts. But anyway, our eighth, fact is apparently the Big Bang, which is a fact, but I'm guessing they're going to say it's not.
How did the universe begin?
Our whole universe was in a hot, dense state that nearly 14 billion years ago expansion started.
Some people say that it came into existence billions of years ago in a massive explosion.
Yeah, by some people, he means essentially everyone who makes it their life's work to study cosmology. AKA all the people who know what the hell they're talking about.
But this Big Bang has some big problems.
Who wants to bet that by problem he means open questions? Although there actually are some problems in cosmogony to do with the expansion rate of the universe and how old exactly that makes the universe.
First, the antimatter problem.
Yeah, I'd call this a problem. Current models predict equal amounts of matter and antimatter.
Whenever scientists convert energy into matter, they get equal amounts of matter and antimatter. Antimatter particles have the same mass but opposite charge.
And spin, but whatever.
Supposedly, the Big Bang converted energy into equal amounts of matter and antimatter, but the universe shows no sign of this expected antimatter.
Yep, and that's why current models must be flawed in some way. But what about this means that the universe was never in a hot, dense state that then expanded into the modern, relatively cool and sparse state? Oh, right. It's nothing. This is like saying you can't tell someone how to cook a steak unless you know exactly how bovine embryology works. No, the fact that you don't have a full picture of how a steer got onto your dinner plate doesn't mean that what you do know is wrong. Maybe I'm hungry.
Second is the horizon problem. The Big Bang model says that the universe started out very small and rapidly expanded. This would leave huge hot and cold spots, since even a 13 billion year old universe is still too young for temperatures to level out. But the actual universe shows temperatures remarkably the same in all directions, no hot or cold spots.
Yep, that's why the original version of the Big Bang was modified to include cosmic inflation, which results in a much more isotropic universe. That's the thing science is supposed to do, modify its ideas when presented with new data. Now, when was the last time creationism did that? Oh, right, basically never, at least in any significant way.
Mature galaxies pose a third problem. Light from the farthest galaxies we see supposedly took billions of years to get to Earth. So those distant galaxies should still appear undeveloped and chaotic, as they would have after the Big Bang.
No, in fact, the earliest galaxies discovered are indeed primitive and non-arranged the way modern galaxies are, including in the formation of galactic clusters. This is right on NASA's website.
But distant galaxies look fully mature, not haphazard like the Big Bang predicted.
Except, when they don't, which is the case for the earliest galaxies, like I already said.
Even the very distant regions of the universe reveal galaxies of magnificent beauty and complexity.
Okay.
In addition to these scientific problems, the Big Bang contradicts the Bible.
Cool. I don't care. If you have empirical evidence, then you have a seat at the scientific table. The Bible isn't that. Our ninth and antepenultimate fact is our young universe, which sounds a lot like the one we just covered, but let's see what's up.
Just how old is the universe?
About 14 billion years old if we are to round to the nearest billion.
Well, it doesn't have an expiration tag, but we can make some estimates by looking at things in our universe, like the moon.
How the f*** are you going to look at the moon to see how old the universe is? That's like looking at someone's fingernail clippings to see how old they are. Fun fact, the moon isn't thought by any scientist to be primordial, so no matter how young it is, that means nothing for the age of the universe. But let's see what they have for us anyway.
As the moon orbits the Earth, its gravity pulls on the oceans, causing tides. And as the tides pull on the moon, they cause it to move about 1.5 inches away from the Earth each year. That means that 6,000 years ago, the moon would have been about 800 feet closer to the Earth. Not a problem. But if the Earth and moon were over 4 billion years old, then they would have been touching, and that wouldn't have been good.
No creationist has ever actually managed to give the math on this claim, and when I run it every way I can think of, I've failed to get that result. Since this claim is universally made without evidence, I'm fine with dismissing it by simply saying, math or get the f*** out.
So the moon shows that the universe is several thousand years old.
Nope, even if it were a claim that had any evidence, which again, it doesn't, the Moon-Earth system isn't the universe, and it doesn't have to be as old as the universe as a whole. If you find a juvenile barnacle on the shell of a big sea turtle, does that mean the turtle is no longer than the baby barnacle? No, of course not. That's stupid. That's what's happening here, except at least juvenile barnacles are real, and this problem isn't.
That makes sense when we also look at comets.
Has anyone ever said that God comets popped right out of the Big Bang? No, no one has said that. But let's hear some creationists pretend that short-period comets show the universe is old because they just hand-wave dismiss that there are long-period comets that are the source of new short-period comets, while pretending that young comets mean young universe for literally no reason.
They lose large amounts of material each time they pass around the sun, so they wouldn't even be around after billions of years.
Oh, they're not even going to acknowledge that there are in fact explanations? Neat. That's about as low effort as it is possible to get.
And the inner regions of spiral galaxies rotate pretty fast. If the galaxies, and the universe altogether, were billions of years old, they'd be too twisted up to look like they do now.
Nope, because spiral arms are actually standing pressure waves that are not formed from a set grouping of stars. But stars enter and leave these areas, and they rotate as a whole arm at a rate different to that of any of the stars in them. They are created by objects like dwarf galaxies. They are not vortices or something like that.
So everywhere we look in the universe, we see evidence that shows that what the Bible says about its age is consistent.
Odd that there were no examples given. Our penultimate topic is the Goldilocks planet.
Scientists have been looking for the Goldilocks planet for years. The name obviously comes from the popular Goldilocks fairy tale. Now, the Goldilocks idea, much like the fairy tale, is all about finding a planet that's just right for life. But finding the right planet is harder than you might think, especially when you think about how special the Earth is. Earth is the only known planet in our universe that can support life. Earth has water, animals, and people, all necessary to support life.
Wait, animals and people are necessary to support life? That is just absurd. But that's what they said. I really wish they'd make a point. We're already like halfway through this topic.
Earth is just the right distance from the sun. If we were any closer, it'd be too hot. And if we were any further, we'd be freezing.
Actually, no. Estimates for the habitable zone of the sun range from about half the distance of Earth to the sun to about 3 times the distance. It's not just that any body within that range would be habitable. It also needs the right gravity, magnetic field, albedo, and atmosphere. But when it comes to just the distance from the sun, Earth is towards the inside of the habitable zone and could be almost as close as Venus or as far out as the asteroid belt and still be at least potentially habitable.
The Earth also has just enough gravity to support an atmosphere, and yet not so much as to crush us.
Given that people can do just fine in hyperbaric chambers, I'm going to go ahead and say that the range is also quite large and that Earth could be quite a bit bigger without having a crushing atmosphere. Now, you might say that gravity would be too high, and yeah, it might be for humans as they exist on Earth, but they are adapted to Earth gravity. Life on a high G world would be adapted for that gravity. so something could live there, even some intelligent observer.
Take any other planet. Mars has a very thin, unbreathable atmosphere of carbon dioxide. Venus has a thick, crushing atmosphere with clouds of sulfuric acid. And Mercury is just way too hot.
That uninhabitable planets exist doesn't mean that habitable planets can't. I'm not sure what the point of this is.
Not too hot and not too cold, not too heavy or too light, but just right for life, as created by a loving God.
Nothing in this even hinted at Earth being indicative of a miracle. It didn't even talk about the most unusual aspect of Earth that enables life. A large moon. But hey, that's their argument to make, not mine. The final topic of this video is 3-in-1, whatever that means.
For centuries, philosophers and theologians have tried to explain the Trinity, the reality that God is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. He is three persons, but one God.
I'm not here for theological debates. This section is entirely an analogy for the Trinity, using various aspects of the universe. Sure, whatever, I don't care. We're skipping it. Next time we'll start off with the 7-day week, so that'll be fun.
So, a day is how long it takes the Earth to rotate once on its axis, and a year is how long it takes for Earth to orbit once around the Sun. But why is a week 7 days long?
Well, conventional scholarly dating of most of the Torah puts it somewhere in the Babylonian exile, and the 7-day week was an ancient tradition there, and contrasted with the 10-day week in Egypt and the 8-day week in the Italian peninsula. Now, Deuteronomy was probably written about the time of King Josiah, and probably was the book that he claimed to find in the temple. While the rest of the Torah was probably around in some form or another, it wouldn't be compiled into the familiar form for another century or two during the Babylonian exile. Certainly before this time, Canaan was under heavy cultural influence from Mesopotamia, and during the exile, a Mesopotamian culture was dominant. It seems quite likely that the 7-day work week in pre-Common Era Judaism is an import from Mesopotamia. Because of the cultural dominance of Babylon, the concept spread through the world, both east and west. By the time of the 4th century, the 7-day work week had spread to China in the east, perhaps by Manichaeans, a group practicing a religion that seems to have been a syncretism between various forms of Christianity, as well as religious traditions from both Persia and India. Emperor Constantine the Great officially declared the Roman week to be 7 days, probably in line with his general, though not exclusive support for Christianity after making the religion legal to practice in the empire. From there, the week more or less spread with Christianity. It was picked up in Islam, which is heavily influenced by both Rabbinic Judaism as well as Christianity. Now, two major proselytizing and to varying degrees conquering religions spread the concept around the world. And hey, compared to smallpox or paying taxes in the form of giving up your children to slavery and castration, you know, the 7-day work week isn't really the worst gift Christianity and Islam have bestowed on the world.
After all, there isn't an astronomical reason behind a 7-day long week.
That's kind of like saying there isn't an astronomical reason for the length of an hour. Yes, there is. The period of a day is divided into whole numbers of hours. The length of an hour was fundamentally set by the length of the day. The length of 1/4 of a full set of moon phases is 3.357 days, which is inconveniently not a whole number, but the nearest whole number is 7. The 7-day week is quite possibly meant to be roughly a quarter of a moon cycle. This is backed up by the fact that the peoples who seem to have invented it, the Babylonians, use the moon to mark years, as does the Hebrew calendar, which prefers to add whole months as leap years rather than single days, being a lunisolar calendar. Similarly, the Islamic calendar is a lunar calendar with moon-based months, a 7-day week, and even abandoned leap years, which is why Islamic holy days move around the calendar, and why the year is shorter than a solar year. Also, I have to point out that if God had designed the weeks supernaturally, couldn't he have just moved the moon a bit closer so that it actually took 4 times 7 days? Instead, no, we actually get an orbital period of under 28 days, which when coupled with the movement of the Earth around the Sun, creates a period between moon phases of about 29.5 days. This is very inconvenient. Or perhaps even better, why not make the time between phases a highly composite number? 24 seems like a pretty great number. It's evenly divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 12, meaning weeks could be 6 days, and you could easily have an exactly 4-week month, which can be split into whole numbers of day fractions 7 ways, including days. Oh well, instead we have this messy world where astronomical time periods don't line up with each other, despite ostensibly being created to help humans keep time.
Or why we traditionally work for 6 of those days and rest on the 7th.
The point of weeks was generally to help with some kind of rhythm. A particular day of the week, either at the beginning or end, has been traditional since basically weeks started. Since otherwise, what's the point really?
Some say the practice came from market days, but even market days clustered around every 7th day instead of every 15th or 19th or some other day.
Right, which is why it's a good explanation for the ultimate origin of weeks of that period. You can't just say however and then state something that supports the idea you're trying to dismiss and pretend that it doesn't support the idea. Well, I mean, you can, but it's clearly dumb.
Others believe that the 7-day week started with Moses and the Ten Commandments.
If Moses is based on a real person at all, he was not a man who led the Israelites out of bondage in Egypt. There was no time when the Israelites were in bondage in Egypt. They grew out of the cultural milieu in Canaan. There was no Exodus, no wandering the deserts, or giving of the law at Mount Sinai. Sorry.
But the people that became Israel and other nations observed the Sabbath long before Moses was alive. Instead, we have to go back to Genesis, where it says God created for 6 days and then rested on the 7th.
Okay, but this doesn't explain the existence of similarly old week conventions like the 10-day Egyptian work week. If a week convention needs a divine origin, then which god told the Egyptians to have a 10-day week?
And that's how we've modeled our weeks since then.
Since the events that we know didn't happen. Got it.
The Soviets tried to change the week to 5 days in 1929, but this didn't help productivity and ruin family life, since people had different days off from work. Also, machines couldn't handle the constant use and would often break down. So they switched to a 6-day week in 1931, but when that didn't work out either, they restored the 7-day week in 1940.
I really don't know what various silly Soviet experiments in social engineering have to do with anything, but okay. If the point is to get me to say that the Soviets did dumb things, it's not that hard. They did a lot of really dumb things. Some much dumber than this. You know, like abandoning evolutionary biology in favor of Lysenkoism. That didn't just cause family stress or machine wear and tear. It caused famines that killed millions. 7 just seems to work out better when it comes to days in the week. And that's a great testimony to the fact of creation, that we observe the same 7-day week God established when He first created us. That culture's heavily influenced by a particular set of books, in this case the Bible, are in fact influenced by them, is not exactly an argument, it's just a tautology. Second in this set, and 13th overall, we have creation days.
Genesis says that God created the universe in 6 days, but some people question what the word day means. What is a creation day?
It's a literary device dividing up the forming and filling functions of God and His divine counsel during the creation week, which was mostly in line with earlier accounts of creation, right down to the earth being brought about by the taming of the Tahom, or Great Deep, which is probably cognate with Tiamat, the watery chaos dragon goddess of Mesopotamian myth, who had to be slain to create the world, a connection only strengthened in the telling of the myth of God slaying the Leviathan in Psalm 74, which depicts Leviathan as a multi-headed water serpent, just like Tiamat.
Most students are told that the Earth is 4.6 billion years old.
Yes, because that's where every shred of empirical evidence points. Let me guess. We're about to have that countered with,
my holy book! And that the rest of the universe is a lot older.
Again, because of all that pesky, evidence.
And so many Christians try to add billions of years into the Bible's timeline.
Good for them for accepting the evidence of science. I wish more people would do so. It's kind of why I bother with this channel. Well, and also because I enjoy bad financial decisions. On an unrelated note, did you know that you can get a 12% discount on my Patreon for pledging annually? And you'll get early access to all my scripted videos. You could have seen this video months ago, unless you're actually watching this video in early access, in which case, thanks.
One of the most common ways is to say that the days of creation were vast ages, perhaps hundreds of millions of years each. We call this the day-age theory.
While that was a common idea, it seems to me that it has fallen out of favor with Christianity polarizing toward the basically science-accepting theistic evolution side, and the entirely science-rejecting young Earth creation side. ICR represents a fringe of that fringe, although there are fringes even to that fringe, like the fringe of the Creation Evidence Museum of Carl Baugh, or Dinosaur Adventureland, run allegedly fraudulently by convicted felon, convicted wife-beater, and alleged enabler of at least one child abuser, Kent Hovind. Oh, did I mention he let a kid drown on his property too? Yeah, that happened, and all he cared about was the PR.
Day-age advocates say that the Hebrew word for day can sometimes mean a long period of time.
I'm not here to debate the theological significance of Genesis. I'm here for evidence, so we're skipping a bit.
Now, what about those 4.6 billion years? Well, this is based on really shaky dating methods that presuppose a lot of things.
They presuppose nothing but what all science presupposes, that the way the universe works does not arbitrarily change through time and space. The physics yesterday are the same as the physics 2,000 years ago, 2 million years ago, and 2 billion years ago.
Including evolution.
Boy, was I wrong.
The only dating technique I'm aware of that assumes evolution is molecular clock dating, which is used to estimate divergence time between lineages in evolution. But those aren't used to date the age of the Earth.
They aren't based on real, repeatable science. Such speculations are no match for God's written record, the eyewitness account of creation. And he says the creation days are ordinary 24-hour days.
According to young Earth creationists, a notoriously dishonest lot, who in this case, as in most cases, either simply ignore or lie about science to bolster their belief. Well, our third fact for today, and 14th overall, is night sky.
If you're in the city, you probably don't get to see many stars in the night. But if you're camping, live out in the country, or on a ship at sea, you can see hundreds or even thousands of them.
That's true.
That's why I really recommend that at least once in your life you go out to such a place and gaze up at the night sky to see it as your ancestors did before light pollution became so ubiquitous.
From down here, stars pretty much look the same, but the Bible says that God made each one unique, like our sun. Did you know that our sun is over 1 million times bigger than the Earth?
Shut up about the sun! Shut up about the sun!
You know, the sun, rather definitionally, is only up in the daytime sky, not the night sky, which is what this segment is called. Weird.
That's pretty big, but other stars are larger, like Betelgeuse, which is about 1,000 times the size of the sun.
Okay, that's big number, therefore God. If you have big number, therefore God on your bingo card, please mark it off. Once again, that's big number, therefore God.
And like stars, each galaxy is uniquely designed.
Whoa, hold up there, Tiger. You never argued that stars were designed. You just pointed out that they are unique, which is hard to see how they could not be unless they had the exact same number of the exact same types of atoms in exactly the same place, which is fantastically unlikely. And even if two stars were like that, they wouldn't stay that way because of the inherently stochastic nature of particle physics that governs what goes on in the star's cores. In fact, if all stars were the same, now that would be evidence of design. Design things are more often recognizable by their uniformity than their uniqueness. You can't simply go from asserting that stars are designed to saying that because they're designed in some way, so are galaxies. That's like skipping 8 steps or something, including the first one.
Astronomers estimate that there are more than 170 billion galaxies in the observable universe, and they all come in different shapes. Our Milky Way, for instance, is a barred spiral galaxy, and while other barred spirals are out there, none of them are quite the same. And that's just one more thing we can be thankful for as we look at the big and beautiful night sky that God made for us.
Be thankful all you want. The night sky is really cool, but unless you can give a reason why a naturalistic explanation for the origin of stars and galaxies would predict uniformity, this isn't an argument in favor of intelligent design of stars and galaxies. Next up is our fourth topic for today, and the 15th overall, it's blue stars.
The 3 bright blue stars that make up Orion's belt look pretty small up in the night sky, but actually blue stars are some of the most massive and brightest stars in the whole universe. Stars burn hydrogen for fuel, and blue stars have a lot of hydrogen. Our sun has enough hydrogen to keep burning for around 10 billion years.
So far so good, although in later stages of life stars confuse other elements. You know, not the worst analogy, as long as you accept that distance is an analogy for time. But yes, stars burn for a time inversely proportional to their mass. This is why blue stars are closely associated with areas that contain protostars, such as Orion's belt, or the spiral arms of galaxies. They don't last as long as main sequence stars, so they are only really seen in areas actively forming new stars. Because in the time it would take for them to leave such areas, they've already gone nova or supernova.
Blue stars have much more than that, but they won't last as long because they burn through it so much faster. Many blue stars shine 200 times brighter than our sun because they burn their fuel so quickly. Blue stars are like SUVs. They have a big gas tank, but very poor mileage.
I mean, in that their light moves mostly unobstructed, yes, but that's just kind of how light works.
And they illuminate all parts of the night sky.
But they're not evenly distributed at all. They're much more common in certain parts of galaxies than others, our galaxy included.
How do so many short-lived stars exist in a universe that is supposedly 13.8 billion years old?
New ones are created via gravitational collapse of hydrogen clouds. Creationists, I really need you to hear me on this one. The fact that there are things that are younger than the universe doesn't indicate that the universe can't be older than those things. This is the same as saying that since the Gospel of John was written in the 2nd century, so was the rest of the Bible. It's incredibly dumb, and it makes you look extremely stupid when you say things like that. This is the kind of logic that first graders can understand. Please stop making these arguments. If your argument doesn't even follow logically if the premises are granted, which this one doesn't, it's definitely a bad argument.
Secular scientists think that stars constantly form as a result of gas clouds being compressed together, even though none of them have ever seen this.
Secular scientists believe that giant sequoias grow from tiny seeds, even though none of them have seen this happen. Just because a process isn't observable in a human lifetime doesn't mean humans can't figure out what's going on and what the stages of it are. And just like all the stages of the giant sequoia life cycle are easily observable, so too are all the stages of the stellar life cycle. And for the same reasons, humans can conclude that neither is simply a miracle that popped into existence, but that both populations have processes which create new members and that cause old members to leave the population.
Plus, gas particles and clouds bounce against one another. This outward force far exceeds the inward pulling force of gravity.
Well, that's temperature dependent, and if gas is cold enough, that pressure is easily overcome by gravity, at which point gravity remains dominant even after temperatures begin to rise.
Blue stars churn through their own fuel so fast that they cannot last billions of years.
Again, just because something isn't as old as the universe doesn't mean the universe isn't older than that thing. Heck, by all accounts, the person watching this isn't as old as the universe, yet I don't think you think the universe started with your birth or conception.
And based on their observed luminosity, the most massive blue stars cannot last even 1 million years before running out of fuel. If the universe is 13.8 billion years old, as secularists claim, blue stars should not be here anymore.
Unless new ones form, which we do.
But they are, and we find them all throughout the universe.
Yeah, in regions with lots of protostars and hydrogen clouds. You know, the kind of place you'd expect if current ideas about stellar formation were true. Weird, isn't it?
As God said through his prophet Isaiah, "My hands stretched out the heavens, and all their host I have commanded."
Always fun when a creationist who pretends to pride themselves on their literal interpretation of the narrative of the Bible uses a verse about God placing a solid dome over the flat earth as an argument.
Blue stars fit perfectly with the Bible's idea of recent creation. So, next time you see a blue star, think of our Creator, whose hands created the whole universe.
Hey, I'm not going to tell you not to think of God when you look at the stars, but I will say that blue stars are in no way evidence of a young universe. Our fifth topic today, and 16th overall, is second law, presumably of thermodynamics. Although maybe we'll get some genetic entropy in there too. Who knows?
Nothing hits the spot on a freezing day like a bowl of hot soup. But don't leave it out too long, because all that warm goodness will quickly escape, making it cold and unappetizing. That's science in action, by the way. It's called the second law of thermodynamics.
Yes, this is indeed an example of the second law of thermodynamics in action. This is probably most easily seen by using the quantum microstate explanation for the second law. Any given system that can be observed classically is in fact made up of quantum objects at the smallest scale, and those objects must be in some state, but for any given classically measurable variable, like bulk mass, temperature, etc., there are a number of such states the quantum objects could take that would be functionally indistinguishable. However, many states would not be indistinguishable. Statistically, the number of states in which there is no energy flow in the system are the largest out of states, and the states with less energy flow are proportionally more likely the less energy flow there is. As a result, systems tend towards reducing energy flow in the system and maximizing the number of microstates the classical macrostate can accommodate. As a result, heat flows from hot to cold until an equilibrium is reached. It is statistically possible to go the other way, since fundamentally quantum mechanics is stochastic, but it's wildly improbable to the point that we can assume it simply doesn't happen. Now, this trend can be offset by adding energy to the system, such as heating the soup. So this trend only fully applies in isolated systems. That is, systems where neither energy nor matter may enter or leave. The universe as a whole seems to be such a system, but Earth is not.
For the law of entropy, history credits French military engineer Sadi Carnot as the scientist who laid the foundation for the second law in his 1824 book, Reflections on the Motive Power of Fire, which talked about heat and steam engines.
Yup, in fact, the theoretical maximum efficiency you can get from a heat engine is called Carnot efficiency, and is calculated using a formula he derived. It's important to note, though, that Carnot efficiency can only be achieved in a true isolated system without friction, so, it can't be achieved. But still, it's a useful benchmark.
Scientists today use the second law to describe anything that naturally goes from a state of order to disorder.
Incorrect. You can lower entropy and become less ordered trivially easy. A grid of snowflakes, all with their six-fold symmetry, and all ordered in rows and columns of even length and separation, is highly ordered. Add some heat to them, and melt them, and they'll become much more disordered. But entropy has still gone down. Human understandings of chaos and order have nothing to do with entropy. Those ideas barely map onto each other at all, never mind one-to-one like creationists like to say that they do.
Like your car. Even if you maintain it like you should, it will eventually need to be replaced.
This may be the result of some kind of entropy, such as oxidation reactions, which tend to reduce the amount of chemical energy in a system, transferring it to thermal energy, which then dissipates, increasing entropy in the car/air system. But finding examples of increasing entropy leading to disorder is not a counter to the fact that there are examples of decreasing entropy leading to disorder. It cuts both ways.
Entropy affects everything, from cells in your body to the magnetic fields of planets, which run out of energy over time, like regular magnets.
Not quite. Permanent magnets and planetary magnetic fields are distinct phenomena, and they do not act in the same way. One of the ways permanent magnets are formed is by putting usually molten magnetic material in a strong magnetic field, generally generated by electricity, so that as they cool, they do so with the magnetic dipoles of their constituent atoms aligned with the field in which they were created. As time wears on, heat and mechanical disturbances can knock some of these atoms out of alignment, weakening the overall strength of the magnetic field of the permanent magnet. To see how this ties back to entropy, let's remember microstates and macrostates. Imagine each magnetic particle in the permanent magnet as a coin, and we have, say, 100 of them, all showing heads. Well, we have a maximum field strength here, and only one possible microstate can exist. Here, the exact state of each coin is the microstate, and the proportion of them showing heads or tails is the macrostate. But what if the field weakens by a single coin turning to tails? How many possible microstates can describe that? Well, 100. But then it weakens again with another coin flipping. Well, that's 9,900 microstates that can describe that macrostate. But if it weakens yet again, we're at 970,200. You can see that until we get to 50-50 and a field strength of 0, each weakening of the field can be explained by far more microstates. And this is why with only 100 elements, a real permanent magnet will be made of billions of elements. Given the stochastic nature of quantum mechanics, as well as the fact that things like heating episodes and mechanical disturbance of permanent magnets are generally not very directed towards increasing field strength, as a matter of chance, the magnet should tend towards macrostates that can be accounted for by more microstates. This means that over time, the field strength of a permanent magnet will tend to decrease towards a limit of 0. Now, the scope of this video does not include an entire description of how planetary magnetic fields work, but they are not made of frozen-in-place magnetic particles like a permanent magnet. They are the result of the movement of magnetic materials in a molten state deep inside the planet. Their strength varies up and down with variations in this movement, and they can even switch direction. Until the whole planet freezes solid, they are not analogous to permanent magnets, nor can variation in their field strength and direction be directly attributed to entropy in the same way. So, for example, the magnetic field of Mars is probably akin to a permanent magnet, but this is certainly not true for Earth or Jupiter, both of which have active cores producing a field which will vary, but is simply not decaying in the way a permanent magnet will. On Earth, we can see this in the Atlantic Ocean, where the mid-Atlantic ridge is the fault that separates the two sides of the ocean and which is spreading. As it spreads, magnetic rock is deposited on either side, and as these rocks cool from lava, the magnetic components align with the direction of Earth's magnetic field, and the degree to which they align is proportional to the strength of that field. The rock record has many fluctuations in both strength and direction of the electromagnetic field of Earth, which does not show any long-term weakening trend.
That's why some scientists doubt that nature can ever make anything better through evolution.
There just is no connection between these things. A statistical model of microstates, or if we go with the more classical level definition, the ability of an isolated system to do work, in no way informs us about anything to do with natural selection, sexual selection, drift, or mutation. This is just an extension of the never valid metaphor of order for entropy into biology, and then importing the largely irrelevant concept of entropy into biology. Not that organisms don't have to account for entropy on small scales, but it simply is not anything to do with evolution on the whole beyond providing selection pressures.
Like turning bacteria into people.
Something that neither happened nor would be prevented by the second law of thermodynamics.
Plus, the Bible is clear that creation would go from order to disorder, because sin and death entered the world. And that's exactly what we see happening all around us. So you'd better go ahead and eat that soup before it gets cold.
Okay, but that things die and decay isn't some amazing insight the Bible had, and the fact that the ancient Hebrews had myths to explain it doesn't make them special. Every culture did. Nothing about having a myth to describe an easily observable phenomenon makes the second law of thermodynamics a problem for evolution or any other part of science that creationists don't like, which again is basically all of it. Our sixth topic today is science in Scripture, which is also our 17th overall. I'm guessing I'll either have a lot to say or basically nothing to say. Let's find out, shall we?
Scientists find inspiration in all sorts of places.
That's true.
Yep, but those places that inspire them don't actually do anything to help evidence the ideas that are inspired. That's something for the data to do.
One famous example is the story of Isaac Newton's falling apple.
Which probably isn't true, but whatever.
Many engineers today look to shrimp, bees, woodpeckers, fish scales, the human brain, and other places in our world to design faster computers, better shock absorbers, and even stronger body armor.
Well, first scientists and engineers aren't the same thing, but of course they do. Natural selection has had millions of years, or in some cases billions of years, to get these things right. And while natural selection doesn't result in perfect function in any of these things, it results in very good function many times. In some cases beyond what humans have been able to think of without reference to nature. But that's a prediction of evolutionary biology, and also special creation. So this fact alone can't be used to differentiate between the two ideas.
Archaeologists and geologists have even been inspired by the ancient writings of Plato, who described the lost city of Atlantis more than 2,500 years ago.
What does this have to do with anything?
But what about scientists who get ideas from the Bible?
That's fine, as long as they then go and gather empirical data to support or disconfirm those ideas, and don't simply declare that because they got the idea from the Bible, it must be true. The Bible is not scientific evidence of any idea at all. Not a shred of any scientific concept can be bolstered or hindered by agreeing or disagreeing with the Bible. The Bible is no more relevant to scientific data than your hangnail is to the next moon mission launched by NASA.
Some argue that Scripture is religion.
Well, scriptures are a part of some religions, but I would not say that they are on their own are religion.
But science is truth.
Nope, science isn't truth. It's the quest to become less wrong through rigorous empirical study, observation and experiment, and the body of knowledge obtained by this method. Things can be true or false without being scientific. For example, assuming the atheists are wrong, and that at least some God concept is sufficiently defined to be discussed, then either at least one God exists or none do. But neither is a scientific statement because such entities are outside the scope of science.
And that the two are incompatible.
Some religious ideas are incompatible with science, others are not. I would not say that on the whole all religions are incompatible with science.
But that didn't seem to be a problem for men like Newton or Johann Kepler.
Heliocentrism, which Kepler discovered and Newton helped explain, is directly at odds with a literalist interpretation of the narrative of the Bible. So having these two claimed by creationists who hypocritically pride themselves on such a reading is a bit rich.
Or Charles Bell, whose medical textbook is considered the Magna Carta of neurology.
So his text on neurology established the rights and obligations of monarchs and the nobility in neurology? I mean, that's what the Magna Carta claimed to do for England, although it actually didn't. That's a weird comparison. Maybe it's just that they were both written in AD 1215. Except, no, Charles Bell's The Anatomy of the Human Body was published in 1803.
These brilliant scientists found great inspiration for their research through the careful study of Scripture.
Which is fine, but that's not where they got their evidence. They got it through careful observation of the planets and stars, careful mathematical calculation and observation and measurements of things here on Earth, and through careful dissection of human cadavers. None of that is reading the Bible.
So, if the Bible is only a religious book and not valid for science, then we might as well not study gravity, the hydrological cycle, the spherical shape and rotation of the Earth, and the importance of blood in living things.
All of those things are discoverable and analyzable without the Bible, and none of them directly contradicts parts of the Bible. So no, we should keep studying them regardless of whether the Bible inspired anyone to do so earlier in history.
Since the Bible describes all of these scientific facts.
Yeah, I'm going to need some pretty great citations on that one. Except maybe that blood is important, which, yeah, is all over the Bible. But isn't exactly some kind of surprise. It's not like the people of ancient history didn't know that animals could bleed out and die.
So what's left for the scientist who ignores the Bible? Science fiction.
No, it's all of science. Literally none of science requires the Bible, even if some scientists were inspired by it. Even at the beginning of this clip, we were told in direct contradiction to this end bit that scientists are inspired in many places, not just the Bible. I mean, think about it. If this were true, then no one other than Christians or Jews could reasonably make scientific discoveries. But is that the case? No, of course it's not. People of all and no religion make scientific breakthroughs all the time, and don't cite the Bible as either inspiration or evidence. Once again, ICR is just pissing on everyone's face and telling them it's rain, even though it very obviously is not. Our antepenultimate, 7th for the day, and 18th overall section is called Global Flood.
The book of Genesis describes a catastrophic worldwide flood. Is there any evidence that floodwaters covered the entire Earth?
Not even a bit. That idea is entirely and obviously precluded by basically every shred of geological data we have. It is as plausible as the moon being made of cheese.
There certainly is.
First, this has big Giorgio Tsoukalos energy. Is such a global flood even possible? Yes, it is. Also, I feel like the heretofore missing evidence of a global flood won't be buried in a short video from ICR, but maybe I'm wrong.
Genesis says that all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, the windows of heaven were opened, and the rain was on the earth 40 days and 40 nights.
And A Christmas Carol says that Ebenezer Scrooge was visited by 3 ghosts. That's not evidence it happened, I'm afraid. Also, the only acceptable film adaptation of that book is A Muppet Christmas Carol, and no, I will not be taking questions on this statement.
Today, oceans cover about 70% of the globe. On average, they are much deeper than the continents are high. It looks like the water from the flood is still here.
This requires compelling reasons to think that the oceans were significantly shallower in the past. None has ever been hinted at. This argument is just, well, if things were different, they'd be different. Yeah, no Sherlock. But have you got any reason to say that they were different?
Continuous water-deposited rock layers span whole continents.
So do wind-deposited rock layers, and that's not something that can happen in the middle of a flood. So I guess that's no flood as the cause of those geological layers.
That doesn't happen with local or regional floods today.
Nor did it in the past. Those were mostly sea transgressions, not floods. A marine deposit can't just be called a flood deposit. Flood deposits are high-energy depositions characterized by highly graded bedding, a lack of bioturbation at all levels except the top, and an absence of ichnofossils, again except at the very top. But the rocks of Earth are not primarily made of such graded bedding without bioturbation and ichnofossils. Much of it is ungraded, low-energy deposition, full of bioturbation, etc. This cannot be made during a flood, and is even more absurd when the flood is supposed to be worldwide.
These widespread layers contain most of the world's fossils. At least 95% of these fossils are marine invertebrates like clams.
Here's a fun thing. That number was just made up one day as a guess by the OG Dr. Henry Morris of the ICR during a chat, not even a formal talk. It's not based on anything, because who would bother doing a statistical survey of what most fossils were? What would that tell us about the ancient past or modern life? Nothing. It's like when AIG says that the average dinosaur was the size of a sheep. They got that from the peer-reviewed paper Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton. Again, because who would bother asking that question? The answer tells us nothing about the lives of dinosaurs or their past environments.
And we find them mixed with land or swamp creatures like tree shrews, insects, turtles, birds, and dinosaurs.
Actually, most of the time in marine deposits, we don't. We usually find such animals in freshwater deposits, such as fluvial or lacustrine deposits. That's made by a river or a lake, respectively. Although occasionally we do find terrestrial animals in marine deposits. In both cases, it's because of this thing that sometimes dead animals do, called ending up in the water. If you've ever seen a dead animal float down a river, you'll be familiar with this phenomenon. Also, saying birds and dinosaurs is like saying cats and mammals. You can just leave it at dinosaurs. That covers birds, since birds are a group of dinosaurs.
It looks like an enormous but short-lived flood buried them all with fast-moving water.
No, it doesn't, because then they'd be hydrologically sorted, with dense smooth things like shells all concentrated at the bottom, then basically sorted by size. But that's not what we see. There are big and small, smooth and jagged, dense and light organisms at all levels of the fossil-bearing portions of the geological column. There are clams from just 1 million years ago and tiny delicate dragonflies from a few 100 million years ago. There is no way to get hydrology to sort this out, unlike what happens in a flood. For example, in the flood indicated in the paper Depositional Model of a Late Cretaceous Dinosaur Fossil Concentration Lance Formation, in which Summer Rose Weeks, working and writing for the young Earth creationist Loma Linda University, correctly identified that a graded bedding of dinosaur bones was the result of already rotted carcasses of dinosaurs being picked up in a flood and hydrologically sorted, which is not a broad characteristic of the fossil record.
The Earth's surface has flat areas, but also valleys and mountains.
Sure does. Gold star to the Institute for Creation Research.
Some of the highest mountain peaks, including Everest, have fossilized marine creatures. The Great Flood likely formed many water-deposited layers on the ancient ocean floor and caused tectonic upheavals that buckled those layers into mountain ranges. And when the large amounts of water quickly drained away, it formed steep-walled valleys between the mountaintops.
Okay, marine fossils at the top of Everest are found where they evidently lived and died, in calm, low-energy depositional environments, including evaporites. Ever get that pink Himalayan salt? whether as a fancy lamp that doesn't have magical powers, even though you might think it does, or in the form of table salt, yeah, that pink color is fossilized algae from a sea that dried up. Did it dry up during the flood? I don't think that's how floods work. Where the rocks that make up the Himalayas come from isn't a mystery. It's the seafloor between the Eurasian plate and the Indian plate that got thrust up when the two plates collided. That's why the mountains are still growing. For the flood to be the cause of these fossils, these organisms would have to establish whole ecosystems on top of these mountains during just over a year-long flood. Ecosystems can't be established that fast, and again, these ecosystems would then have to dry out, leaving behind layers of pink salt under a flood. The actual geology of the Himalayas preclude a flood's involvement in their formation. They don't support it.
Most geologists say that the extensive rocks and fossils must have taken great lengths of time to form. But this extends today's slow-paced local geologic processes into the past by overlooking Earth's evidence for fast-paced catastrophic worldwide flood effects.
You can't overlook something that doesn't exist.
Vast layers, fossil graveyards, and mountains and valleys all around the world point to a massive watery catastrophe.
Nope, in fact, most of them would be physically impossible under such conditions. That is, unless the creationists have some secret sedimentation experiments they're not sharing with the rest of us. Okay, our penultimate, 8th for the day, and 19th topic is dinosaurs on the Ark.
Were dinosaurs on Noah's Ark?
Only in the same way that they were on that spaceship in Doctor Who.
What are we doing? Just do exactly as I do! Doctor, no!
According to scripture, the answer is yes.
Well, other than birds, it doesn't say, but even if it did, that wouldn't be evidence for either the flood, the Ark, or the presence of non-avian dinosaurs on the Ark. Those would all need to be actually confirmed with this little thing we in the being smart and brain having biz like to call actual evidence and not just claims. The next bit is just them attempting to justify their interpretation of the Bible. I don't care, so I won't be responding to it.
Well, the Bible says that in the beginning, everything was very good, and there was no death. That means all the animals were vegetarians, even the ones with sharp teeth.
It's not just the sharpness of teeth you have to look at, it's the whole morphology, especially the teeth that were used for food processing. It's true that a lot of herbivores have reasons for sharp teeth, but they also tend to have flat, grinding teeth. And when you see a serrated tooth curved toward the back of the mouth, there's very little use for such a thing beyond eating meat.
Today, we see that fruit bats and pandas have really sharp teeth, and they eat only fruit and bamboo.
First, no, pandas occasionally hunt and will eat carrion if it's available, although this is a tiny fraction of their diet. But second, here they're talking about canines. Canines generally are a bad indicator of diet in mammals because they're used for so many things besides food processing. They're used for display, for intraspecific combat, for digging, etc. But what teeth do mammals use to process their food? Molars, and in both fruit bats and pandas, they have flatter molars than their carnivorous relatives. And that is what you need to process relatively hard to digest plant matter, because plant matter is so hard to digest that it needs to be taken in as a paste more or less, but meat being much easier to digest can be swallowed in chunks, which just require it to be sheared, which is why carnivorous mammals have shearing molars. Oh, and what kind of teeth did herbivorous dinosaurs like ceratopsians or hadrosaurs have? Right, flat, grinding teeth. Or, in the case of sauropods, they had gastroliths to do the same work, while having blunt, peg teeth for stripping leaves off twigs.
So it's possible that T-Rex was a vegetarian on the Ark.
No, it's not. T-Rex is entirely unsuited for eating anything but meat. If it swallowed plant matter, it would just poop it out with essentially no nutritive benefit. We can also tell because of the small gut in most theropods. Herbivores require big guts, again because of how hard it is to digest plants. Just compare this top-down view of a T-Rex and an Ankylosaurus. See how the Ankylosaurus is basically ball-shaped? That's to accommodate a big gut. You can see the same thing with gorillas who are mostly herbivorous and have big guts compared to, say, chimpanzees who eat a lot more meat and eat more easy-to-digest fruit than tough plant matter. Did T-Rex ever consume plants? Probably. Most carnivores will take in some plant matter from time to time, even hypercarnivores like cats. But could it reasonably ever be construed as an herbivore? No, not in the slightest.
And since God needed the animals to be young and healthy on the Ark,
I hate that ICR actually had a sauropod with halfway decent feet.
They were probably also small. Crocodiles and pythons can be huge, but when they're young, they're pretty small. And small animals don't eat as much.
Pound for pound, juveniles actually eat more. Just feed some teenagers and you'll see what I mean.
That must have been how it was with the dinosaurs. The ones on the Ark were young, small, and didn't take up much room or eat a lot.
It's like they never cared for a baby. Babies require constant feeding and attention. This is not a good solution.
And after the storm was over, God commanded the animals to go out and fill the earth with their offspring. For young, healthy animals, this wouldn't have taken long at all. Kind of like how we saw animal and plant populations bounce back after Mount St. Helens erupted in 1980.
Oh, did they bounce back from a total drowning of all plants and reduction to just 2 individuals per family, not species, in the Mount St. Helens area? No, I didn't think so.
So even though God had to rid the world of evil with a global flood,
which he didn't, he could simply wish away anyone who was sufficiently evil. The flood was entirely unnecessary.
he made a way to save people and animals on board the Ark, including the dinosaurs.
Who then promptly went extinct anyway, making it a pretty dumb method of saving the dinosaurs. In fact, it's not just the dinosaurs. The vast majority of vertebrate groups ever to live on land are extinct. And if they were all on the Ark, that gives the Ark a success rate kind of like the lifeboat fleet on the Titanic. You know, not very good. Our 10th, final, and 21st overall topic is flood stories. I think there's a theme today.
Just about everyone knows the story of Noah and his ark, how it rained for 40 days and nights and flooded the whole world. Only 8 people, Noah and his family, survived with all the animals he put on the ark.
Pro tip, if you start your video script with everybody knows or something like that, and then you go on to explain the thing you just said we know, it's really annoying. Even if we didn't know it. If we did, it's boring, and if we didn't, it's just a bit insulting.
But did you know the story of the global flood has been passed down through other cultures for millennia? The Hualapai tribe of northern Arizona has a legend about the whole earth being flooded after it rained for 45 days. Their account includes an old man similar to Noah, as well as a dove.
Okay, well let's see. The Hualapai do have a flood legend, although it apparently wasn't published until 1912. Long after interaction with Christian people, so we can't rule out that it was in part inspired directly in modern times by the Bible. But the only account of a legend that I can find that isn't from a creationist source doesn't mention the length of the flood and says, "There had been a big flood, and the earth was covered with water. No one could stir Bapakitha'awi. And he went forth carrying a big knife he had prepared of flint and a large heavy wooden club. He struck the knife deep into the water-covered ground and then smote it deeper and deeper with his club. He moved it back and forth as he struck it further into the earth, until the canyon was formed, through which all the water rushed out into the sea of the sunset. Then, as the sun shone, the ground became hard and solid, as we find it today. There's no boat, there's no reported casualties, no dove, the man doesn't seem to be old, at least not in the only non-creationist source I can find, and rather than the floodwaters receding naturally, some dude hit the ground so hard it made the Grand Canyon. This does not sound much like Noah's flood. Instead, it sounds like a legend about the Grand Canyon. It takes more than just some random story with a flood to be a corroboration for Noah's flood. There are stories about droughts, famines, trickster gods, shape-changing monsters, etc. all over the world. That's not evidence on their own that such things are real.
The Babylonian Epic of Gilgamesh also has a flood story with a large ship built of wood and pitch.
Yes, and is older, and from the same area as the story of Noah from the Bible. So if anything, the Bible is a retelling of this myth, or more likely, they're both dependent on a common source. But they're from a part of the world where catastrophic flooding was something that happened every few years unpredictably. It makes sense that they'd have flood legends. That a flood legend exists in a culture that we'd expect to have such legends isn't evidence that the legends are true.
Greece, Egypt, China, the Pacific Islands, India, and many more cultures have their own flood stories.
Of those, only Egypt and Greece have a single culture. The others were just big regions with lots of cultures, including China. The Egyptian flood story is a story about a flood that didn't even happen, and it was blood, not water. So that's pretty easy to dismiss. The flood legend in Greece is the flood of Deucalion, and it was not global, only affecting lowland areas and river valleys, and only Deucalion and his wife survived in a wooden box. There's no indication of them bringing animals, or that the flood would need them to, not actually being global in extent. Then, when the pair got out of the box, they threw rocks behind them which sprung up into new humans. Not at all like Noah.
The details vary, but many include humans and animals that were spared, usually aboard some kind of vessel.
Yeah, because that's an easy way to explain why there are still people and animals. But as we've seen, the flood stories they cite don't even always include those things, yet apparently they still count as evidence that the specific flood legend found in the Bible is actually the totally real one, you guys.
And these similarities give further evidence that a great flood really did cover the earth a long time ago.
Even if all the stories were identical, it wouldn't be enough to overcome the overwhelming preclusionary evidence from geology.
Geology supports this too.
Excuse me, the did you just say?
From giant whale fossils found in the middle of the desert.
Yeah, like the Sahara, a low-lying desert that would be under a regular old sea if ocean levels rose a bit, which we know they did, and which are not found in flood deposits, but regular old marine deposits. This is once again evidence against, not for, a flood.
To water-deposited rock layers that span whole continents.
Again, they'd have to be shown to be plausibly flood deposits, which they categorically are not.
Our Earth shows physical evidence that a catastrophic worldwide flood did happen.
No more than it shows of being flat, in that it shows at every turn that it's just not true.
But only Genesis gives us the most detailed and accurate account.
I can't speak for the detail, as I haven't compared all flood legends for detail, but then I doubt ICR has either. But as for accurate, literally the only reason they say this is because it's the one found in the book that they have decided, against all evidence, is the one that's literally historically true. This comes down to, this one is true because it's my favorite. That's not a good reason at all. Well, that's it for this time. The next section will be Little Grand Canyon.
If you're heading to the Grand Canyon for vacation this year, don't be surprised if you run into a few crowds. Nearly 5 million people from all over the world visit this wonder of nature every year. That's over 100 times more people than when the park officially opened in 1919.
For how short these videos are, they sure do take a while to get to the point.
Researchers also come to the 277-mile canyon to study the spectacular rock formations, fossils, and archaeological discoveries. Scientists still debate how long it took for the canyon to form.
Not really. It's 5 to 6 million years ago in terms of the start of the erosion. Obviously the rocks are older, since you have to have rocks before you can erode them.
With many insisting that it took several million years for the Colorado River to carve its way through.
By many, he means everyone who hasn't already decided its age based on something other than the evidence, like their favorite interpretation of their favorite holy book. No one who isn't a pseudoscientist comes to this place and does actual science and concludes any less than about 5 million years for the start of the erosion.
But other geologists think it's much younger.
No, pseudogeologists say that. And beyond that they're just obviously wrong, why do I call them that? Let's take a look at the indicators of possible pseudoscience from Wikipedia, which I think in this case is a sufficient source. We have assertion of scientific claims that are vague rather than precise and that lack measurements. Well, I mean, that's basically any sentence where the subject of the main verb is God, who, no matter how real, isn't part of science and can't be measured. Next is assertion of a claim with little or no explanatory power. Again, since God can explain literally anything, he actually has no explanatory power, since from a scientific standpoint, God done it is exactly as useful as saying, I don't know, magic, I guess. Next, we have failure to make use of operational definitions, i.e. publicly accessible definitions of the variables, terms, or objects of interest so that persons other than the definer can measure or test them independently. How many times have creationists failed to give a useful definition of kind, or misdefined macroevolution, or fitness? I can't even begin to count. It's nearly constant. Then we have failure to make reasonable use of the principle of parsimony, i.e. failing to seek an explanation that requires the fewest possible additional assumptions when multiple viable explanations are possible. This immediately brings to mind the entire Radioisotopes in the Age of the Earth project, which found that there had been billions of years of nuclear decay on Earth, and so just introduced the assumption that in violation of all known relevant physics, maybe spontaneous decay rates of nuclides just sped up to crazy levels in the past, and that somehow the heat that this would cause just went away via unexplained magic, and that somehow all organisms that survived this did so by just, I don't know, getting plus 20 on their constitution saves against radiant damage? That's basically the opposite of parsimony, especially when the option of, whoops, guess we were wrong the whole time, is right there. Hell, even the assumption that their interpretation of the Bible is literally true is an unnecessary assumption that they should also probably just jettison. After this we have lack of boundary conditions. Honestly, this one I haven't looked into much vis-a-vis creationism, so maybe they get a pass here. Next is lack of effective controls, such as placebo and double-blind, in experimental design. While creationists don't tend to do a lot of medical or psychological research, so I'll give them a pass on this one. It's not like when you're gathering rock samples or doing a DNA test, you need much blinding. Lack of understanding of basic and established principles of physics and engineering. Here they go crazy, especially when it comes to nuclear physics, but I've already gone over that. Coming up next is assertions that do not allow the logical possibility that they can be shown to be false by observation or physical experiment. Here I'll just quote Answers in Genesis. In their call for papers to their LARP journal, the Answers Research Journal, they say this: papers can be in any relevant field of science, theology, history, or social science, but they must be from a young Earth and young universe perspective. They won't even publish unless it toes the party line, even if it's wrong. Talk about not allowing the possibility that they can be shown to be wrong. They're just coming out and tell you that they don't care about the truth, they just care about their foregone conclusion. Next up is assertion of claims that a theory predicts something that it has not been shown to predict. I think this can be shown with the simple word crocoduck. Virtually every time a creationist says what they would accept as evidence for evolution, it's not only something that evolution would not predict, it's something that it would preclude. Then its assertion of claims that have not been proven false must therefore be true. Basically, anytime any of them asks you to show that God didn't do something, that's this. And famously, Kent Hovind had a fake monetary challenge asking people to do just that. Now we have over-reliance on testimonial, anecdotal evidence, or personal experience. In this case, I actually don't think this is a big problem for the scientific claims of creationism, unless you count the biblical narrative itself as testimonial or anecdotal. Then we come to use of myths and religious texts as if they were fact, or basing evidence on reading of such texts. I don't really think I need to elaborate on why this is dead on for creationism. Then we come to use of concepts and scenarios from science fiction as if it were fact. On this one, I don't think creationists have a problem, so good job to them. Next we get presentation of data that seem to support claims while suppressing or refusing to consider data that conflict with those claims. I'll just point you to The Rocks Were There by R.J. Downard and Jackson Wheat, which documents the fact that in general, creationists ignore about 90% of the data in any field they touch upon, almost always data that directly refutes their ideas. Then it's reversed burden of proof. This one is a sometimes for creationists, but I wouldn't say it's systematic. They do actually often go out looking for evidence to their own claims, rather than just standing around waiting for their claims to be disproven without bothering to provide evidence. Granted, their evidence is about as good as when a flat earther claims they can see Chicago from too far away without bothering to account for refraction, but hey, at least it's something. Then it's appeals to holism as opposed to reductionism. I don't think this one fits young earth creationism too well. Now we come to evasion of peer review before publicizing results. Hey, remember that time Nathaniel Jeanson published a book about his ability to allegedly trace all humans back to the sons of Noah, but that was already shown to be nonsense by just a basic ability to read a phylogenetic tree before he ever published? Yeah, I remember that too. Next is appealing to the need for secrecy or proprietary knowledge when an independent review of data or methodology is requested. This I don't think they're too bad on. I have failed before to find creationist data when I've looked in some cases, but I've not heard them appeal to a need to keep it under wraps, and I think it's more just laziness than a veil of secrecy. In an interesting one, we come to substantive debate on the evidence by knowledgeable proponents of all viewpoints is not encouraged. Here, it's a bit of a mixed bag with willingness to debate seemingly inversely proportional to ability to hold one's own in such a debate. On the one hand, we have absolute brain-dead morons like Matt Nyler, Donnie Budinsky, Kent Hovind, or Matt Powell, who despite baffling medical science by managing to have brain function necessary to even talk in the first place, despite all indications that their brains have no function beyond autonomic, are raring to go at seemingly the drop of a hat, provided that it's on a friendly platform, or at least a platform friendly to National Socialists, make of that what you will. On the other hand, we have actual PhDs in relevant fields who wouldn't be caught dead in a debate with a competent scientist in a relevant field, like the aforementioned Nathaniel Jeanson, but also Jeffrey Tompkins, Jason Lyle, and John Sanford, and others. Okay, we're not quite done with the science of pseudoscience, but we're getting there. Next up, we have failure to progress towards additional evidence of its claims, and boy howdy does that fit. There's a reason that I sometimes complain that there are no new ideas in creationism, and while it's not strictly true, it sure feels that way because of how little progress they make. Which is usually lateral progress to equally silly ideas, but different ones than those they put forth before. This time, it's lack of self-correction, and to this I will point out how long it's been since Tompkins' work on the human genome similarity has been known to him to be based on just basic high school math errors, despite no actual correction to the conclusion, and their continual use in creationist circles to this day. Next up, we have statistical significance of supporting experimental results does not improve over time and are usually close to the cutoff for statistical significance. I don't remember the last time I read a creationist source that even reported statistical significance other than in baraminology, so I'm not sure on this one. In another interesting one, we come to tight social groups and authoritarian personality, suppression of dissent, and groupthink. I will point you to the Young Earth Evolution hit pieces by Harry F. Sanders III over at AIG for an example of this. And while AIG now says that they're not his work, they sure read like it, even if some other editor did give them a once-over. Now we have assertion of a conspiracy on the part of the mainstream scientific community to suppress pseudoscientific information. Well, we've already had examples of this in this very series, so yeah, they got that one down. Now we come to attacking the motives, character, morality, or competence of critics. This one is such a cliche that, quote, you only believe in evolution because you're horny, end quote, is on a bingo card for creationism. Almost to the end, and we come to creating scientific-sounding terms to persuade non-experts to believe in statements that may be false or meaningless. To which I present you the word baraminology. Last but certainly not least, we get using established terms in idiosyncratic ways, thereby demonstrating unfamiliarity with mainstream work in the discipline. Well, again, the idiosyncratic use of words like evolution, fitness, mutation, macroevolution, and microevolution are all pretty great examples of this. So yeah, those young Earth geologists can be reasonably termed pseudoscientists.
And another famous North American landmark shows why. In 1982, just 2 years after Mount St. Helens erupted, another seismic episode in the area shook loose the unstable rock and created a fast-moving mudflow that carved a canyon near the mountain's base. Scientists have called it the Little Grand Canyon because it looks like a 1/40th scale model of Arizona's Grand Canyon. What's amazing about the Little Grand Canyon is that it formed quickly through a small catastrophic event.
And it formed in soft, unconsolidated ash, not lithified sandstone, shale, limestone, schist, or granite like the Grand Canyon, making this an exceptionally poor comparison.
Scientists now see how larger canyons, like Grand Canyon, could be quickly created through a massive catastrophic event, like the global flood of Noah's day.
Yeah, unless they've got evidence that the Grand Canyon was actually unlithified ash that magically turned into things like sandstone and limestone after it was cut, I'm calling bullshit.
And that's something to think about while you're dodging the crowds at the Grand Canyon to get a glimpse of this magnificent monument to the power of our Creator.
And thanks to ICR for showing Horseshoe Bend in the Grand Canyon, a switchback of the Colorado River. Since flood channels like this mega flood channel in the scablands of eastern Washington don't have switchbacks, that's something only slow-moving water does. Also, fun when creationists do my job for me and debunk themselves on screen. Our second topic today, and 22nd overall, is language families.
Traveling to another country? If you don't know the language, the people around you might sound like they're babbling. But where does the word babble come from?
Well, if you mean the verb used in English meaning to speak incomprehensibly, it's first attested in the mid-13th century babbeln, to prattle, utter words indistinctly, talk like a baby, and is akin to other Western European words for stammering or prattling, such as Old French babidier, from around the same era, all probably imitative of baby talk, similar to Latin babulus, babbler, and Greek barbaros, non-Greek speaking. No direct connection with Babel from the Bible can be found, though association with that may have affected the meaning. And all that was from a quick trip to Etymology Online. Fun times.
Well, the Hebrew word Babel means mixed or confusion, and it was the name of a famous place in what is now Iraq.
No, that's Balal, meaning mixed up or confused. Baval is said to be so named because it makes a fun pun in Hebrew. Babel itself actually ultimately derives from the Akkadian, meaning a gate of God, the same basic etymology for Babylon.
The book of Genesis says that everyone used to speak the same language.
A claim for which there is insufficient evidence. Proto-world is a hypothetical ancestor language of all human languages, but there isn't enough to go on to actually make it a well-supported hypothesis in historical linguistics. The story of the Tower of Babel is just an ideology for the existence of multiple languages. That is, it's a mythical explanation of the source of some seemingly counterintuitive state of affairs. Ideological stories from various ancient traditions have a long history of just not being literally true. This is just another one. An example is that the name of the Greek city Delphi is explained by Homer by Apollo appearing in the form of a dolphin, which is in fact not the etymology of the name, nor was Apollo really cruising around as a dolphin, I'm fairly confident.
And out of rebellion against God, they gathered together under the dictator Nimrod and built a tower at Babel. So God separated the one language into many.
Okay, but what languages were created at this point? On screen we have at least 3 Indo-European languages. So did God just create a bunch of languages like French, English, and Russian? Well, that won't work. Those languages weren't around during the setting of, well, all of the Bible. So did God create the major language families like Finno-Uralic, Indo-European, Afro-Asiatic, Sino-Tibetan, Bantu, Basque, and Uto-Aztecan, among others? Well, by the time Abraham gets to Egypt, in Genesis, in 1875 BC, according to Answers in Genesis, the only young Earth source I could find giving a firm date, the Egyptians were in their 4th dynasty, putting this trip in their Middle Kingdom. By this time, Afroasiatic had already diverged into various Chadic languages, Egyptian, Cushitic languages, Omotic languages, Berber languages, and both Western and Eastern Semitic languages, like Aramaic, Akkadian, Hebrew, Arabic, and Ugaritic, and almost certainly into various South Arabian and African languages like Ge'ez and Sabian. If we assume a reasonably low number of languages for each of these branches, for which we have little written data, and an actual count for those where we do, we come to probably at least 30 distinct languages in just the Afroasiatic language family by the time Abraham gets to Egypt. Answers in Genesis, again the only group I can find brave enough to put numbers on this, puts the Tower of Babel at 2201. So that's 326 years between the two. That means every decade or so, entire new languages needed to come about. Really, it's closer to 11 years, but I hardly think that matters. I'm writing this in 2023. I want you to think back to 2012. Somebody that I used to know topped the charts. The Avengers was the top grossing movie. David Cameron was PM of the UK, Barack Obama was President of the United States, Stephen Harper was the PM of Canada, Angela Merkel was the Chancellor of Germany, and Julia Gillard was Prime Minister of Australia. By the way, I did indeed choose those leaders based on where most of my audience lives. Anyway, imagine your native language, since then, splitting into two mutually incomprehensible languages at the same time. It's not even possible unless we get into even more miracles. It takes languages centuries to split, not years. And I want to drive home that this is a very conservative estimate. The number of Afroasiatic languages when Abraham got to Egypt could very well have been much, much higher, and almost certainly was. In the real world, people can manage to speak to their grandparents and great-grandparents without any trouble in most cases. But this model would require it to be so you'd have trouble reading a book from even just a decade ago, because it would basically be in a different language than you read now, even though a decade ago you knew that language. This is insane in ways that are hard to describe. And if Babel resulted in a bunch of different Afroasiatic languages, why did God make those languages as if they had a common history and genetic relationship? Is it just to test your faith? No one is sitting around and arguing that the Celtic languages or the Indic languages don't share common ancestors. But why would the same techniques that allow us to tell that Afroasiatic languages and all Indo-European languages have common ancestry fail at some point? The only languages God could have created based on what we know about linguistics is the root languages of the language families. This also ignores, of course, the fact that in many cases, we can tell where root languages were first spoken, based on what words they have terms for in nature. For example, Indo-European languages don't all share a single word for lion derived from Proto-Indo-European, meaning that the language was probably not spoken somewhere where you'd need to know such a word. On the other hand, Afroasiatic languages do have such a word, and we know that other than Afroasiatic, none of the extant language families were spoken in the area of Iraq originally.
Since they couldn't understand each other, the people went off to discover new lands and fulfill God's command to fill the earth.
But why though? Why didn't they just stick together and do some language learning? I know that to an American that might seem crazy, but just go visit Singapore. Singapore has large populations of speakers of English, Mandarin Chinese, Malay, Tamil, and other various Chinese dialects. Those are very different languages, and yet people get on. They work together in business, they start families, they build new buildings. You see, there's this thing humans can do called learning languages, and they do it all the time. It doesn't even always take formal study. One of the fastest ways to learn a language is to simply have no other choice. Go hang out in a rural village in China where no one speaks anything but the local Chinese dialect, and I promise you, you'll figure out the basics of the language within a few weeks. You'll be conversational in a few months, and in a few years, you'll be fluent. If people needed to talk to their neighbors to keep living in their homes, they learn. This story only makes sense as a mythical ideology when you think of it as an actual thing that really happened at a time in history within a larger historical framework derived from Genesis. It just doesn't make any sense at all.
Genesis documents about 70 different language families, called the Table of Nations.
Too bad most of them are hard to actually trace to any real people group, except the ones who are Afroasiatic people groups that lived in the area of East Asia and North Africa. You know, near the author of the text, and who would thereby have to have languages that weren't created at Babel, but derived from one that has. All again in less than 4 centuries. That seems, well, let's just say it would have required way more miracles than were given in the Bible.
And archaeology has confirmed these language groups by studying people groups today.
No, it hasn't, because there's no way to map most people groups today, or in the archaeological record, with most of the nations in Genesis 10. Further, archaeologists don't study the languages of people today. That's linguists. Now, archaeology being very interdisciplinary, they do need to interact with linguistics and linguists, but still, those groups aren't studying the same thing.
For instance, Egyptians identified themselves with the word spelled as M-I-S-R.
Well, first, it's not just an S, it's an emphatic or dark S, and was probably pharyngalized in ancient Hebrew, as in most varieties of Arabic. The regular S was a different phoneme altogether, but further, that's not the word that ancient Egyptians used of themselves. They called their land Kemet, meaning the Black Land, in reference to the very dark sediment carried to their arable land by the Nile. Mistar is a Semitic exonym, not an Egyptian endonym. Modern Egyptians use Mistar because of the Arab conquest and subsequent displacement of Coptic by Arabic as the common language of both the Arabs and the Copts, who survive to this day and preserve the Egyptian language as a liturgical language used by the Coptic Orthodox Church, which, by the way, is indeed deeply oppressed. So Christians, if you want to go help Christians being persecuted, help the Copts out instead of complaining about the fact that you're not allowed to persecute gay or trans people. As if that were persecution in itself. Also, that image they put up implying that it said Misr doesn't. It says Di'ah Ra Hejet, or something like that. Don't at me, my Egyptian is super rusty.
This traces back to the word in Genesis 10:6, Mizraim, the customary name for Egypt in the Bible.
You mean that a Semitic group attributed the name they used for Egypt to a legendary character whose name literally means Egyptians? Wow, that sure is not surprising in the least. What kind of argument is this? It would be like me writing a book and saying that a man named Japanese founded Japan, and then saying, see, Japan is named after that guy. My book must be the literal truth of history. Despite the fact that the Japanese actually call their country Nihon, but who cares about that, right? It's not like actual Egyptians had anything to say about their own country, or like they wrote it copiously on basically any flat surface they could find. This is aggressively stupid.
And the number of language families is about the same as the Table of Nations.
Citation amigo. Omniglot estimates that the number of top-level language families is somewhere around 135. About twice the number of the nations listed. But that misses out on the almost certain fact that numerous other language families have gone extinct.
The Yeniseian language family in Siberia and the North American Nadani language family share the same grammatical construction, and they're on opposite sides of the planet.
I'm sorry, did ICR just forget that the Earth isn't actually a Mercator map and is instead a globe? Let me introduce you to the Bering Strait. At its narrowest, the strait is 55 miles. I don't know about you, but 55 miles isn't the other side of the planet. Not even flat earthers get this wrong. Anyone still want to tell me that there's some big difference between flat earthers and young earth creationists in terms of intellectual prowess? But further, the Yeniseian languages aren't even spoken all over Siberia. But it's also the case that genetically the closest relatives of most Native American groups are Siberian groups. So none of this is surprising. They're geographically, genetically, and linguistically linked. The only way this is some kind of shock is if, you're worse at geography than an actual flat earther. I cannot believe they went full flurf. Also, having a similar large-scale sentence structure is not very unusual. 45% of languages have a subject-object-verb-word order, and this does not require them to be related. It occurs in languages as distinct as Korean, Turkish, and Hindi. 42% of languages have a subject-verb-object order, and again, they are as distinct as Chinese, English, and Swahili. Only 9% of languages go with verb, subject, object, but again, they are not related with examples including Biblical Hebrew, Filipino, Irish, and Maori. The remaining options of verb, object, subject, verb, subject, and object, subject, verb are at rates of 3%, 1%, and effectively 0%, respectively. The last one seems to have fewer than a dozen examples in the whole world, and no, Klingon doesn't count. It was intentionally made to be weird, although that is the basic word order.
Clearly, these two families were once one language.
Okay, so does that mean that languages with different sentence structures were not and don't go back to Babel? Is that the argument? Because English and Irish are both Indo-European languages, but they have different basic word orders, being subject-verb-object and verb-subject-object, respectively. But also, does that mean that Irish and Biblical Hebrew share a common ancestor? Plus, wasn't the point of this that Babel created the language families, between which there is no genetic relationship, since they were separately created by a miracle from God, rather than developing naturally like modern languages do? None of this works together. It's all incoherent, and on top of that, it's again Full flurf, but of a kind that even the flurfs know is too stupid. This might honestly take the cake for the stupidest thing I'll hear a creationist say in my entire life.
They probably separated when their forefathers traveled during the post-flood ice age.
Oh hey look, a map showing Siberia and Alaska right next to each other. Fun times. Also, as I've already covered extensively, there was no global flood. There was no post-flood ice age, but also yes, the speakers of Na-Dene and the Yanisian languages probably did split with the former crossing into Alaska during a glacial period.
When the sea level was lower and land bridges let them travel from continent to continent by foot.
How do you write this script, record it, edit it, and then just not notice the places you say are on opposite sides of the Earth are right next to each other? I really want to know.
So remember that while you're globetrotting, each new language you hear is not really new. Each word is more evidence of the accuracy of God's word.
Only inasmuch as the Bible says that there are multiple languages. The actual ideological story of how this came to be doesn't match reality in any way. Next up is origin of races, and I might have to start drinking at this rate because that sounds like more of the same, and it's only our third topic of the video and 23rd overall.
Each year, Americans celebrate Black History Month, which was started by historian Carter G. Woodson in 1926, and eventually sparked similar observances, like Asian Pacific American Heritage Month and Hispanic Heritage Month. America is known for its great diversity of people from all over the world, and it makes you wonder where all the races originally came from.
Well, races aren't a real thing biologically, so they came from social conventions, dividing people up based on gross morphological features, such as the shape of facial features and skin tone.
But whether we are short or tall, large or small, or light or dark, human beings are all genetically related.
That's true.
Descended from the first human couple, Adam and Eve.
No, this is demonstrably not the case. If Adam and Eve were two individuals who lived at the same time, and were the entirety of the human species at some point, we would be able to tell by taking genetic samples from humans. The phylogenetic replacement rate is the rate at which new variants in a part of the genome fix in a population, such that the whole population has that new variant rather than the old one. This is measurable in humans because we know that there are areas that were populated in historical times that even young Earth creationists accept, such as the Canary Islands and Tristan da Cunha. We can then use this to calculate the time any part of the genome has to go back in time to when it had 4 variants, the maximum Adam and Eve could have. If Adam and Eve were really the sole 2 humans at that time, and ancestral to all other humans, then no part of the genome could have such a time longer than 6,000 years. But basically, all parts of the genome do. And it's much longer, and there's no simple wall that you hit where most of them are just, say, 12,000 years. And maybe we just got the rate wrong. For as far back into human history as we can see with genetics, the population was never as low as 2, and it certainly started much before 6,000 years ago. This is derived from actual empirical measurements. Adam and Eve, as creationists believe in them, simply didn't exist. We checked.
For example, the molecular composition of our skin demonstrates the marvelous diversity of the human race. Skin color is caused by a substance called melanin, and the more melanin a person has, the darker the skin appears.
That melanin exists and varies in humans is not evidence of Adam and Eve. That doesn't even begin to follow.
Skin that has little or no melanin is termed albino. Light-skinned people sunburn more easily than dark-skinned people, and have to be careful of too much exposure to the ultraviolet rays of the sun.
Fun fact, dark-skinned people also get skin cancer and sunburns. Everyone should be careful about too much sun exposure. But then, I'm not a doctor. Go ask your doctor if you can just lie out in the sun all day every day because you have dark skin. In fact, let me know what they say in the comments.
Too much sun can damage any skin type, and the American Academy of Dermatology says that anyone can get skin cancer, no matter the type of skin.
Oh. Okay, you know what? Unironically, props to ICR for not embracing medical misinformation. Their fans really need to not be misled. They already don't trust science from the anti-science drivel ICR feeds them.
Skin color, blood types, DNA, and much more all point to the genetic similarity and uniqueness of human beings, created by God.
Yes, humans are a unique species, like all species, and this fact on its own doesn't do anything to differentiate between special creation and evolution, both of which would result in unique species. Our next topic is our 4th of the video and 24th overall, and it's population growth.
In 2011, the world's human population reached 7 billion. How long did it take for this many humans to be born?
However much time it would take to get to now, because it's now, and we have as many people now as we have now. If you want to start at the beginning of time, it was like 13.8 billion years. If you want to start at the formation of the Earth, it was like 4.5 billion years. If you want to start with the start of Homo sapiens, it was like 300,000 years. If you want to start with the start of hominins, it's like 6 or 7 million years.
Well, humans reproduce at a rate of around 0.4%, sometimes spiking as high as 2% or as low as 0.1%. If we calculate backward using only 0.1%, then it would only take 7,062 years to reach today's population.
Okay, that's cool. So I guess humans started about 7,000 years ago. Let's do it for fruit flies of the species Drosophila melanogaster, the one they use in labs. They have a population growth rate of about 17.9 per day. So what would happen if we started with 2 fruit flies 7,000 years ago? Well, we take 2 and multiply it by 1.179 raised to the number of days in that time, which is 2,556,695.5. Put that in my calculator, and oh look, it just gives me an infinity symbol. Darn. Luckily, Wolfram Alpha can kind of do it, but only if we leave off the 0.5 at the end. It says that after 7,000 years of constant population growth, which is what ICR is assuming for humans, we would have 10 to the 182,339th power. The whole universe has about 10 to the 80th power electrons. Since, unless I'm wrong, each fruit fly has more than one electron, rather than, a tiny fraction, which is impossible, there's a problem with this logic, and of course there is. Populations don't just grow exponentially from their inception. There are limits to population growth. The environment can only feed so many members of a given species. There are predators and diseases that keep populations in check, etc. Taken together, this creates a carrying capacity. That is, how many individuals of a given species can be supported. Humans are not immune to this. It's just that in the last few centuries, they've been increasing the food supply and reducing the predator and disease supply so fast that they've managed to up the carrying capacity of humans on Earth to some higher number. That might be as high as 11 billion. So for this argument to work, ICR is going to have to argue that the carrying capacity of the planet for humans has never been reached for any period of time and has always been high enough to allow for exponential growth. But we know that can't be the case because the Bible itself talks about famines of large extent. Those reduce the carrying capacity. But even further, wars, plagues, etc. have happened throughout history, causing dips in human population. And we know the only reason so many humans can even physically be alive right now is because of how advanced agriculture has become. But it certainly wasn't that advanced in the Bronze Age. Once again, we have creationists just assuming that simple mathematical extrapolations will work going into the past, when they know they absolutely do not work that way. And yet they will continue to complain that when scientists do that with extrapolations where we have every reason to say go back indefinitely, like the rate of spontaneous radioactive decay of nuclei, that it's inappropriate. I think there's a word for this. Is it hippopotamus? No, that can't be it. Hippocrates? No, that's not it either, but I'm getting closer. Oh yeah, it's hypocrisy.
But what about the evolutionary scenario? It says that the first humans evolved over 2 million years ago.
Depends on what you mean by human, but sure, broadly defined, that's okay.
And that this group numbered around 10,000.
Jeez. No, that's the approximate order of magnitude of just Homo sapiens at their calculated smallest in the tens of thousands, not exactly 10,000. It was probably more than that. Homo sapiens didn't come about 2 million years ago. That's about how long the genus Homo has been around as a whole. ICR, please, just get one thing right. Just one.
If we calculate forward using the lowest historical rate of reproduction, then humans should have reached 7 billion people a long time ago.
Only if you ignore the basics of population mechanics like carrying capacity.
How do evolutionists answer this problem? They claim that the early human population had virtually no population growth for over 2.4 million years.
Yeah, most populations of organisms are pretty stable if the environment is pretty stable. That's kind of how carrying capacity works. And unless we're okay with saying there should be many more fruit flies on Earth than there are electrons in the observable universe, so much so that my phone can't even calculate it, that seems like a pretty reasonable thing to say.
Supposedly, the lack of agriculture slowed down mankind's reproduction. But let's think about that for a minute. Humans have always used agriculture.
No.
This is directly contradicted by archaeology, in which we find human artifacts in archaeological layers that show no sign of agriculture, down to just pollen from domesticated plants. Until young Earth creationists do some new archaeology to show archaeology from the lowest archaeological layers, this is just a lie.
The earliest human remains and writings show evidence of agriculture.
Literally false, unless just picking plants growing in the wild for food counts as agriculture. Hell, there are still groups of humans today who don't use agriculture. The Indian Ocean, Congo, and Amazon jungle are full of such groups.
So how do humans have virtually no population growth for millions of years?
Not having the resources, because even if it were true that humans had agriculture from the beginning, they didn't have it as efficiently as they do now, and they still would have hit population cap based on the carrying capacity, which they more or less did during the historical period up to the modern period, when industrialization and better fertilization techniques allowed the human population to begin exponential growth for basically the first time it ever had, except in the aftermath of major plagues or famines.
Also, eons of people living on our planet would generate big piles of discarded and buried bones and many layers of their debris packed on cave floors.
Yeah, that's what a midden is. They're some of the most common and most important archaeological locations on the planet, and they are indeed all over the place and not just in cave floors, because evolution doesn't posit that every human lived in a cave until the historical era. Even modern hunter-gatherers don't mostly live in caves, they usually live in huts made of plant matter, sometimes with stone foundations of one kind or another.
But the evidence is completely absent.
Yeah, as long as you don't bother to include all the middens that are all over the world, including what are called mega-middens that consist of trash piles used for many generations in a single place, in some cases forming the nucleus of an entire land formation. Middens aren't a thing, or middens are exceptionally rare, certainly are bold takes, given how ubiquitous they are. Chances are that wherever you are right now, you're within driving distance of an archaeological midden. I know I am. The only likely exception to this is if you're in Antarctica or on the ocean, or if you happen to be in orbit right now. Hey, if you're watching from any of those places, let me know in the comments, especially if you're in space. That would be really cool. Also, don't just lie about it, please. Only say you're in those places if you really are.
How could the human population only recently reach 7 billion?
It's still advances in medical and agricultural technology.
Why not several 100,000 years ago, soon after man supposedly first evolved?
No one had invented chemical fertilizer, engine-propelled harvesters, GMO seeds, or highly effective pesticides, all of which are required to maintain a population as high as this.
We just surpassed 7 billion because humanity has been around for only thousands of years, not millions.
Well, hundreds of thousands, but still, that's just not how populations work, which is very easy to see. Because again, if that were how populations work, the whole universe would have more than 10 to the 182nd thousandth power fruit flies for each electron. Which, isn't how the universe is.
The 2.4 million years of evolutionary history with no population growth never actually happened.
We're going to need more than a version of population mechanics that wouldn't fly in high school biology class to make that conclusion.
The current world population precisely aligns with biblical history. No added stories needed.
Except it doesn't, though, does it? Not even according to this. You see, they just smoothly pushed back the population to 7,000 years ago, but they think it started 6,000 years ago. But even worse, that 4,400 years ago the population bottlenecked with 8 people, but really only 6, since Noah and his wife were apparently done reproducing by that point. Weird how they didn't find a way to actually match their argument with their own model. It's almost like they know they're full of shit, but don't want us to catch on. That creationist relationship with honesty seems to still be on very shaky ground. Our 5th topic for this video, and 25th overall, is the Ice Age.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age!
Ice sheets, saber-toothed tigers, and woolly mammoths. The Ice Age sounds like a cool time.
Ha! Puns. No, you don't.
But what caused it? Ironically, you need warmer sea surface temperatures to get an ice age started.
You might need it to get one started in only 100 years or so, like creationists need, but in general, all you need is for the temperature to be cold enough for year-round ice to be present at low elevation. And yes, this means that Earth is currently in an ice age. What most people mean by ice age is a period of extensional glacial cover, but again, all this needs is for it to be cold enough. That is because the water needed to drive the cycle can still evaporate from the ocean even when the oceans are cold. It just happens more slowly. But slow ice ages don't work for creationists, so they need cold land and hot oceans. But the problem is that land temperatures near coasts are moderated by sea temperatures. So places like eastern North America should have significantly less evidence of glaciation since warm ocean currents go from the equator right past Cape Cod and on up to the Arctic. Instead, we actually see glacier deposits all the way down to New Jersey.
Extra heat would make more water vapor that would cool high in the sky and then fall as rain or snow.
Yeah, and if this had occurred, then deep inland in what are essentially cold deserts now, such as interior Greenland, would show thick but few annual layers of melt ice and snow accumulation. Instead, they show hundreds of thousands of thin such layers, directly contradicting this model for the Ice Age. Oops.
Lots of snow. But were the oceans once warmer?
Yeah, throughout most of Earth's history, there were no year-round ice caps at all. But this doesn't help creationists, because warm ocean temperatures correlate negatively with ice cover, not positively, because they are generally caused simply by warmer temperatures on the planet as a whole.
The Bible tells us that during the Genesis flood, the fountains of the deep were broken up. This coincides with geologic evidence of past volcanic activity.
So the fountains of the Great Deep are underwater volcanoes then? Well, let's check. This is Genesis 7:11 through 18.
In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month of the 17th day of the month, on that day all the fountains of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of the heavens were opened, and rain fell upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. On the very same day, Noah and his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons, with them entered the ark. They and every beast according to its kind, and all livestock according to their kinds, and every creeping thing that creepeth on the earth according to its kind, and every bird according to its kind, every winged creature. They went into the ark with Noah, 2 and 2 of all flesh, in which there was the breath of life. And those that entered, male and female, of all flesh, went in as God commanded him. And the Lord shut him in. The flood continued 40 days on the earth, and the waters increased and bore up the ark, and it rose high above the earth. The waters prevailed and increased greatly on the earth, and the ark floated on the face of the waters.
The fountains of the Great Deep are part of the mechanism for the flood. An important thing to remember about the ancient conception of the world is that the idea that air was a particulate substance that had to be displaced to allow water to take its place was not understood. The ancients knew wind and breath existed, but those were generally conceived of as a distinct thing and not simply movement within the atmosphere. Okay, so what are all those windows of heavens that the creationists like to just quickly skip past? Oh, well, they're actual windows or floodgates in the dome over the circle of the flat Earth that lets in water from above the Earth. And what are the fountains of the Great Deep? The Mayan note tehom? Well, let's look at the first word. Mayan means fountain. Like the translation says, it's frequently used in the Bible to refer to, the place people go to get water from. Nothing in the uses of the word outside the phrase Mayan note tehom imply in any way that it's a fountain of molten rock or burning gas. So a Mayan is a thing that produces water. Well, what's tehom? It's a cognate of the Akkadian Tiamatum, which means sea or Tiamat, the great dragon goddess of the primeval ocean of chaos from Mesopotamian mythology. The tehom is the cosmic ocean that is the waters God separates in Genesis 1, 6 through 8. And God said, "Let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters. And God made the expanse and separated the waters that were under the expanse from the waters that were above the expanse. And it was so. And God called the expanse heaven. And there was evening and there was morning, the 2nd day." Indeed, even in Genesis 1:2, it uses the word tehom to describe the water the Spirit of God was hovering over. So the fountains are fountains of water. And what water are they letting well up onto the earth? Well, the waters of the cosmic ocean that surrounds the expanse of the flat earth that God created in Genesis 1. One of the key themes you might notice in this whole discussion here of the fountains of the Great Deep is water, which ties back to the whole flood thing. The fountains of the Great Deep are not volcanoes in the text of Genesis. If you think they are, that's because you're reading your modern understanding of things coupled with your modern biases into the text. That interpretation is not something you can get out of the text itself. And I don't really care if you want to have that interpretation, but you cannot with any consistency claim that you got the idea from the Bible. Instead, you took that idea to the Bible and shoved it in.
Dramatic eruptions released untold quantities of magma and steam into the waters that once covered the globe.
Not according to anything in the Bible. Weird how these biblical literalists are so selective and yet so creative in their literal reading of the plain meaning of the Bible.
Since water holds heat, even after it receded off the continents, those warmer oceans would have led to more snowfall.
In some places, like far inland and near the poles, sure, but that's not how the record of the Ice Age looks.
And that's how we can explain the way the Ice Age began. But for it to continue, the snow would have needed to stay frozen all summer long. The flood explains this too.
All right, let's see it.
Aerosols, tiny particles released from flood-associated volcanoes,
which are neither geologically evident nor mentioned in the Bible. The single source anyone has for this event, and the only reason anyone believes in it. Yes, I know it's referenced in the Quran too, but that is entirely derived from the account in Genesis, because the Quran is clearly in conversation with both Jewish and Christian ideas and texts.
Would have reflected sunlight away from Earth, preventing the snow from melting.
And also cooling the oceans. But again, if the water was so warm, it would have moderated coastal temperatures pushing ice inland, which isn't what we see.
Once the aerosols dissipated, enough sunlight would have eventually broke through to warm summers and melt ice. In just hundreds of years, the peak of the Ice Age was here and gone.
Except that one, there wasn't just one such glaciation event, there have been many, and we also know from ice cores that they last tens of thousands of years, not centuries. So we're 2 orders of magnitude off here at least. That's not even within the single free order of magnitude we like to give creationists.
This cool time period that we call the Ice Age clearly requires hot oceans and volcanic debris, definitely caused by catastrophic events.
Nope, that entirely contradicts both the Bible and the actual evidence.
Secular scientists believe that slow and normal processes, not a global flood, caused many ice ages over eons.
Yeah, because of this little thing called overwhelming evidence from multiple sources. But who cares about a pesky little thing like observable reality? When you have a text you can misinterpret, then pretend that you take literally.
But without a worldwide catastrophe, they can't explain the heat and aerosols needed for even one ice age.
Glaciation events correspond to periods when the orbital eccentricity of Earth is relatively large. This causes milder summers and colder winters in the opposite hemispheres, making less ice melt each summer. This increases the albedo of the planet, which means more solar radiation is reflected back into space, which cools the planet further. That's it. No volcanoes needed.
We can fully trust God's word, which gives us the clues to explain the recent ice age.
Weird then how they just made it up and tossed it in the Bible, rather than just trusting that God let in the waters of the cosmic ocean through the fountains in the ocean and the windows in the dome over the flat earth. It's almost like they don't actually trust the Bible when it's too wrong even for them to take it literally. Our 6th topic of the day, and 26th overall, is ice cores.
Secular scientists often say that thick ice sheets like those in Greenland took hundreds of thousands of years to form.
Yeah, they're taken from interior deserts where there's very little snow accumulation, and they have hundreds of thousands of layers of thaw-freeze annual cycles, which are even correlated to seasonal pollen counts within the ice cores. This seems pretty conclusive. Further, it also lines up exceptionally well with carbon dating and tree ring dating, which are all independent cross-checks on each other. It's almost like reality is conspiring to make that interpretation the one that all the evidence points to. But then, who are you going to believe? Your lying eyes or Creation Ministries International, the group that will just toss extra things into the Bible for funsies, ignore big parts of it they find inconvenient, and then tell the world that they're taking the Bible as it's written with a plain reading of the text?
They say each layer represents 1 year, so all you do is count the layers to get the age, right? Wrong. It's not that simple.
That's true, it's just not that simple. You have to check things like pollen count to verify that in some cases you don't have an extra melt because of a heat wave or something. Luckily, that has been checked, and in the vast majority of cases, that's not what happened. For these to not be annual, you would have to posit numerous heat waves per year, every year, along with heat wave-based pollen release by plants. But I think everyone knows that that's not how it happens.
Scientists pull out long tubes called ice cores. At the top, the layers are easy to make out. But does each layer really represent 1 year?
In almost every case, yes.
Crater Glacier on Mount St. Helens is only 30 years old, but it's already over 300 feet thick.
And it's not where these ice cores are being drilled. They're being drilled from the interior of Greenland and Antarctica. This is specifically because of the low rates of precipitation there, which is not the case at Mount St. Helens. The mountain receives on average 200 inches of precipitation per year. Antarctica, a place where ice core drilling is actually done for dating purposes, receives about 2 inches of precipitation a year. So just at a glance, the glacier there should grow about 100 times faster than any in Antarctica. And that's to say nothing of the fact that it initially formed in a year of unusually intense precipitation in the first place.
This is because winter storms can deposit multiple layers at a time. So when counting ice cores, scientists have to guess at how many layers count as 1 year. Deeper down, the layers get squished together. It becomes impossible to see them. Scientists have to find a different way to count. One way is to measure the amount of dust in each section.
And pollen, let's not forget that. It's especially important in Greenland, which obviously has more flora than Antarctica.
They assume that a spike in dust content represents 1 year.
Dust and pollen aren't the same thing. At the most terrible, I think they may have confused the use of the term particulate in a paper about ice cores with dust, when it also includes things like pollen, and then, just didn't bother to check any deeper, because they hit upon what seemed to them like scientists just being big dummies, because they're dedicated to the old age of the Earth. At worst, they're just lying.
But dust storms and snowstorms can cause multiple spikes in each section.
Yeah, but of pollen, not dust.
Other times, scientists use mathematical models to estimate how many layers are in a section of ice, but these models assume hundreds of thousands of years to begin with.
Nope, they assume precipitation rates, which are estimated based on newer sections of the core, as well as, you guessed it, pollen. Because which species have pollen present is climate dependent, so such things reveal climate information, which includes precipitation rates. It's almost like the people who study this their whole lives didn't just forget to check basic things like if they have a way to estimate precipitation over time before doing all this science.
No wonder they think ice sheets are old.
Yeah, because they obviously are.
Creation scientists have a different answer.
Of course they do. They base all their ideas on the conclusions they make from a hypocritical reading of the Bible. So they have to ignore the actual evidence, and when you ignore the evidence, you have a different idea of what happened compared to people who do not ignore that evidence.
After the worldwide flood, the Earth entered a worldwide ice age for around 400 years.
Weird how the Bible doesn't mention any of this, isn't it? Just tossing more bullshit into the Bible like the fountains of the Great Deep being volcanoes from earlier. I know atheists with far more respect for the text of the Bible than the Institute for Creation Research has.
High snowfall rates could easily form the thick ice sheets we see today.
Except they are taken from places with low snowfall rates, and that rate can be cross-checked against pollen counts to confirm it in the past, because despite ICR's claim to the contrary, it's not just dust that's being looked at in these cores.
Ice sheets don't need hundreds of thousands of years to form. They were part of the ice age that was caused by the flood in Genesis, the first book of the Bible.
A book that nowhere mentions this ice age. Neat. Our 7th topic of the day, and 27th overall, is climate change.
Climate change heats up the headlines, but is the Earth really getting warmer?
Yes, for most of my audience, every single decade they've been alive has been the hottest decade on record. This isn't something about which there's a question, despite your weird uncle's posts on Facebook that because there was a lot of snow one day where he was, that this means climate change is fake, actually.
Well, sort of.
It is or it isn't. Plot average global temperature data on a graph and look at the slope of the data. Is it 0, positive, or negative? It's positive, so yes, it is getting hotter here on Earth.
A warming trend existed for much of the 20th century, likely the last 30 to 50 years. But this warming trend leveled off in 1998.
For this, I reached out to friend of the channel, Maddie, from Science Side Up, link in the description, and if I don't suck, in the upper right-hand corner, assuming you're watching on an app that supports that. Anyway, she gave the graphics you'll be seeing on screen, as well as sent this short response to this claim. Here it is. The claim that the globe stopped warming in the mid to late 90s is related to the slower warming trend from 1998 to 2012. When thinking about Earth's climate, it's important to remember that there are a number of processes that all affect the climate, but they don't all act on the same timescale. Milankovitch cycles take tens of thousands of years to complete and tend to take Earth in and out of ice ages. Volcanic activity can rapidly cool off the planet, but the effects tend to only last a handful of years. The current strongest effects on our climate are human emissions of greenhouse gases, and that has been true for decades. From the period of 1998 to 2012, Earth didn't warm as quickly as it had in previous decades, or as quickly as it is now, because of other factors, primarily volcanic activity, solar activity, and other natural processes. But the planet still warmed, and even a cursory glance at current surface temperatures obviously show a steep warming trend. Thanks to Maddie for all her help with this, as well as her monthly participation in Matt with Maddie, one of the most painful shows I make.
Some scientists and many activists claim that humans produce carbon dioxide, which causes global warming.
By some, he basically means everyone who doesn't have an economic interest in lying to the public. The only scientists saying otherwise are the same as the scientists who are assuring the public that smoking wasn't a cancer or a heart disease risk. That is, the scientists who are working for think tanks funded by oil or tobacco companies, and who are publishing papers at odds with basically everyone else's findings. Weird coincidence, isn't it?
They often point to the famous hockey stick diagram used in the 90s to supposedly prove their point. But research shows that the rise in CO2 actually happened after the Earth's temperature started rising.
What research? By whom? Published where? If you're going to start saying something that's crazy on the same level as new research shows that gravity actually turned off during the 1970s, you're going to need to put in a source. But of course, no source is provided for this. It's just a bald assertion. But further, it's not just about that the climate is warming, it's about the rate. Of course, the climate was warming throughout most of recorded human history. The planet's still towards the start of an interglacial period during the current ice age. But the rate of warming is now unprecedentedly fast, and that doesn't start until significant carbon emissions start being put into the atmosphere by industrialized societies.
That means CO2, man-made or otherwise, did not cause the warming after all.
CO2 is a greenhouse gas, and this can be confirmed in a lab. You know, the kind of observable, repeatable science ICR likes and pretends evolution isn't. There's physically no way to pump more of it into the atmosphere without raising the equilibrium temperature of the planet. Disagreeing with this is like saying that you can add more lead to one side of a balance scale without affecting the balance, because in fact lead doesn't affect balance scales. In both cases, the effect has been measured. There is no question about this. ICR is just making a physically impossible claim. At best, you could argue that there are other gases that are having a larger effect, or perhaps that there is a heat reservoir that could absorb additional heat without the atmosphere getting commensurately hotter. Those things aren't true either, but at least they're not physically impossible.
And two significant changes in climate occurred within the last 1,000 years, the medieval warm period and the Little Ice Age. Both changes happened before human industry could have influenced climate.
Yep, and they were slower events with a milder effect than current trends in climate. Pointing out past natural climate fluctuations doesn't in any way negate the actual evidence of anthropogenic climate change. This is like telling someone who is suffering from back pain after a car crash that because they had that one day they threw their back out years ago, and that other day a few days ago when the pain wasn't so bad, that it must not be the car crash that caused the back problems. Yeah, that's not how this works.
So it's much more likely that climate change occurs naturally.
Yeah, natural climate change is definitely a real thing. That something happens naturally doesn't mean it doesn't happen as a result of humans and vice versa. Creationists have a real problem with this. Humans aren't something separate from and untouched by nature. Humans are just as natural as rocks, trees, ants, and black holes. Humans aren't magic, they're not ghosts, they're not angels, demons, gods, or anything of the like. They're animals having physical effects on the physical universe. The things they do are natural, and that they do things nature also does without them is no surprise.
For example, climate physics link fluctuating solar outputs to Earth's temperature.
No shit, but even after you take out the increased solar radiation flux on Earth as a result of the roughly 11-year solar cycle, warming is still occurring faster than can be explained by that.
Should responsible citizens blame themselves for global climate change?
No, as an individual, there's more or less nothing you can meaningfully do to change, prevent, reverse, or even measurably slow climate change. Instead, what needs to happen is a systemic change in how humans produce the energy that they need to survive, or in some cases in the first world, to live relatively luxurious lives. Human societies as a whole, meaning big business and government, need to move away from fossil fuels into renewables where possible, like wind, solar, hydro, and geothermal, and for the most part, into nuclear power, which is by far the safest and cleanest option for power generation. There will still likely be a future for fossil fuels for centuries to come, but they need to stop being the dominant form of power generation for humanity.
Science has not yet ruled out human activity as playing a small role, but factors far beyond man drive most or all climate change.
That's just a lie. Humans are the driving factor according to basically all studies of the topic. Cherry-picking biased studies funded by oil companies doesn't change that.
But it does matter that we take care of Earth, not because our failures could completely wreck the environment, but because God placed us here to take care of His creation.
Why can't it just be both? And it's not like it isn't for some Christians. The Patriarch of Constantinople, the highest-ranking cleric in the Eastern Orthodox Church, Patriarch Bartholomew, said in 2022, "Unfortunately, humanity has not learned from the consequences of climate change. The destructive fires, heat waves, and floods, the rapid reduction in biodiversity, the pollution of the atmosphere and seas, the deforestation of social repercussions of the environmental crisis, above all revealed in the mass migration for ecological reasons. I would urge all Christians to take this to heart, Orthodox or not." Okay, our 8th topic today, and 28th overall, is carbon-14 dating.
Each year, it's fun to celebrate birthdays, and to be certain of our age, we can always check our birth certificate. But can any reliable methods determine the age of an object without a historical record?
Yes, there are many ways to determine the age of objects without someone just writing down when the thing was created or formed. Now, none of them work on all objects, and all of them have their limitations and error bars, but that doesn't mean they just don't work.
Radiocarbon dating measures the ratio of radioactive carbon-14 to stable carbon-12 in an organic artifact like wood or bone. The method assumes how much carbon-14 was present when the tree or animal died.
No, that amount is not assumed. It's calibrated based on other dating techniques as well as understood physics. This is something that is measured, not just made up to make the math easier or something.
And how fast carbon-14 decays.
This is not an assumption, this is a measured rate, and that rate is set by the laws of particle physics acting in the nucleus of carbon atoms. No experiment has been able to change this rate, nor is it even plausible physically. nor have any creationists ever provided an even possible mechanism by which to vary this. The only assumption here is that physics didn't just arbitrarily change in the past, which is one of the basic assumptions of science. You're welcome to not make that assumption, but once you do, the thing you're doing isn't science. Meanwhile, the people doing the science know that in science, carbon-14 dating works just fine within its known limitations.
In order to calculate how old something is.
Yep, because we can know those things with high degrees of confidence, we can indeed get an age out of it with a high degree of confidence.
Because carbon-14 completely decays in thousands of years.
No, it doesn't. It decays with an exponential decay, and the asymptote of that decay is 0, but there's no finite amount of time at which the function reaches 0. Now, as a practical matter, at some point the last single atom will decay and it will all be gone, but there's no way to know when that will be. You can only estimate the probability. But it probably won't be tens of thousands of years, rather, it'll probably be millions of years. Further, the date range available to carbon dating goes to about 50,000 years at the best. That's not just thousands, that's creationists once again being off by an order of magnitude at least.
It should only be useful to date objects no more than tens of thousands of years old.
Which it is, generally.
However, using this method, scientists determined that samples from U.S. coal beds conventionally dated at 40 to 329 million years had carbon ages of 48,000 to 50,000 years.
Imagine you had a scale that only went up to 500 kilograms, and you put a 3,000 kilogram weight on it. The scale would say 500 kilograms. Reporting that something older than the age that carbon dating can return to carbon age at the maximum range of carbon dating, is kind of what you'd expect. Especially since there's no way to ensure that no residual carbon-14 is in the test chamber during the test, and given that at least in some cases when creationists have done this, they didn't actually test specifically for carbon-14, but rather for beta radiation, that is, electrons, which are given off by carbon-14, and can in some cases be a reasonable proxy for carbon-14. But in the case of diamonds coming from deep underground where lots of radioactive contaminants exist that also give off beta particles, it is certainly not a good proxy.
Diamonds are said to be billions of years old, but they still have carbon-14 in them.
I am unaware of any carbon-14 actually being definitively found in diamonds. But again, carbon-14 can persist for a very long time because the decay function approaches but does not reach a limit. Further, carbon-14 is produced by neutron capture in nitrogen-14 nuclei. This can indeed happen deep underground, so there are ways to get new carbon-14 into diamonds. Combine this with the limits of clearing carbon from test chambers, since no one can produce a pure vacuum, and these results are entirely expected and in no way change the validity of carbon-14 dating.
And returned ages of about 55,000 carbon years.
Yeah, beyond the limit of the technique. That should tell you something. It's just returning a result that's equivalent to, this is so old you need to use another technique to measure how old it is. Which, makes sense for diamonds.
And supposedly millions of years old dinosaur bones and other fossils show dates in the tens of thousands of carbon years.
Weird how we're not getting the numbers. Who here thinks it's because they are similarly at or beyond the practical limit of carbon dating? Let me know in the comments.
Radioisotope and radiocarbon ages can clearly contradict one another, so how can we know which method to trust?
You try as many techniques as possible, and in the relatively unusual circumstances where one technique is actually discordant, if it's the odd one out, you check for things like contamination, etc. If it remains an anomaly, then you simply can't report a confident age for that particular sample. But that doesn't negate the majority of samples in which there are no anomalies among the applicable dating techniques.
Measuring isotopes is very accurate, but the assumptions needed to convert those measurements into ages can't be verified.
They actually can be. The third one, constant decay rate, is just the laws of physics. So until those change, that's a justified assumption. The first, that there be no loss or gain of parent or daughter elements, can be confirmed by checking the ratios of numerous relevant isotopes against each other, and leaching in or out will actually cause the ratios on a plot to become nonlinear, whereas if they remain on a line, then there is no such contamination or leaching. This is the basis for the isochron technique. As for the second one, known amounts of daughter element present at the start, in many cases this is confirmed because chemically the daughter element cannot form in the rock in question. For example, in potassium-argon dating, argon, being a noble gas, is chemically excluded from forming in the crystal matrix of a cooling igneous rock. So finding it there means you pretty conclusively have daughter argon, not primordial argon.
After all, how can anyone today verify how much of each isotope was in a rock or fossil when it formed long ago?
Chemistry and cross-checking with other techniques. I'm not saying it's easy, but it's also well understood by the people who do this for a living.
Or that no isotopes entered or left.
Still chemistry and cross-checking.
Carbon-14 and radioisotope dates rarely match an object's real calendar age.
In fact, when the limitations are taken into account instead of being intentionally violated, as I've documented creationists frequently doing on this channel, you actually do match calendar dates within the margin of error of the technique. That's why Mount Vesuvius eruption that destroyed Pompeii and Herculaneum has been radiometrically dated to AD 79, the same calendar year reported by Pliny the Younger, our primary historical source for the event. Of course, he didn't use AD or BC or CE or BCE, but it's not hard to switch to it given how well documented Roman history is.
But because the Bible is like a birth certificate for the world, resolving Earth's age is a piece of cake.
No, it's more like a forged birth certificate saying that a 90-year-old person was actually born today, a few seconds ago. It's obviously wrong if taken as literal history, and lying about carbon-14 dating doesn't make that go away. Our 9th, antepenultimate, and 29th overall topic is Dino cells. This ought to be good.
Walk into any natural history museum and you're likely to see an enormous T-Rex skeleton staring you in the face. Of course, unlike Hollywood movies like Jurassic Park, the dinosaurs we see today are just fossils.
I don't know, I see living dinosaurs every day. They're called birds.
Paleontologists dig up all kinds of fossils, mostly just small bones or seashells. But occasionally, they discover unusual fossils, like squid with ink, lizards with skin, or even a T-Rex with blood.
No ink, skin, or blood has been found in such fossils. Stains, impressions, and molecular remnants, respectively, have been found. The only exception to this is very small animals in amber.
That's what scientists uncovered in Montana in 1990. Bones with soft blood vessels inside.
They were only soft after a days-long soak in acid, something that is known to soften lots of things. And they were not the original tissue, but degraded molecular remnants cross-linked with iron.
And when they examined the blood vessels in the lab, they found dinosaur blood cells.
They did not. They found round nucleated structures morphologically consistent with blood cells, but there has not been sufficient confirmation that they are in fact preserved blood cells to make that conclusion.
Other discoveries around the world include fossils with hair, feathers, and even skin.
Yeah, hair, feather, and skin impressions in fine-grained sediment that was deposited slowly with low energy. You know, disconfirming a flood as the cause. Fun times.
Which makes a paleontologist scratch his head, because things like skin and blood can only last thousands of years.
Given that what's found isn't the actual skin, hair, or feathers, but impressions and the occasional molecular remnant, all of which can last indefinitely, this isn't head-scratching in the least.
And what about that squid fossil? In 2009, scientists found a dried ink sac inside. When they made the ink wet, they were actually able to write with it.
Yeah, squid ink gets its color from melanin, which is an extremely long-lasting and stable molecule, so this is not a problem in the least for paleontologists. It is really cool, though.
A lot of scientists insist that dinosaur fossils are many millions of years old. But the facts of science tell a different story, that squid with ink, and lizards with skin, and dinosaurs with gooey blood vessels can only have been buried a short time.
The blood vessels were in no way gooey, and nothing about this implies a short burial time in the least.
Which is exactly what the Bible has said all along, because God created all living things, including man, just a few thousand years ago, even that enormous T-Rex at the museum.
Then you'd think ICR could give some reasons for accepting a young age of the Earth, beyond, blatantly lying about paleontology. Our penultimate, 10th, and 30th overall topic is dino tracks.
Did you know that dinosaur tracks can be found on every continent?
I did know that, thanks for asking.
But how did they form? Well, you need lots of mud.
That's true.
And because rock formations with tracks often extend over large regions, no local or small-scale process explains the tracks we see.
Yeah, except for river migration and sea level fluctuation, which, both happen.
Only a global flood with continent-wide mud flows could do that.
No, that's beyond stupid. That's flat Earth levels of nonsense, which I guess isn't the first time we've seen that in these. In order for a footprint to be preserved, it has to dry out first. You know what tends to happen in a violent worldwide flood? Oh yeah, water and sediment come and wash away footprints. A characteristic of flood deposits is that they do not have footprints preserved except at the very top. So these dinosaur footprints preclude a flood.
During the months or weeks of Noah's flood, when the water was near its highest worldwide, tidal action repeatedly lifted and briefly dropped sea levels. At those brief moments, the highest land areas may have been exposed, leaving freshly deposited mud for dinosaurs to walk on.
Only for the still soft footprints to be washed away, unless the claim is that there was enough time for them to entirely dry out, and then for a violent, life-ending, catastrophic flood to just gently place some fresh sediment slowly on top of them to preserve them. Which, isn't how floods work.
That might explain why dinosaur tracks are on mudstone, but without signs of erosion to the layers that hold dinosaur tracks.
Yeah, because if there's one thing floods are known for, it's how little erosion they do.
The very last land creatures to breathe air that were not on the Ark were probably adult three-toed dinosaurs and a few sauropods.
Why them? Like, were they just good at swimming or something? Seriously, what's the logic here?
Most dino babies would have been overwhelmed by the flood early on. A single exhausted dinosaur walking for 5 days and nights could stomp around enough to form 155,000 tracks.
Okay.
After dinosaur footprints were pressed into the mud, something was needed to seal and preserve them. During this time of highest floodwaters, debris flows washing again over the whole area deposited yet another mud layer.
Yeah, erasing the footprints.
The flows must have moved slowly enough not to spoil the prints, fast enough to carry sediments and fill them in, but also soon enough after the prints were made to protect them from erosion or churning by clams and worms.
All while the continents were racing around at race car speed, the tides are unobstructed, and it's been raining for over a month. Yeah, sure. That all checks out.
Secular scientists imagine normal life conditions, like lakeshore muds preserving the dinosaur prints. But if that were true, then why don't today's shorelines preserve fossil shells or bones, let alone fossil footprints that disappear in only days?
They do.
A global flood helps explain tracks on repeating sets of sediments.
No, that's physically impossible under a flood.
The lack of baby dinosaur tracks.
Except baby dinosaur tracks aren't absent. In fact, in 2021, Jing et al. Reported finding baby stegosaur traps in the Xinjiang Formation in China. Guess how hard it was to find that out? It took clicking the second link on Google and checking that page's source. That's it. That's how lazy this video is. Can't even be bothered to Google something as simple as baby dinosaur footprint.
And the very broad extent of layers that hold dinosaur tracks.
Again, river migration and sea level fluctuations are a thing. Okay, our 11th, final, and 31st topic overall is dinos and humans. Okay, let's bring on art of dragons that don't look like dinosaurs. At least that's what I'm expecting.
Are dinosaurs in the Bible?
Yes, many birds are mentioned in the Bible.
Well, the word dinosaur didn't come about until Sir Richard Owen coined it in 1841.
So what? Bibles have been translated since then, and there's a reason that they don't use the word dinosaur in newer translations. It's because there are no instances in which an animal in the Bible is most likely a non-avian dinosaur, so there's really no reason to use the word, as no word in the Bible reasonably translates to dinosaur.
But the book of Job in the Bible does refer to a massive creature that God called Behemoth.
For f***'s sake, I'm not doing Behemoth again, we're skipping past it.
What people called dragons were probably dinosaurs.
Weird, because depictions of dragons in art and descriptions of them only resemble dinosaurs if you don't know anything about dinosaurs.
St. George fought a dragon.
No, he didn't. That wasn't attributed to him until about 1,000 years after his death.
So did Alexander the Great's army.
Yeah, because sources about his life are always so reliable. No one had any motive to hype him up at all.
And Marco Polo saw one while visiting China.
So says his prison cellmate, who made money publishing his account of Marco Polo's stories, but not that we know Marco Polo himself.
In fact, Chinese historians feature dragons alongside other known animals in the Chinese zodiac.
Well, good to know that the Institute for Creation Research doesn't know the difference between historians and astrologers. Also, astrology is bullshit, and putting a dragon in the zodiac doesn't make dragons real.
Cave drawings, tapestries, and carvings on other continents also show people and dinosaur-like creatures side by side.
Weird then how they show a griffin, a rhino, and a Chinese dragon, none of which look like any actual dinosaur. This would have been a great place for some actual examples.
That makes sense, since scientists have found original soft tissues, like blood vessels and red blood cells, in dinosaur bones.
They haven't, but I already covered it. Okay, well, that's it for today. Next time we'll be starting with our 32nd overall topic, Jurassic omelet.
So which came first, the chicken or the egg?
The egg, the amniotic egg, evolved before the Permian, whereas the chicken is a domesticated bird that originates as such in the Holocene.
The chicken, of course. If you don't have a chicken, you can forget about that omelet.
In fact, you can make an omelet out of just about any bird egg. People eat ostrich eggs, quail eggs, etc.
Did you know that it takes 24 hours for a hen to produce an egg?
Kind of. If you have a flock of chickens that are at peak egg laying, you'll get about as many eggs each day as you have hens, but young or old hens will produce less, and even at peak production, you'll usually get a bit fewer eggs than you have hens per day. So yeah, on average, at the peak of her egg-laying rate, a chicken hen will produce about an egg every day.
What's more amazing is that she only needs a 30-minute break before she starts again. What makes eggs white or brown? Feathers. That's right. Hens with white feathers and earlobes make white eggs, and hens with red or brown feathers and earlobes make brown eggs.
No, it's not because of the feather color. Rather, they're both controlled by the same thing. That is, the genes controlling the production of melanin. If it were controlled by the feathers themselves, you could dye eggs by dyeing the feathers. So if you took a white hen and dyed her feathers blue, you get blue eggs. But you don't. You still get white eggs.
And each egg has as many as 17,000 tiny pores around its surface.
Welp, that's big numbers, therefore God.
But what about eggs from other creatures? Eggs come in many sizes, shapes, and colors. From quail eggs to robin eggs to chicken eggs to enormous ostrich eggs.
Man, who would have thought that birds that differ in things like size, proportion, and color might have eggs that would likewise differ in size, proportion, and color? You know, besides everyone.
And then there are dinosaur eggs.
All the eggs so far have been dinosaur eggs.
That's right. From time to time, paleontologists uncover fossilized dinosaur eggs that were destroyed before hatching. Recently, a study was conducted on fossilized sauropod eggs in the Yunnan province of China. The eggs contain the tiny bones of the unborn dinosaurs, which, according to scientists, fell victim to cataclysmic flooding. And within the bones, scientists have identified the remnants of proteins that could only have existed for thousands of years, not 190 million years, as some suggest.
Yes, those proteins almost certainly can't survive millions of years. That's why what was found was remnants, as our narrator said. Think of an iron sword that you might find in an old tomb of a warrior. Chances are it's mostly going to be rusted away, because an iron sword can't last much more than thousands of years. But what about that rust pile left behind that shows that the rest of the sword existed at one point? Well, that can last indefinitely, because once iron turns to rust, nothing more is likely to happen to it. It's the same with these protein remnants. Once they decay into stable remnants, that's it. They're likely to stay that way indefinitely.
And these facts support the idea of a global catastrophic flood, like in the time of Noah, occurring just thousands of years ago.
No, nothing about protein remnants or the fact that some fossils are found in flood deposits indicates a global flood or young age of the Earth. In fact, in admitting that paleontologists can recognize flood deposits when they see them, and that they in fact do not identify most fossil-bearing deposits as such, is indirect evidence against the global flood being the cause of the fossil record. Okay, our second topic of the day, and 33rd overall, is missing in action, and I have no idea what that means in this context.
The missing link, commonly thought of as a hypothetical ape-like creature.
You know, hypothetical except for the Australopithecus species, Afarensis, Anamensis, Africanus, Barrel Ghazali, Diarmida, Garhi, Prometheus, and Sediba, Kenanthropus platyops, Sahelanthropus chilensis, Auroran tuganensis, and the Homo species, Antecessor erectus, Ergaster habilis, Heidelbergensis, Longi, Lucenensis, Noleti, Rhodesiensis, and Rudolfensis. You know, come to think of it, that doesn't seem all that hypothetical.
This evolutionary rock star is supposed to bridge the gap between man and ape, but there are missing links all over Darwin's evolutionary tree. And guess what? They are still missing.
I think we all know what time it is.
For instance, dogs and bears are thought to be cousins, related to each other through a missing link.
Allow me to introduce Amphiscion, a morphological intermediate between canids and ursids. It's even called a bear dog. Yay!
The same could be said for every other gap in evolution. And some of these gaps are huge, like the gap between sea creatures with and without bones.
Hey look, it's a hagfish, which despite being a vertebrate, has literally no bones. That was easy. You'd think that if there were so many gaps, I wouldn't be able to show what goes in each and every one so far.
While scientists have found fish fossils with bones and ones without, they have yet to find what goes in between.
Placoderms. They have partially ossified skeletons. They're literally fish transitioning from cartilage skeletons to a bone skeleton. Like, this isn't even hard.
All types of animals are thought by evolutionists to have risen by the transformation of some other animal type.
I'm not sure what some other animal type means. I suspect it's just a weasel word so that any actual intermediaries can be dismissed. But maybe I'm wrong about that.
And as each part of the evolutionary tree branches from one type to another, there appears to be another missing link. And that's the big problem with evolution.
A far more logical explanation is the undisprovable science of creaturism. All life was created in its present form 7,000 years ago by a fantastical creature from outer space.
Bunk!
Oh? If your elitist East Coast evolution is real, why has no one found the missing link between modern humans and ancient apes?
We did find it. It's called Homo erectus.
Then you have proven my case, sir. For no one has found the link between apes and this Homo erectus.
Yes, they have. It's called Homo habilis.
Aha! But no one has found the missing link between ape and the so-called Homo habilis.
Yes, they have. It's called Australopithecus africanus.
Oh, I've got you now. Fair enough. But where, then, is the missing link between apes and this Darwinius macilli? Answer me that, Professor.
Oh, okay, granted that one missing link is still missing. But just because we haven't found it doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Pshaw! Things don't exist simply because you believe in them. Thus saith the almighty creature in the sky!
For every single transition between every single speciation event to be present as a fossil would require literally every species to be preserved in the fossil record. No one thinks that's the case. I mean, just look at the animals that creationists think are related by common descent. What's the ape species that's the common ancestor of orangutans and gorillas? We don't have it. Heck, we don't even have the common ancestor of the gorilla species. Yet creationists think they're related. No one thinks that the fossil record contains every single species, and also, we don't currently know about every species that are preserved as fossils, as evidenced by the fact that new paleotaxa are described routinely.
Evolution depends on countless missing links, each of which lived in a past we can never know.
If we can't know it, then it doesn't matter if we have the fossils. They still wouldn't tell us anything if the past is unknowable. But the fact is that creationists do accept the fossils are the remains of dead organisms, many of them now extinct, which means that they do not, in fact, think the past is unknowable. They only say that when the things that we find about the past are inconvenient to their pre-selected conclusions. It's just pseudoscience.
And they all have supposedly gone extinct, replaced by their evolved descendants.
Nope, there are living transitional forms right now. We already saw the hagfish, but here are the pipefish and the sea dragon, both transitional between Bacillus ignathiform fish and seahorses.
For example, if some types of fish evolved into some types of amphibians, then there should have been a few changed along the way from 90% fish, then 80% fish, and so on until 100% amphibian emerged.
Eusthenopteron, Pendrichthes, Tiktaalik, Elginarpeton, Ventostega, Acanthostega, Ichthyostega, Tulerpeton, Parderpes, and Cassarina. Wow, that was easy.
But the evidence and the fish are still missing.
It's like they're not even paying attention to my responses. How rude.
Creation says that all life was created after its kind. We can easily see that creation has upheld that process to this day.
Okay, everyone say it with me. What's a kind?
Evolution says we have to trust that there are many unseen missing links out there.
Now, we have transitional species for basically every major transition in the history of life.
So it's plain to see that the theory of evolution is a theory full of gaps. What do you find more believable?
The one with actual physical evidence. Evolution. Okay, now we come to our third topic of the day, which is also our 34th topic overall. Whale evolution.
In 1859, Darwin speculated that bears evolved into whales. But does this story hold water?
No, it doesn't, because he didn't speculate that. ICR is just lying. Darwin speculated that a creature such as a bear could become as large as a whale given enough time and the habit of filtering food from water. It was a speculation about a possible future, not about the actual past of whales. He also removed the speculation from later editions of The Origin of Species, after it was in the first edition. If you don't believe me, feel free to go check the first edition. It's public domain and available online.
Secular scientists.
Let me stop you there. There's no such thing as secular scientists. There are scientists that follow the methods of science, including methodological naturalism, and then there are those who don't, who are pseudoscientists. Scientists can be of any or no religion, as can pseudoscientists broadly, although some kinds of pseudoscience come with religious obligations.
Secular scientists support Darwin's hunch with two main arguments. One, fossils, and two, useless features, also known as vestigial features.
First, no one is trying to support the idea that whales evolved from bears, and second, no, vestigial features are not necessarily useless. They are just no longer used for the primary purpose that they are used for in related animals. For example, the wings of ostriches do not allow them to fly, so they are vestigial, even though they do let them keep their balance while running, and allow them to perform mating displays. They remain vestigial despite having important functions. Third, there are also genetic studies that show that hippos are the closest relatives of whales, which further supports the actual conclusion of science that whales are in fact highly derived artiodactyls, that is, even-toed ungulates.
They claim that fossils show a clear evolutionary progression from land mammals to whales.
Well, yeah, but only because they do.
But many of these fossils are incomplete.
Welcome to paleontology. You must be new here.
Take the famous fossil Pachycetus. Scientists first found an incomplete skull, and it didn't even have a body. Later, a more complete Pachycetus discovery revealed perfectly normal legs. Pachycetus lived on land.
Yeah, the kind of thing you'd expect for the first member of a group that started on land and then moved to the water. What am I missing here? This is exactly what evolution would predict. And then, lo and behold, there it is, a terrestrial ancestor of whales. It would be weird if such a thing hadn't existed. How could whales evolve from terrestrial mammals without having a terrestrial ancestor?
Or Rhodocetus. At first, with only one head, spine, and a few other bones, secular scientists imagine it had front flippers and a whale tail. But just like Pachycetus, later discoveries revealed that it was just a land-dwelling mammal.
No, it's definitely semi-aquatic with enlarged feet for swimming, and a nose higher on the face for easier breathing to take in breath. And ICR even cops to this by putting it on the beach. Once again, having an animal that's semi-aquatic in a lineage from terrestrial animals to marine animals is what you'd expect. I love that ICR is just painting a perfect picture of the transition of whales from land to sea, but saying, nuh-uh, some early reconstructions weren't quite right, so this perfect transitional series doesn't count. Also, remember how in the last topic they said there were no transitional species, and now we're just being shown them by ICR? Talk about irony.
Sadly, some museum illustrations still show whale tails on Rhodocetus.
Oh no, some museum displays aren't up to the minute with new scientific findings. In other news, tornadoes are dangerous. More at 11.
Without Pachycetus or Rhodocetus, the main missing links vanish from whale evolution.
Good thing they still exist and are still transitional then, as we've been shown by ICR themselves. Do you think ICR knows that showing the evidence that they're wrong, but talking about it with an incredulous tone doesn't make that evidence go away?
So, we have whale kinds or land mammals, but nothing in between.
Yeah, except for Ambulocetus and Rhodocetus. Whoops.
Secular scientists often point to vestigial features as evidence for evolution. They assumed that certain whale hip bones were useless legs left over from land mammals evolving into whales.
No, not useless, just no longer doing the thing that defines a leg functionally. That is, a limb used to support and propel a creature across a solid substrate, especially on land. They can have lots of secondary functions besides that, and they're still vestigial as a leg, because they can't leg no more.
Come to find out, those bones play a pivotal role in helping whales reproduce. They aren't useless at all.
No, they're not, but being useless isn't a requirement for them to be vestigial.
The most complete scientific evidence refutes Darwin's hunch.
The hunch he never really had.
Instead of transitional fossils and useless features, we find fully formed creatures according to their created kinds.
Weird how the majority of this so-called fact was literally just showing the evidence for whale evolution. Well, next up is our fourth topic of the day and 35th topic overall, the seeing eye.
Great photographers make taking a picture look easy. They pair a select lens to a sophisticated camera and adjust shutter speed and aperture size to capture the perfect photo. Our eyes perform similar tasks, but we're precisely engineered better than any camera.
I'm going to need a citation for the human eye being engineered. You don't get to just assume your conclusion to argue for it. That's literally just begging the question.
And their components are vastly more sophisticated.
Well, that's going to depend on the camera. Many commercially available cameras have higher resolution and better dynamic range than the human eye. Most are better at focusing than just about anyone who needs glasses, and at the high end, there's no way you can tell me that the James Webb Space Telescope isn't a more sophisticated imaging device than a human eye.
The cornea is responsible for approximately 70% of light focus. It bends light in precise ways to enter your pupil, just like a camera lens. The iris widens or shrinks to adjust to different environments. In dark environments, it widens to let in more light. In bright environments, it shrinks to protect your eyes from overexposure.
Do you think creationists know that just describing how the eye works isn't an argument as to how the eye came to be? It's not like scientists are unaware of how the eye works and for that reason accept evolutionary biology.
The lens focuses light onto the retina, which captures and converts light waves into nerve impulses and sends them through the optic nerve to the brain. Of course, the ability to see is so complicated that we need more than just an eyeball. We also need muscles.
Nope. The eye doesn't need muscles attached for it to see. Birds use their whole heads for gaze stabilization, and many arthropods don't even bother with physical gaze stabilization in the first place. Muscles attached to the eye are optional, although they sure are handy if you're a mammal.
Ocular muscles rotate eyes inside the skull in perfect sync with the demands of vision. One muscle uses a small ligament as a pulley to rotate the eye toward the nose. A ring of tiny muscles adjusts the lens shape so we can quickly focus from far to near and back to far.
Well, if you've got cool thing therefore God on your bingo card, I think you can check it off.
When the brain receives nerve impulses, it translates them into images. The images actually come in upside down, but thankfully, the brain flips them around. God's marvelous engineering makes it possible for us to see the details of his creation.
I feel like they're not actually going to make any argument as to why this couldn't evolve. Like, am I just wasting my time with this one?
The eye, specialized nerves, and unique muscles all operate in perfect harmony, better than any camera.
This narrator sounds American, and around 40% of Americans need corrective lenses of some kind. That means that really eyes on average are worse than just about any consumer-grade optics you're likely to get your hand on. So if having good eyes that beat out cameras were a good argument for the idea that it required a god to design eyes, eyes aren't good enough to make that argument in the first place. So the argument isn't valid, and even if it were, it would remain unsound.
Could it have been made by time and chance?
On their own, no, but add in selection, and yes.
No way! Just as cameras have a designer, the seeing eye is an ingenious design made by an all-powerful creator.
We know cameras are designed because we see people designing them, we have historical records of people designing them, and most importantly, cameras don't get together to have sex and make little baby cameras that can vary from their parents, so that better cameras can then be selected for. If cameras did do that, then it wouldn't be clear at all that they were designed. And hey, you know what? It is what some cameras do, namely, biological organisms with eyes. Which is why scientists don't simply look at eyes and say, yep, must be magic. And instead actually look into things like the evolution of opsins, the development of trichromatic vision from primitive mammalian dichromacy, look at which hawk's genes control development of eyes across Y taxa, etc. And it turns out there's a whole bunch of evidence that eyes evolved.
The hearing ear and the seeing eye, the Lord has made them both. Proverbs 20:12.
Cool, but as always, the Bible is making a claim. At least in science, it's not evidence on its own. Well, next up is Chinese pictographs, which is our 5th topic of the day, and our 36th overall.
Many written languages are alphabet-based, but Chinese word characters are made of picture symbols called pictographs. But where did these Chinese picture words come from?
Originally, they were obviously depicting the thing they represented. So if you wanted to write horse, you'd draw a simple horse. The character simplified, becoming less obviously pictorial over time. Then later some of them were used for similar sounding words along with another pictograph to tell you which version of the similar sounding words you had. So the word for mother and the word for horse in Mandarin are very similar, only differing in tone. So if you want to write mother, you use the horse pictogram, but include a symbol for human, meaning it's the word that sounds like horse, but it's a human, namely mother.
The clues are in some of the pictographs themselves. If you look at the combination of symbols for the pictograph word to create, you'll see symbols for walk, talk, living, dust, and man.
Nearly everything about this is wrong. The radical does indeed mean walk. The rest is phonetic, not ideographic content. Near as I can find, the phonetic component doesn't mean walk. The things ICR is identifying as living and dust are actually just one simplified character, not two combined characters, and together they mean living on their own, but again are here just used phonetically, and the strokes they identify as man actually mean mouth. The mouth part is also just part of the phonetic component of the sign. Now granted, I'm no expert at Chinese, so feel free to double check me, but at least you know, I bothered to look up lists of Chinese radicals and phonetic symbols, rather than just pulling shit out my ass and smearing it on the screen as if it were actual research.
Reminders of Genesis.
Hey, fun fact, making up things so that they sound like Genesis and then marveling that the thing you made up does what you wanted it to do is not impressive, it's just dishonest. It's like Sanford marveling that the program he made specifically to pretend genetic entropy works showed that genetic entropy works. This is what you might call a nothing burger.
God used his mouth to create by breathing life into Adam's body, made from dust.
Well, at least mouth is in there, but dust isn't. And again, both the mouth part and the living part are not in there as ideographic elements. They're not telling you a story. It's literally like the eyeball in the symbols I heart you, meaning I love you. The symbol for the eye there has nothing to do with the actual organ. It's just there for the sound. Chinese symbols aren't little mini stories for your mystical imaginings. The script is a functional one that, like virtually all scripts, directly encodes phonetic information in most characters.
Adam and Eve looked fully mature, able to walk and talk right from the start.
Okay, but again, that symbol for talk isn't in there for some semantic reason. It's just there for sound-alike reasons, just like the eyeball from before. Further, how is it that these modern characters are so biblical when we don't have any significant cultural parallels to the stories of the Bible in China outside of the never large Jewish and Christian communities? Especially since Christians were expelled in China, and the Jewish community was always tiny and is now completely gone, having assimilated with Muslim populations. Why are there no stories like that of Adam and Eve or the Garden of Eden with a snake in Chinese myth? What, were Chinese characters made with secret Christian messages by Christians? That seems unlikely. The first Christians in China were members of what today is called the Church of the East, not to be confused with the Eastern Orthodox Church, and by the time they got to China, Chinese characters were already well developed. Was it the Jews who were secretly creating Chinese characters? Also unlikely, given that Chinese characters predate the writing of any of the Bible, so there's no native myths like this, and the only real options for introducing these secret Bible readings are unlikely in the extreme, plus we have a perfectly reasonable explanation for these characters that just doesn't result in these suspiciously convenient biblical readings. So the most reasonable thing to conclude is that this has nothing to do with the Bible.
One Chinese word for garden also includes images from Genesis. The early Chinese combined the ideas of two persons who received the breath of life after the first one, Adam, was made from the dust of the earth.
Again, this is a radical meaning fence, which is the outside rectangle, followed by a phonetic component that carries no semantic meaning. I'm not entertaining the rest of this one. It's just the same one with create, and then they do the same thing with flood. Making up nonsense about Chinese characters doesn't provide evidence for anything except the imagination and loose relationship with honesty of creationists. Our sixth topic of the day is echolocation, which will also be our 37th overall.
Did you know that humans hear a wide range of frequencies?
Yes.
We can hear as low as 20 hertz, which is lower than the lowest piano note, and we can hear as high as 20 kilohertz, which is higher than the highest note on a piccolo. Even though this is a wide range, some animals detect sounds at an even higher pitch.
I gotta say, now that I'm doing my 37th of these little topics, these intro bits just contain so little value. After I finish this script, I'm going to have to read some real scientific papers as a palate cleanser or something.
Dolphins and bats send and receive messages in ultrasonic frequencies, and they interpret these sounds with split-second precision. All mammals have a cochlea to amplify, detect, and convert sound waves into an electrochemical impulse.
Weird how the ear setup is taxonomically restricted when there's no reason for it to be under a paradigm of special creation by an intelligent agent, but there is under the regime of common descent. It's almost like there's no evidence for special creation, and there is evidence for common ancestry.
But dolphins and bats have special cochlea that detect ultrasonic frequencies. While bats live in the air and dolphins live in the water, both animals use a biological form of sonar technology called echolocation to see with sound. So a dolphin uses reflected sound waves to calculate an object's size, shape, distance, and direction of motion to find food even in murky water. And when multiple dolphins are approaching the same food source, burst pulse sounds ensure that the dominant dolphin gets the right-of-way and captures its food without a collision.
Yep, dolphins are cool. One interesting thing, though, is that while dolphins and bats both use an identical Preston protein for echolocation, when you sequence the DNA to make such a protein, the sequences are about as different as it is physically possible to get while still providing the same protein. That's the kind of thing you'd expect if they both evolved separately, but not what you'd expect if an intelligent designer was copy-pasting his Preston design into different lineages. Yet again, special creation has no evidence and common descent does.
Bats use echolocation too, but the creator tuned their equipment to work in air instead of water.
Hey, here's a tip for creationists. Just saying that something that is perfectly accounted for by natural or sexual selection was done by God isn't an argument or convincing in any way. You actually have to make an argument as to why selection doesn't work. And it's not like selection doesn't have limitations. So you have a starting point. Look into local fitness optima on a fitness landscape. There you go. I help the creationists. Not much, of course, and it's not like they'll take the hint and get better arguments, but oh well.
They send out a pulse at 100 kilohertz that, within just a fraction of a second, can drop down to 30 kilohertz. A muscle in their middle ear contracts as the impulse is sent out, but relaxes to receive the echoes of the impulse, preventing the bats from deafening themselves.
That bit is actually only true of laryngeally echolocating bats. Some bats make their pulses in the mouth instead, and they do not need or have this muscle that protects the middle ear. And this is because echolocation evolved more than once in bats, so bats echolocate in fundamentally different ways. Why would a creator give different kinds of bats different echolocation, but in a way that still sits within a twin-nested hierarchy of morphology and genetics for bats, just as if evolution were true? I guess maybe to trick us. God must just be Loki.
Kneel before me. I said.
The specifications in dolphin and bat biosonar systems are so many, so well integrated, and so precise. Could they really have developed at random in two completely different environments?
At random, no, but add in some natural selection, and yes. There has been no argument put forward as to why they could not. Simply pointing out that something is cool isn't an argument that it couldn't evolve.
It stands to reason that God uniquely outfitted both of them with everything they need to thrive.
If that stood to reason, you'd think we could be given a reason to think it's true, instead of, no actual argument. Oh well, it's time for our 7th topic of the day, and 38th overall, which is versatile hands.
Perhaps no tool in the world is as versatile and useful as the human hand. Its details constantly display real design. For example, finger bone lengths follow the proportions of the Fibonacci number sequence. The sum of the smallest two segments of a finger equals the length of the third, and the sum of the second and third equals the length of the fourth bone.
So, embryology works on the basis of hormone gradients, which fall off according to mathematical rules. This means that organisms will inevitably have mathematical relationships between body parts involving ratios that are found in other parts of nature, because those other organisms also use the same basic method of development. The Fibonacci sequence is one of these because it's good at space filling. Another is Voronoi noise, which can be seen in the patterns of spots and stripes of basically any animals with them. The fact that chemical gradients exist, which is all this really comes down to, is hardly evidence on its own of special creation or intelligent design. But also, this is almost certainly cherry-picked. If some other ratio held, I'm sure creationists would find some kind of cosmic significance to that too. It's not like they didn't think special creation was true until they measured metacarpals and phalanges, and then suddenly the light of God shone round about them and they were so afraid.
Your hand is a mobile golden spiral, perfectly balancing strength and dexterity.
The fact that you can get someone to curl their fingers to kind of vaguely resemble a golden spiral doesn't make the human hand a golden spiral, nor does having bone length ratios that are roughly that of the Fibonacci sequence. And this is just bullshit they made up because it sounds cool.
Also, extended fingers squeezed against one another show the offset knuckles meshing. If knuckles lined up, they'd rub uncomfortably and space fingers too far apart.
Too far apart for what? And how do we know it would be uncomfortable? I'm pretty sure you'd get used to it before you were even able to form memories, so no one would ever notice if your knuckles all grew to reach the same distance from your wrist. Also, one of the things that you might notice is that in many animals, the middle finger, or digit 3, is the longest on the manus. This is because of how digit development works. The first digit to start forming is digit 3 in all but some dinosaurs. And so it is also the one that tends to grow the longest. Only some animals that have highly derived front feet, like ungulates or ceratopsians, break from this mold. Or some dinosaurs who, as discussed, have a frame shift, meaning that they start developing with digit 2. In this aspect of hand anatomy, human hands are actually extremely unremarkable and are just kind of stock standard mammal hands. That's not true about every aspect of them. They're highly derived in other ways, such as the pointing and flexibility of the thumbs or digit 1, or the fact that they have nails rather than claws sprouting from the distal phalange.
Muscles that control the hand actually reside in the forearm instead of the palm, leaving space to hold an object or another person's hand.
Yeah, okay. What is the takeaway supposed to be for this? This is just how limbs work in, all tetrapods.
A large amount of your brain is dedicated to controlling hand muscles. This means that grip control combinations are nearly infinite and remarkably versatile.
This just in. Animal that uses its hands as manipulators as its primary survival strategy dedicates a lot of brain power to using its hands. This is extremely unsurprising under evolution. In fact, it would be bizarre if humans were as dependent as they are on their hands, but only dedicated a minuscule proportion of their brain power to controlling their hands. Of course, a lot of brain power is also dedicated to sensations coming from the lips, penis, and clitoris, but maybe that's not safe enough for creationist version ears to handle.
For example, a construction worker can easily curl 3 fingers around a bucket handle in a loose endurance grip. At the same time, his thumb can press a note card tight to his index finger, while his pinky hooks a plastic sack. Simultaneously, his other hand can curl its last 3 fingers and press the palm firm over the fingertips, locked in a power grip to carry a heavy hammer, while the thumb and index finger gently pluck up a potato chip without crushing it. And how do people type so fast? The brain plans finger movements 3 actions ahead of time. Intervals between keystrokes are often as brief as 60,000ths of a second.
Okay, so the theme today seems to just be biology is cool, so God did it. But the thing is, it's not like these facts are in dispute in science. It's not like scientists have never noticed their hands before. The last few of these are just look at the trees arguments, but instead of trees, it's just eyes, bats, dolphins, and hands. Saying, look at the blank isn't a convincing argument unless you already believe God's the only way to explain a neat thing. It might keep people from looking into science who are already disinclined to trust science, but for most people, it's just not something that even rises to the level of an argument that can be considered. It means nothing. In fact, that's a big part of why I've left so much of these just play without comment. There's not really anything to say because there's no argument being made, and it's not like human hands aren't dexterous and reasonably strong. Well, it's time for our 8th topic of the day and 39th overall, Louis Pasteur, which hopefully will be more than just a list of things that are cool followed by no argument.
Is evolution a requirement for innovation?
Not unless the innovation itself requires evolution to be true, which most probably don't. So in general, no.
In the 19th century, the theory of abiogenesis was widely accepted, much like evolution is today.
No, it wasn't. Most people accepted special creation and spontaneous generation, which are both the supernatural creation of life, with some kind of vital energy unique to life which energized otherwise non-living matter into life, like what God did when he had the waters of the earth bring forth living creatures, or what people believed happened with things like rotting meat spontaneously transforming into maggots. Abiogenesis, being the creation of simple chemical systems with the basic properties of life via chemical processes, was not at all widely believed in at the time, nor is it the same as special creation or spontaneous generation. I now get the feeling that this whole thing is just going to be one big conflation of spontaneous generation with abiogenesis. Creation Challenge 3, don't strawman science. Challenge level, impossible.
Charles Darwin strongly promoted this idea that life was generated by non-life.
Sort of. His writing certainly held open the possibility that life may have formed in the remote past through natural means, but he also wrote a lot about the possibility of a creator. He knew he didn't have enough to say much about the first life, so he didn't.
However, Louis Pasteur, a French microbiologist and believer in biblical creation, made a startling discovery.
You ever notice how every time they point out that some scientists believed in the Bible, they never actually describe that scientist using the text of the Bible to make predictions about science to gather evidence for their ideas? They always just do regular old science the way modern creationists, as a rule, refuse to do. And further, Pasteur wasn't trying to deny the naturalistic origin of life. He was explicitly debunking a supernaturalist idea of spontaneous generation, which again isn't the same thing as abiogenesis.
In the early 1860s, he conducted experiments comparing organic material that was directly exposed to air to organic material that was not directly exposed to air. And the result? Nothing grew in the vessels that were not directly exposed to air and airborne microbes.
Yep, thereby going a long way to disprove the idea of vitalism, which is still rejected to this day by scientists, even the ones in origin of life research.
This confirmed biogenesis, meaning life always comes from life.
Well, it rejected the hypothesis of vitalistic spontaneous generation. It did not reject the hypothesis of abiogenesis, which it did not even test.
Pasteur declared, "Never will the doctrine of spontaneous generation recover from the mortal blow struck by this simple experiment."
And so far, he's right about that. Spontaneous generation has no place in science to this day. And that includes animals being brought forth from the ground or the waters via the vitalistic energy of the breath of God, which is just spontaneous generation. This is really not the wind creationists pretended to be.
His studies led to the practices of sterilization and pasteurization, particularly in the areas of medicine and food preparation. Along with German physician Robert Koch, he shares the title of the father of germ theory and bacteriology.
Yep, Louis Pasteur was really important for getting the supernaturalism out of biology. Not sure why that's an argument in favor of an explicitly supernatural idea about the origin of life, but oh well.
Having conducted experiments supporting the theory that germs cause disease, Pasteur went on to research the rabies virus, developing a non-virulent vaccine that in 1885 saved a 9-year-old boy who had been bitten by a rabid dog.
Weird how he didn't just pray harder.
And when anthrax was destroying entire flocks of sheep in France, Pasteur successfully vaccinated them against the disease.
Man, that anthrax shot sucks. It's great if you're going to be exposed to anthrax, but geez is it rough. It made my left arm limp for days and hurt something fierce.
Must a person believe in evolution to be an innovating scientist?
No, but also one does not need to believe in the theory of gravity to be an innovating astronomer, as evidenced by the proposal of heliocentrism before the universal law of gravitation was discovered. This doesn't make gravity less true, nor is it a good reason to just discard it, because some things can be invented or discovered without it.
Louis Pasteur's life clearly showed the answer is no. With a known belief in biblical creation, Pasteur was an innovator whose work set the foundation for some of the most important advances in our modern world.
Funny how we weren't actually shown how such a belief was important to those discoveries, or how acceptance of evolution would have prevented them. Our antepenultimate, 9th of the day, and 40th topic overall is the secret code.
Can evolution explain math?
What? No, evolution is about change in biological populations. It can be explained with math, but it doesn't explain math. That's dumb.
The Mandelbrot set of numbers reveals a secret code that went undiscovered for thousands of years.
I mean, lots of things went undiscovered for thousands of years. Anything that is discovered now went undiscovered for thousands of years. That's just a weird way to say some things are currently not known, which isn't really news to anyone. I was really hoping this was going to be about the Bible code, but I think it will somehow be even dumber than that.
While mathematicians can plot this set by hand, today's computers show with great precision that beauty is built into numbers.
I mean, that's a subjective thing, but also the beautiful Mandelbrot visualizations everyone is used to and that are being showed here are carefully designed. You see, the set itself is just the black parts. Everything that's not black is just not part of the set. The wonderful colors are chosen by humans for aesthetic reasons, and are usually keyed to things like the speed at which the complex number under consideration reaches infinity under the Mandelbrot rule, where, given that f of z equals z squared plus c, and the values for c that approach a finite number are in the set, and those that do not are outside the set, where c is a number on the complex number plane, the set is calculated for all values of c, or at least as many as your computer can handle. But notice that at the base this just gives you a yes/no answer, black or white. While some of the swirls and whatnot of the plain old Mandelbrot set may be cool, it takes a lot more than just plotting the set to come up with beautiful visualization. It actually takes actual artistic talent, and as a result, much of the beauty in these visualizations is like the beauty in a painting. It was designed to be beautiful to humans by humans.
And when you take a closer look at the Mandelbrot set, you see the pattern goes on without end.
Yeah, the complex number plane is a non-countable infinity, so many functions that can be performed on it will be similarly infinitely complex. As a side note, in some ways the Mandelbrot set is actually rather boring in terms of fractals. For example, it is exactly two-dimensional, which is kind of lame considering that many fractals have non-whole number dimensionality, like the Sierpinski triangle, which is approximately 1.5850 dimensions, or the fractal pyramid, which is about 2.3219 dimensions. It's not really time to get into non-whole number dimensionality, but just know that it has to do with scaling factors for fractals, which often do not match the scaling factors for shapes that are not fractal and are plotted in a whole number of dimensions. But yes, all fractals are plotted within a whole number of dimensional spaces, so it's a bit weird. Anyway, that's enough math nerdery for now. I'm just delaying having to hear from ICR, but that's inevitable, so I might as well get going with it.
This is an example of a fractal, a type of structure that repeats infinitely on smaller and smaller scales.
That's one definition of a fractal, but not all fractals are self-similar. Self-similar shapes can be fractal if the repetition is infinite, but non-self-similar mathematical objects with non-whole number dimensionality are also fractals. This also comes up in the coastline problem, in which it's basically impossible to get a real measure of a country's coastline because the smaller a ruler you use, the longer the coastline gets. And it turns out the coastlines are neither self-similar, but also neither are they one-dimensional. They have fractional dimension, and so are fractals at least as far as humans can treat them practically.
Snowflakes have a fractal quality. Why is this?
Kind of. Their self-similarity is finite, so they approximate fractals, but even at human levels of measurement, this fractal quality falls apart.
The laws of nature responsible for snowflake formation are mathematical because they stem from the mind of God.
Maybe, but in order for this to be necessary, one would have to argue that only an intelligent agent can be responsible for a universe that has consistent behavior in terms of physical reality. I don't think that ICR has even tried to do that, and if you're into mathematical realism, then math is the basis of physical reality, and all self-contained forms of math describe some universe. Not just the one that describes ours, in which case we simply are in one of the infinite expressions of mathematical reality in which observers are possible. Now, I'm not really taken in by mathematical realism, but at least it shows that there are other hypothetical possibilities besides God when it comes to explaining why the universe follows consistent laws that can be described mathematically. Maybe God is a better explanation. I'm not a philosopher or a theologian. I just know that it's not something that can be baldly asserted as if there were no other possibility.
Fractals occur both in math, which is abstract, not made of atoms, and the physical world, which is made of atoms.
Kind of. Even coastlines actually have a limit to their fractal quality, because eventually you get down to like the atomic level, and below this size starts to not really mean much. So there's a physical limit to how small a ruler you can meaningfully use to measure something like this. Now, it's not practical to use such a ruler, so for practical purposes, coastlines are fractals. But in physical reality, it's not clear that any fractals actually exist, such that you could go look at one or hold it in your hand.
Because they have the same designer.
Math is a human invention that was first used to describe the world in which humans find themselves, and it was really worked out based on seeing what worked. Then later, the ancient Greeks came up with the idea of basing it on axioms, and then deriving provable logical statements from them, and they did so with axioms that accommodated the evidence-based math. But the thing is that there are other systems of math that do not well correlate to the physical world that also have been invented by humans. If math was designed by God, it is only in the way that you could say the device you're watching this was, in that both were approximately designed by humans, and at best you could say that the universe in which they must both operate may have been designed by God. But no argument in favor of that has thus far been put forth by ICR in this series.
Lightning branches occur in a fractal pattern, and so does broccoli.
Well, they both approximate fractals, but in the case of the broccoli, that's only broccoli specifically designed by humans to do that. Wild mustard plants don't do that, nor do most breeds of broccoli.
If the universe was formed by chance, why would nature follow mathematical rules?
Why wouldn't it? We have no data on the formation of other universes, whether by chance or not, to see what would happen. Perhaps mathematical realism is in fact true. Perhaps God is real. Perhaps there's an infinite multiverse, and only universes with consistent rules can support observers such that they can wonder about consistent rules of the universe. I don't know which, if any of these are right, but the fact is that there are more options than we're being presented with here, and no attempt is being made to show why the one preferred by ICR is the correct one.
After all, the number 7 couldn't have evolved from the number 3.
Yeah, because evolution is a thing about biological populations, not mathematical abstractions, like the natural numbers.
Try that argument on your banker sometime.
What? The argument that in fact numbers are populations of biological organisms, and so, the bank should do what exactly? Who knows, just go with it, I guess. Gibbs money, please. That reminds me, did you know that you can gain exclusive perks by supporting the channel by either joining as a member here on YouTube with the join button below this video, or on Patreon, which is linked in the description? Either way, you can get early access to content like this, you can join my exclusive Discord server just for people supporting the channel, and at higher tiers, there are even more perks. This channel stays afloat because of the generous support of viewers like you. Okay, now back to the regular scheduled programming.
7 has always been 7, and 3 has always been 3. So when it comes to math, everyone borrows from creation.
Just saying a thing doesn't make it so. Okay, well, that was dumb. Our penultimate, 10th overall, and 41st topic is man's best friend. Bring on the doggos.
As the old saying goes, dogs are man's best friend. Dogs perform many useful tasks, from hunting to security to helping people with disabilities. Most of us would agree, we're just glad they're part of the family.
You know, I don't agree with ICR on much, but here, yes, I can agree. Dogs are pretty great. At least when they're not being abused by cops into helping ruin the lives of innocent people, but that's not really their choice. Remember, don't call a cop, call a cab.
Dogs belong to the genus Canis. The Bible doesn't use the word species.
You sure about that? Let's read Genesis 21 through 25.
Creatique Deus cete grandia, et omnem animam viventum adque multibellem, quam produxerant aquae in specias suas, et omne volitile secundum genesus suum. Et vidit Deus quod esset bonum, benedixitque es decens, crescite et multiplicamini et replete aquas maris. Auesque multiplicentur super terram, et factum est vespere, et mane dies quintus. Dixit quoque Deus, produca terra animam viventum in genere suo, jumenta et reptilia et bestias terrae secundum, species suas. Factumque est ita, et feci Deus bestias terrae juxta species suas et jumenta, et omne reptilia terrae in genere suo. Et vidit Deus quod esset bonum.
Whoops, turns out that yeah, the Bible does use the word species, at least inasmuch as it uses the word kind. You just have to read it in Latin. You know, the language the word species comes from.
But tells us that God created animals according to their kind.
Yeah, it turns out that the Hebrew word mean that is translated into kind in English is translated into Latin as species. You know, species. So if you want to say that the word kind is in there because it's in some translations, you can't really say that species isn't, because that's also in some translations. Uh-oh.
Meaning a type of created category of creature.
Yeah, sure, but how big those are supposed to be is never well defined in the text of the Bible. But traditionally, it was thought to be around the species level, and it's only in the late 20th century that creationists realized just how insane that was on multiple levels. So they accepted macroevolution, but only so far as they could keep pretending special creation worked, even though they were making that creation less and less special, and more general. Creationism has been in retreat since the beginning. They accept as much evolution as they have to, and deny as much as they cannot accept. But where that line is keeps being pushed back as it becomes so obvious that even the laity in the pews would start to notice their claims were ridiculous. I mean, all of them are still ridiculous, just less obviously so to those who don't spend their time doing what I do, or actual experts in the field.
Dogs are part of the canine kind.
Okay, so in this case, kind is supposed to be a subfamily. What about the other canid subfamilies, the Borophagians and the Hesperocyanins? Are they separate kinds? Why? How do we know? No one has answers to this.
But how did we get so many of these lovable dog breeds?
Evolution by artificial selection.
All species change only within their kinds.
Given that we have never been given a way to know with high confidence if any two organisms are in a kind or not, that statement carries no semantic content. It makes just as much sense as saying no piano can be baked to purple banana. If I go way more than halfway to meet the creationists, I could say that this means that nothing can evolve so that it no longer has the same ancestry as its ancestors, but that's just obviously true, and not something that evolution would contest. In fact, that's vital to the whole idea of common ancestry.
For example, scientists have observed that stickleback fish can switch from living in saltwater to freshwater between generations, but they all still remain stickleback fish.
As required by evolution, yes. If they didn't, that would be a fundamental violation of the theory of evolution, so perhaps creationists should hope to see such a thing, although I suppose it also wouldn't support their ideas either, so perhaps not.
Darwin used variations in finch beaks to illustrate how all creatures might have developed from a common ancestor over time. But despite these small changes, the finches are still finches.
Yep, that's not how monophyly works. Humans evolved from vertebrates, and so they're vertebrates. They evolved from mammals, and so they're mammals. They evolved from apes, and so they're apes. Similarly, birds evolved from dinosaurs, and so they're dinosaurs. Evolution can make new groups, but it can't erase old groupings short of extinction. The tanagers of the Galapagos Islands will always be tanagers, as will all of their descendants.
Different species of iguanas are uniquely adapted to land and marine environments, yet they can still interbreed, showing they come from the same kind.
Oh, so if two things can't interbreed, they're not the same kind then? Well, there are no verified reports of members of genus Canis producing offspring with members of genus Vulpes, Lycaon, or Chrysocyon, so maybe interfertility is a good way to say that two organisms are in the same kind, but lack thereof can't be used to say that they are in different kinds. And that's the important thing. By this definition, humans and mushrooms might be in the same kind. We can't tell, because we can only ever give yes answers, but not no answers with this criterion, to the question of, are these two organisms in the same kind? When your only possible answers are yes or maybe, you have an unfalsifiable claim. And you know what use science has for unfalsifiable claims? None. You're not doing science at that point. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay at the science bar.
Domestic dogs, wolves, foxes, and coyotes are all part of the canine kind.
Okay, more confirmation that this is unfalsifiable, since there are no confirmed Vulpes canis hybrids, although there have been a few reported, but that's also true for Bigfoot. Si no tienes cuerpo, no creo. Get a body or GTFO when it comes to cryptids, including fox dogs.
Within the canine kind, differences like size and coat color show tremendous variation, not evolutionary change.
Evolutionary change happens any time the allele frequency in a population changes over generations. Since that's required for dog breeding, this is indeed evolutionary change. You don't just get to redefine evolution because you wanted to pretend you don't believe in it, even though you very much do. Creationists believe in evolution, just, with arbitrary cutoff points so that their creation remains special.
Because dogs have 78 chromosomes, 30 more than chimpanzees, they can produce variety more quickly than other kinds.
Wait, what? How does that follow? This variety is produced by mutation, which is not dependent on chromosome count. What is happening here? Similar differences in domesticated cats have been created, but they only have 38 chromosomes. What even is this argument? Well, who knows? They're not going to explain it, so I'm moving on to Flying Machine, our 11th and final topic of the day, and our 42nd overall.
As we fly to see family over the holidays or to take a relaxing vacation, we often fail to remember the marvel of the airplane. In 1485, Leonardo da Vinci first dreamed up a flying machine, which he called an ornithopter.
Obligatory Dune reference. Let me guess. We're going with birds flew before humans did, therefore God had to design birds because humans had to design planes.
Non sequitur. Your facts are uncoordinated.
His theory featured a rod and pulley system that the pilot would use to make the wings flap. It wasn't until 1903 that the famous brothers Orville and Wilbur Wright designed and successfully flew the first heavier-than-air aircraft. Their inspiration actually came from studying the mechanics of pigeon wings in flight.
Yeah, if you want to design a thing that does a particular task, looking at things that already do that task successfully is a pretty good way to start.
The invention of airplanes is an awesome example of biomimicry, humans copying God's design.
Ah yes, assuming your conclusion to argue for your conclusion. That's what we call begging the question.
Researchers have studied how bees land in order to design better landings for aircraft, and scientists have analyzed scales of the African polypterus fish in an effort to design lighter and stronger body armor.
All of which is cool, but until a reason is given why a cool thing can't evolve, and if it can't evolve it must be God, this isn't an argument.
Gecko eyes are about 350 times more sensitive than human eyes, and can see color in the dark.
Remember before how we were told that the amazing perfection of the human eye could only be explained by God? But now we're being told that the dumpster of garbage that is the human eye compared to the gecko eye is also proof of God. So are human eyes perfect or what? Pick a lane, ICR.
These incredible visual processors may offer clues to improving night vision camera technology. Bionic hands have been studied by engineers as a way to duplicate the human hand. But while much progress has been made, machines still aren't as good as hands built by the ultimate architect.
Architects make buildings, not tools. The word they want there is engineer. But then again, that's still begging the question.
Ironically, when inventions are copied from nature, designers often credit their inspiration to processes that just happened over millions of years.
That's not what irony is. That's just engineers crediting the evident source of biological variation. A source which at this point isn't even attempting to discredit, except by tone. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not policing ICR's tone. They can use whatever tone they want. It's just that behind that, there needs to be something substantive.
They fail to recognize God's amazing design and creation.
That's because it's not evidently there to be recognized. Nothing about organisms seems obviously designed in a way that precludes evolution, at least not that has been put forth by creationists. The best they've really done is irreducible complexity, but as it turns out, no, that doesn't work and has been falsified over and over again. Well, that's it for today. Next time, we'll start out with our 43rd topic overall, bizarrely named Turkey Coma, which I'm hoping is either about the birds coming over and pecking everyone's head hard enough that it knocks them all out, or it will be about the entire country of Turkey mysteriously falling into an inexplicable coma as a prelude to a zombie apocalypse. But I suspect that it will actually be about why you get sleepy after eating a lot.
Americans take Thanksgiving Day seriously. Family, football, turkey, and of course, nap time. The annual turkey coma can be in part blamed on tryptophan.
It's mostly just that people tend to eat a lot. If you just have a normally proportioned meal with turkey as the protein, you won't be particularly tired. But if you stuff yourself with beef, you'll still fall asleep. But tryptophan can make you tired, and turkey does have a bit more of it than most meats, including beef, salmon, lamb, and perch. But it also has less than pork, and we're talking a range of 0.25 grams tryptophan per 100 grams meat in pork, 0.24 for turkey and chicken, and 0.23 for beef. There is barely a difference. Imagine drinking 2 glasses of water, each half a liter. Into one I place 1.2 milliliters of ethanol, and into the other I place 1.1 milliliters of ethanol. That's 24 drops versus 22 drops. Do you really think you could tell the difference between those two and their effect on your physiology? It's kind of like ICR just went with some pop-sci reporting and didn't bother to dig into the actual science.
An amino acid our bodies use to produce serotonin, which helps to regulate sleep.
Tryptophan is an amino acid. It's used to make a lot of things. I mean, sure, the proteins involved like phenylalanine and hydroxylase, tyrosine transmissase, and tyrosine hydroxylase are chock full of tryptophan, but so are most proteins. Tryptophan only really makes serotonin directly in the brain after having a much higher dose of tryptophan than any other amino acid, which isn't what you're getting in turkey.
It's why tryptophan pills indeed can help you sleep, but eating turkey in normal amounts just gets you a dose of a lot of amino acids, and so no significant additional drowsy effects can be attributed to tryptophan. This whole thing is basically a myth. I'm only really still here because I want to know how nap time on Gluttony Day means God.
But feeling groggy after chowing down is really more about overeating, since the body has to digest all that extra food.
Oh. They knew this the whole time? Great. Thanks for wasting my time, ICR.
Other foods contain tryptophan, like milk, chicken, shellfish, eggs, grains, nuts, fruits, vegetables, and even chocolate.
Yup. Is this fact just going to be, hey, it's overeating that makes you sleepy, not turkey specifically, so therefore God designed you to have a food nap? Like, is that where we're going? Let me go check. Yup. The rest of this is just a brief and sanitized history of turkey as a source of meat in the old world, and the whole first maize harvest story about Thanksgiving. Nothing in it was egregiously wrong, so, I have nothing to say. This was a weird one. It just ended with, we have a lot to be grateful for to God. And, okay, I don't plan to contest that. Be as grateful as you feel appropriate to whatever god or gods you believe in. Our second topic of the day, and 45th overall, is extraterrestrial life.
Are there aliens out there?
The
question of whether there's life on other planets is a hot topic in sci-fi movies and TV shows, but secular scientists really do believe they'll find life beyond Earth. There are even programs like the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, or SETI, that scan the skies with powerful radio telescopes listening for alien signals. So far, though, scientists haven't found anything, and while some have said they've had alien encounters, no definitive evidence of alien life has turned up yet.
Valnovjen roch nech jemlach chuman. Klosh valcha novjen roch shamlach be chuman. Chak dak lat val yach putulupe edge chuman nech lutulu.
Secularists like to push this idea of extraterrestrial life because it reduces Earth to being just another planet with conditions that were just right for life to evolve.
Okay. I'll drop the whole gag of using an alien language to talk about alien life. ICR here has this reversed. It's because according to the widely accepted Copernican principle, Earth is not an especially privileged point from which to observe the universe. This means that to some extent, Earth is predicted to be as little special as is needed to support observers who could even wonder if other worlds are inhabited. This probably means that Earth isn't terribly special overall, and so other worlds should probably harbor life. Now, maybe Earth is actually far more special than is thought, but it's because of this basic idea that Earth is probably not terribly special that confidence in the existence of extraterrestrial life is so high. Now, personally, I'm wary of making the Copernican principle into some kind of scientific dogma, and maybe Earth is actually extremely special in terms of life-sustaining ability. I don't know that it is, though. So I am perhaps more middle of the road when it comes to extraterrestrial life. Further, for emotional reasons, I prefer that the great filter that might solve the Fermi paradox be an early filter that humanity has already passed through. This would result in there being little to no intelligent life, or perhaps even little life elsewhere in the universe. I, for one, don't actually expect humans to detect intelligent alien life in the lifetime of any currently living human, if ever, and I wouldn't be surprised if they don't find any signs of life at all, intelligent or not. Now, if this is true and it intuitively leads you into suspecting that there is some divine agency behind Earth, I can't stop you, but I'll also point out that none of the currently best evidence explanations of how Earth came to be have problems with them that are likely to be so insurmountable that a god of the gaps will be able to fit into them indefinitely. But hey, you do you.
But according to Scripture, it seems that God specially created Earth to support life. After all, He spent more time working on our planet than all the heavenly bodies combined.
Yeah, that's the claim, and it's a claim made by a book written by people on Earth who didn't even know that other worlds existed. So you'll have to forgive me if I don't put much stock in that claim, especially since it's about a god who, according to most Christians, doesn't need to take time to do anything, being both omniscient and omnipotent.
And while some people may look to hypothetical aliens for advanced knowledge, medical cures, or even the meaning of life,
they probably shouldn't, given there's no evidence that any such aliens exist, much less can be communicated with from here on Earth.
Belief in extraterrestrial life simply becomes a replacement for belief in God.
It sure can, and then you get UFO religions. And hey, if you want to be in a UFO religion, go for it. Just don't be in the kind that thinks that poison pudding is a good way to go on an away mission to the Comet spaceship. Or that says it's really, really important that you castrate yourself.
But the truth isn't out there, hidden with some alien race that's waiting to be discovered. It's in the Bible, and it tells us that the Lord Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the very root of life itself.
Which in no way conflicts with the possibility that there is life on other bodies besides Earth. Further, there was also no reason given to expect that Earth is unique in bearing life, apart from saying it takes up most of the narrative of Genesis 1. I feel like ICR isn't even trying today. Maybe this time they'll be better with our third topic of the day, and 46th overall, Fibonacci numbers.
Like math, some find it fascinating, while others find it challenging. But throughout history, intelligent scholars puzzled over numbers to discover how they work. One such intellectual was Leonardo of Pisa, also known as Fibonacci. In 1202, Fibonacci published a book called Liber Abaci. He introduced the sequence of numbers that later became known as the Fibonacci sequence into Western European mathematics.
I swear, if this is the third section where they don't make a point, I will... Well, I don't know. But I'll be pretty annoyed.
In the Fibonacci sequence, the first two numbers are 0 and 1, and each following number is the sum of the previous two numbers. As the sequence climbs, the ratio of two of its higher values nears the golden ratio, or phi. These special numbers often occur in nature, like in the spirals on a sunflower. The same patterns show up in the circular layers of a pine cone or pineapple, and in clusters of conifer needles. So, what does all this mean?
It means that phyllotaxis is a thing. That is, the arrangement of leaves, petals, and other structures on a plant. You see, some spirals are good at filling space without significant gaps, and others are less so. Plants have limited resources, and so there is strong selective pressure to not waste resources with inefficient spirals of seeds, petals, or whatever. We know that the growth patterns of plants, like all organisms, are influenced by genetics, and that this is subject to natural selection. So this is just a result of basic evolution, of the kind that creationists generally accept. That these spirals happen to correspond well to some particular number sequence is inevitable. Noting which one that happened to be, as if it's some kind of revelation, is just the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. If you're not familiar with that one, imagine a man who shoots a bullet into the side of a barn, presumably in Texas, and then paints a bullseye around his bullet hole, then goes around bragging at what a great shot he is. Now you get why this point is meaningless.
Well, evolution can't explain the development of mathematical laws.
Nor does it seek to. No scientific theory does. Math is invented by humans to help them get on in the world. Most of the time they try to find math that will help them explain the consistent rules of the universe, but sometimes they just play games with math for fun.
But the Bible can. Scripture solves this mystery by pointing us to the truth of the intelligent Creator. God created all things, both visible and invisible, like math.
Except that historically, humans created math. Also, I'm not really sure that that's what the verse is talking about. I think a more plain reading for invisible is things like spiritual powers of the world.
So next time you have a math problem, remember the sunflower and praise God for all he has created.
How will remembering that sunflowers have space-filling spiral patterns for their flowers help you with math? I can't imagine how. But hey, that brings us to our 47th topic overall, which is our fourth of the day, throwing a strike.
Summertime in the U.S. can mean a few things. Grilling outdoors, road trips, and of course, baseball. Great pitchers make throwing a ball look easy, but there's a lot more to it than you might think. It all starts in the premotor cortex of the brain, where thousands of plans are stored, plans that coordinate whole groups of muscles. Those plans go to the motor cortex. They also go to the cerebellum, which is like a gatekeeper that sorts out data from the tendons, muscles, eyes, ears, and skin. These three parts of the brain, the premotor cortex, motor cortex, and cerebellum, work together.
Okay, is this just another cool thing therefore God with no argument? Yep, I checked. That's exactly what it is. ICR, please understand that look at the trees isn't a good argument. Even if instead of trees, it's, look at the baseball players. Okay, well, on to our fifth topic of the day, and 48th overall, biblical giants. I'm hoping this has some pseudo-archaeology or something.
David, a boy with just a shepherd's sling and a rock, fought against Goliath, a giant man armed with a sword.
Or did he? Because 2 Samuel 21:19, probably the earliest source we have for this, says it was Elhanan, son of Jaare-Regim. But then later, in 1 Chronicles 25, it says Elhanan slew Lachmi, the brother of Goliath.
It looks like we have one of those contradictions in the Bible that aren't supposed to exist. Man, it looks like literalists will have to prioritize some parts of the Bible while all but ignoring other parts by explaining them away with strained harmonizations.
Talk about a lopsided battle. David, of course, won the fight.
Or was it Elhanan? As a guy who has a history degree, I'm inclined to go with the earlier source, assuming this event is real. And really, the idea that some guy killed a champion of an opposing nation isn't so far-fetched. So I have no problem thinking that there is probably a real event at the core of the Goliath story.
But just how big were the giants? Scripture says that Goliath was 6 cubits and a span tall. A cubit usually means a length of about 18 inches, and a span is about 9 inches. That means Goliath and the other giants were around 9 or 10 feet tall.
A human that tall wouldn't be a legendary warrior. Humans can't really get much past 7.5 feet without severe joint, spine, and heart problems. Robert Wadlow, the tallest verified human known to have existed, was 8 feet 11 inches tall and died at the age of 22 from complications from his gigantism. André René Roussimoff, perhaps better known as Andre the Giant, also had gigantism, and was 7 feet 4 inches tall. He died at 46 as a result of congestive heart failure, again a complication of his gigantism. And during the filming of The Princess Bride, he had such bad back problems from being so tall that he had to carry a lightweight dummy instead of Robin Wright for any wide shots. And the actress had to be put in a harness so he did not have to bear her weight for close-up shots for scenes in which he was carrying her. He only managed to have a professional wrestling career because, get this, pro wrestling isn't any more real than a Hollywood movie. If Goliath had been over 9 feet tall, he would have been bedridden and probably died before hitting 20 of congestive heart failure. You can't just isometrically scale up humans and make them any arbitrary size, and this isn't just true for humans. Ligers are a cross between a male lion and a female tiger, and grow to be considerably larger than either, but also have problems with their joints and generally develop arthritis at a young age. Any animal's proportions are adapted for a particular body size, and varying that greatly will result in health problems, especially if it's varied up.
That's as tall as a regulation-sized basketball goal. Kinda makes football linebackers seem puny, huh?
Yeah, and Galactus is bigger than all of Earth put together. Just saying something is big without showing that, it exists as described isn't impressive.
And it's possible that Goliath, a champion warrior, was even larger than other giants.
Well, given that it's not possible that he was as big as them in the first place, since their height is already impossible, no, that's not possible.
Adult humans today may range from 4 feet to over 6 feet tall, and there are genuine records of non-diseased humans that stand over 8 to 9 feet tall.
No, there aren't. Gigantism is a disease, and that's the only way you get that tall. And it has verified and severe health problems associated with it. ICR is just straight up lying here.
Considering the wide range of human heights, it's reasonable to say that biblical giants, like Goliath, were so large simply because of normal human variability.
Nope, they're medically and physically impossible. Just go ask Robert Ludlow. Oh wait, you can't because he died of gigantism at the age of 22, you waffle pieces of shit.
But no matter how tall or short someone is, the Bible says that God cares for all people so much that he came to offer salvation to everyone.
I guess that just didn't include a functioning heart for either Robert Ludlow or Andre the Giant. That kinda sucks.
He didn't come as a giant, and he probably wasn't 4 feet tall either. Most likely, he looked like the average person of that time. In fact, he probably looked a lot like you and me.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Being from Nazareth, he certainly didn't look like that pasty-faced, blue-eyed guy you got dressed up in a bathrobe with a blue sash. You could just go look at people in the Levant to see what they look like. And it sure as shit isn't that. And normally, I don't mind art depicting religious figures as members of the local populace, but if you're going to show a picture of someone pretending to be Jesus while talking about his probable real-life appearance, you should get someone who at least looks like they could be from the part of the world that he was born in, grew up in, and died in. Okay, our 6th topic and 49th overall is Muscle Man.
Bodybuilders are known for having the best muscles, and they accomplish this by perfecting their exercise and diet. It's no easy feat, because the structure of our muscles is complicated, and the biological processes are sophisticated in both man and animals.
Jesus Christ, is this just another look at the trees? Let's check. Yep, it is. But this time, they also called bats cool and talked about how they can track prey with their ears, showing a fruit bat on screen that doesn't do that. Oh well, our 7th topic of the day and 50th overall is intelligence surveys.
You would think after 200 years, the theory of evolution would have convinced more people.
Well, the people who matter are the scientists, and it has convinced essentially all of the relevant scientists. The Descent from Darwin got some 700 people to sign it, and of course, many later said that they were bamboozled and requested their names be taken off, only for this to not happen. And despite that, the list includes many people with no relevant training to assess evolutionary theory. And that is just 0.23% of the world's scientists. Now, how about Project Steve, which requires one to sign a statement of support for evolutionary theory, and also requires one's name to be etymologically derived from Stephanos, or crown in Greek? Oh wait, that list has 1,489 signatories. And Steves make up about 1% of working scientists. So essentially, the list has 148,900 scientists. Okay, let's do some math on this. We divide 7,000 by 148,900, then multiply 100 to get a percentage. And oh, look at that, 0.470% of scientists reject evolutionary biology. That means that more than 99.5% of the scientists accept evolutionary theory. So for every scientist who rejects evolutionary biology, there are more than 200 who do not. 11% of Americans believe in Bigfoot, so creationism is far less plausible to most scientists than Bigfoot is to most Americans.
But the fact is that still only about 40% of Americans believe in Darwin's popular notion. That's what the leading pollsters like Gallup tell us time after time. The majority of Americans still believe that God created life pretty much like we see it today.
Yeah, the fact that Americans are so much at odds with science is a condemnation of Americans, not a vindication of ICR's pseudoscience. Further, as of 2015, Pew found that 65% of American adults agree with the statement, humans and other living things have evolved over time. So it's not even that much of a condemnation. Now, that number should be much closer to the number we see in scientists, but ICR can no longer play the "we're the majority" card.
With awesome displays of diversity and definite lines of biological distinctions between man and animal.
It's funny how all the alleged things that make humans different from animals are just things that other animals do, but that humans do more, whether it be verbal communication, morality, complex social hierarchy, cooperation, theory of mind, or tool use. Other animals do those things too.
God engineered form, function, and fitness within every creature on Earth that allowed life to multiply and fill the Earth.
A claim asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
After the terrible destruction of life in the Great Flood, the animals that Noah rescued on the ark once again began to multiply and fill the earth.
Except, virtually all of them apparently went extinct almost immediately, leaving behind no physical evidence of their existence anywhere in the archaeological record. Taken seriously as literal history makes God suck at punishment, suck at salvation, and also suck at optics. I'd go so far as to say that if you're a theist, thinking the Noah's flood story really happened as described in the Bible should be blasphemy.
And mankind, unique in the entire world, continues to excel in creativity, inventiveness, and intelligence.
Yeah, but blue whales excel at size, and chimpanzees at short-term memory, and the platypus at having heel venom. Every species is exceptional. That humans are also exceptional is, ironically, not very exceptional.
Despite Darwin's devoted followers, Americans are still intelligent enough to recognize that ancient biological slime did not create all the wonders of creation in our world today.
Well, that's a really well-poisony way to put it, but sadly for ICR, and happily for scientific literacy, that acceptance of evolution is actually up to 65% as of 2015 for US adults. And since the trend is upward, it's probably higher by now. Creationism is going extinct, and I for one couldn't be happier. Well, we're finally on to our antepenultimate, 8th of the day, and 51st overall topic, back trouble.
Ever have back troubles? We get back pain from all sorts of things, like posture or old sports injuries. But evolutionists would have you think that the root of back pain comes from evolutionary ancestors who walked on all fours.
No, it's not that it's the proximate cause of all back pain. It's that humans are abnormally prone to back pain compared to other animals. And this back pain often results from the fact that the spine is vertical and each vertebra must support the weight of essentially all of the body above it. This is not how spines on any other animals work, and it's pretty conclusive that this leads to the propensity for back pain in humans, and that this is certainly not an optimal design given that bipeds like ostriches exist, which manage to not have such horrible back problems.
Apparently, our spines aren't evolved enough.
Nah, it's more that they're too evolved. The basal condition for mammals is to be quadrupeds, with the spine more or less parallel to the ground. The derived condition in humans is what causes the problem.
But the fact of the matter is, 2 legs or 4, we all get back troubles.
Yeah, no one ever said otherwise. It's about the propensity for back trouble. which is much higher in humans.
Racehorses get back pain from racing, just like humans get aches and pains.
Yeah, racing is an unusual thing that horses don't just do on their own. Horses don't tend to get back pain when they're feral wild horses just doing horse stuff. Humans almost all get back pain just from normal human stuff. That's unusual.
And pretty much anyone with a backbone can have back problems for just about any reason.
No, there are specific reasons. You're not going to have a back pain just because a spider across the world had to rebuild its web because some big animal walked through it. Only things that actually negatively impact your back, like long-term stress or acute injury, are going to cause back pain. Those things are far more common among humans than among other animals.
Not to mention, the human spine is designed differently from any other creature's spine.
Well, if it was designed like an Edsel, and humans should get their money back. But further, that unique spine is precisely the point. It's and causes more problems than basically any other spine.
When God made humans in His image, He engineered the unique curve in our backs to perfectly hold our heads upright.
If the Imago Dei is really the physical makeup of humans, then I have to ask, why God a sweaty monkey?
And to effectively transfer our body weight to our hips when we stand, walk, or run on our own 2 feet.
Except it's not perfect. It's incredibly prone to injury over time.
So it's likely that back pain didn't come from evolution, but rather the fall of mankind.
If your explanation for bad things can explain literally anything about the universe you don't like, your explanation is useless. Explanations are only scientifically useful when they are falsifiable and predict future data. The fall is not and does not. Even if it were true, it would have no place in science. Our penultimate, 9th and 52nd overall topic is Ant Engineer.
Having your picnic ruined by an invasion of ants is no fun, and neither is stepping on a fire ant hill. But these little creatures are programmed with amazing attributes that scientists are now learning from.
Okay, I feel like this is another look at the trees one. Man, there have been a lot of these today. It's like ICR has run out of things to say. And yeah, I checked. It's just, wow, ants are cool and can solve problems in aggregate. Okay, our final, 10th and 53rd overall topic is Land Ho. Let's hope it's not just look at the trees again.
Land ho! Getting ready to book that flight?
Nope. Don't have any flights planned as of the writing of this script.
Despite the no-frills travel these days, millions continue to fly each year. But few travel over 7,000 miles in just 9 days, and no airplane can do it without stopping. That's what a bar-tailed godwit did in 2007.
Oh, for fuck's sake, it is, isn't it? Seriously, why even make these videos?
It flew 7,145 miles from Alaska to New Zealand in just 9 days, setting the record for the longest non-stop bird migration. The godwit slimmed down to half its size by the time it landed.
Yep, it is. Well, thanks for wasting most of my time, ICR. They also talk about the flood and the birds released by Noah. I don't really care. Well, our next topic for the next time I meet you here is Beetle Battle, which I'm hoping will have some kind of point to it. It will be our 53rd topic overall.
We've all seen pictures of animals doing battle or predators stalking their unsuspecting prey. Many of these creatures use brute strength, deadly venom, unstoppable speed, or ferocious teeth and claws to survive these deadly encounters. But the Bombardier beetle is equipped with what scientists have described as a chemical cannon.
Oh goodness, I'm surprised we didn't get into this ICR classic earlier. Let's see if they repeat Dwayne Gish's inane take that hydrogen peroxide and hydroquinone react explosively without an inhibitor, which is the exact opposite of how it actually works.
When predators, like lizards for instance, attempt to strike the Bombardier beetle with a snap of their tongues, superheated chemicals explode from special glands to drive predators away. Researchers have discovered that within the Bombardier beetle is an armory of toxic chemicals and biological catalysts. Stored in separate reservoirs, these chemicals, when combined with the right catalysts, create a noxious gas as hot as boiling water.
They're actually getting it right, although they're being super vague. The chemicals in question are hydrogen peroxide and hydroquinone, both of which are already chemicals insects make. Hydroquinone is particularly important for shedding the exoskeleton in juvenile insects. Members of the Carabidae family, the family that includes the Bombardier beetles, because yes, there are also flange Bombardier beetles, which have independently evolved the mechanism for shooting this stuff, tend to carry extra hydroquinone in grooves on their exoskeleton or in internal pouches that make them smell and taste bad to predators. Funny how they're leaving out all the still living intermediate forms that, according to the standard kind as a family idea, are all in the same kind. In fact, being in the same kind, it looks like even according to creationist ideas, this mechanism for shooting hot liquid must have evolved not just once, but twice in the family Carabidae.
Pulses through a complex valve and tube system at a rate of 500 times per second with an audible popping sound. When faced with danger, the beetle's internal systems activate the toxic chemical mix and send the explosive gases through its cannon equipped with muscles and nerves that help control and aim the blast.
Usually there's at least some argument that the beetle would blow itself up in intermediary stages of evolution, but I guess when you don't get the whole reaction backwards, this is less of a compelling argument.
The Bombardier beetle is no accident of nature. It is an example of complex design and irreducible complexity.
Ah, there it is, irreducible complexity. So this argument, at least in the form it usually takes now, was proposed by Michael Behe in the 1996 book Darwin's Black Box. And of course, we're off to a good start with Behe publishing a book rather than submitting his ideas to peer review. So Behe's definition of this concept is as follows. By irreducibly complex, I mean a single system which is necessarily composed of several well-matched interacting parts that contribute to the basic function wherein the removal of any one of the parts causes the system to effectively cease functioning. An irreducibly complex system cannot be produced directly, that is, by continuous improving the initial function, which continues to work the same mechanisms by slight successive modifications of a precursor system, because any precursor to an irreducibly complex system that is missing a part is by definition non-functional. Now, there's only one way to take this argument about irreducible complexity that results in a potential problem for evolutionary biology, which is to make the claim that no irreducibly complex system can evolve. Therefore, observing one disconfirms evolution insofar as it cannot explain the evolution of the system in question. Of course, the corollary is that if biologists can demonstrate the evolution of an irreducibly complex system, then the irreducible complexity argument is falsified. There are other interpretations, but they either do not address evolutionary biology, or they are unfalsifiable, so I won't bother with them. Here's the thing though, the evolution of irreducibly complex systems has been seen. Two famous examples include the tetherin antagonism in some HIV viruses by their VPU protein, and of course the ability to metabolize citrate in the presence of oxygen by some strains in the Lenski long-term E. coli experiment. In the first case, multiple parts of the VPU protein and HIV work together to antagonize human tetherin, an immune system protein, thus enabling the virus to infect otherwise immune human hosts. Remove any of the parts of the protein that does this, and the virus loses the capacity. So it's irreducibly complex. Yet we know this was not going on much before a century ago, when HIV evolved from the simian immunovirus. In the case of E. coli, their ability to metabolize citrate required numerous separate mutations, all of which had to be in place in order for the ability to work. Removing any of the mutations breaks this ability. But this ability was watched evolving in real time. So it turns out that even if the bombarding part of the Bombardier beetle is irreducibly complex, it doesn't help.
Which means that the beetle must have all of these components in place in order to activate its defenses and survive.
That's just factually untrue, because as we've already gone over, just having significant quantities of either hydrogen peroxide or hydroquinone will make the beetles taste bad and deter predation. Just being able to expel a mixture of them without it burning will further dissuade predation. So reduced versions of this not only work, but even still exist. In fact, most carabid beetles just rely on keeping a bunch of these chemicals around so they taste bad. But Pasteur beetles are actually transitional, being able to squirt foul-smelling but not hot or boiling liquid in a way like that of the Bombardier beetle. They lack the enzyme that makes hydrogen peroxide and hydroquinone react violently. It's always fun when young Earth creationists say that something can't evolve, and all the steps of its evolution are still around in living creatures.
And like the rest of creation, only the creator could have engineered so perfect a design from the beginning.
Well, except that it verifiably didn't need a designer. Whoops. The next topic is our second of the day, and it's the 54th overall, and it's looking young.
No one's ever discovered the fountain of youth, but a lot of us still try to keep up a youthful appearance. Makeup, Botox, plastic surgery, it all helps for a short time, but scientists tell us that we will, unfortunately, still grow old.
I'm kind of hoping they try to say that you can avoid it by praying hard enough, but I feel like that's not the point they're going to make.
Scientists also tell us about the age of this planet we call home, but not everyone's in agreement. Some believe Earth is billions of years old and formed quite accidentally and spontaneously from the Big Bang.
I love how to creationists, every single scientist who doesn't have an anti-scientific preconceived idea that they must stick to dogmatically is just some. There is no one actually doing science providing any reason to think that the Earth is only a few thousand years old. Everyone purporting to do so is a pseudoscientist, not because of their results, but because of their method, which is to only allow evidence that supports the already known conclusion that they must reach. Creationism is the actual opposite of science. It is just well-funded flat Earth.
Other scientists look at the evidence in the geology of the Earth and can clearly see the youth of the planet.
No, pseudo-geologists can come in with the conclusion that the Earth is young because they interpreted a book that talks about windows in the dome over the flat Earth to have said so, and then they force any data they can't ignore to fit into that, despite the fact that it contradicts virtually everything we know about the physical world.
Rocks and strata and fossils that formed quickly by powerful floods and mud flows.
Sure, plenty of rocks were formed that way, but plenty that they need to be formed that way physically cannot be, like low-energy coastal deposits with tidal crossbedding, fine-grained non-flocculated shale, limestone, evaporite, subaerial tuff, and aeolian sandstone, to name just a few. All these rocks and more cannot be formed in a flood, and they are all over the parts of the geological record that ICR says constitute the rocks laid down by the flood.
The evidence of carbon-14 in diamonds, for instance, shows that Earth cannot be millions or billions of years old.
Already covered earlier in the series.
The discovery of soft tissue in dinosaur fossils leaves paleontologists scratching their heads, because squishy dino tissue can't last millions of years.
And it didn't, but again, I've already covered this earlier.
And the beauty of spiral galaxies and blue stars that astronomers observe through telescopes can only be seen if those formations are young.
True, and formations with blue stars are young. Young things can exist within an older universe. Anyone who's ever seen a baby should be able to work this out.
From a scientific point of view, Earth looks young because, well, it is young.
But it doesn't look young. And it's not just me saying this. Take a look at what Dr. Ken Coulson had to say about it.
Will science, in and of itself, lead a person to believe that the Earth is less than about 10,000 years old? Would purely objective observations lead that person to believe in a billions of years old Earth and universe? By no means, since so many features look so young. Although I appreciate the intent of these authors, and although I agree with their young age creationist convictions, I would have to disagree about this statement based on a straightforward reading of Genesis 1. You see, the Bible testifies to the supernatural creation of a mature universe out of nothing in just 6 days. The Bible bears testimony to the miracle of creation, that God supernaturally created and formed a universe in just 6 days. And this means that without recourse to divine revelation, the unbelieving human will only interpret this maturity in terms of process and vast amounts of time. What is required, as the writer of the Hebrews tells us, is faith in God's revealed word.
And is Dr. Coulson some evolutionist? Why, no, he's a young Earth creationist, and he fully acknowledges that the only reason anyone could think the Earth is young is if he decides that the Bible, as he interprets it at least, is true.
And that evidence supports the historical account in Genesis that in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Only if you start with assuming your conclusion is true, which, is fallacious. Okay, our next topic of the day is sharp teeth.
Are you a carnivore?
Yeah, I'm a Ceratosaurus. Of course I'm a carnivore.
Every time you bite into a juicy steak, pork chop, or chicken wing, you're acting like one. Your doctor might tell you to cut back on your carnivorous activity and eat more fruits and vegetables.
I will say lots of humans eat too much meat, especially in the United States. Humans really shouldn't be eating meat in every meal, but that's pretty typical in parts of the developed world.
But that's because medical research indicates that we live longer and healthier if we eat less meat. And that's pretty good advice, considering that was God's design at creation. To both man and animals, God said that fruits and vegetables shall be for food. So, how did meat get on the menu?
Well, for humans, both chimpanzees and early hominins are known to have eaten meat, so humans ate meat from the beginning of anything that could be reasonably termed a human. As for other animals, we know that many animals are fundamentally unsuited to eating plants. Look at felines. They have very short guts, no ability to grind plant matter, and absolutely could not live on plant matter in the wild. Even instances where animals like lions were fed on cooked soybeans, such as in the English zoos during World War II, don't help. This is because lions are spectacularly bad at cooking beans.
And why would God create large, sharp teeth if they weren't supposed to eat meat?
That's the wrong question. Many herbivorous animals have sharp teeth. The key is, why would God create animals to eat plants with no evident ability to process or digest significant amounts of plant matter? How does a lion or a crocodile grind up leaves? Where would they do the long digestion process needed to efficiently get nutrients out of plants? You could shovel raw plant matter into the mouth of either of these animals all day long, and all that will happen is that they'll poop out essentially intact plant matter while they slowly starve to death.
It actually wasn't until after the flood of Noah that God gave us permission to eat meat.
Sure, in the narrative of the Bible, which demonstrably is not a literal historical fact.
And those sharp teeth? The fact is that these animals eat other food as well, and use those teeth to break through the tough rinds of fruit or the hard shells of nuts.
Okay, so we're shown the skull of a Nile crocodile, Crocodilus niloticus. It was a little hard to figure that out, as it's an eye stock image that does not list the species anywhere, so I had to go looking at the dentition of various crocodile species in other pictures to make sure. It does also look a bit like Crocodilus acutus, the American crocodile, but the relatively smooth increase in tooth size through the anteriormost 5 dentary teeth make me pretty confident in my identification. Near as I can tell, the only plant matter ever found in the digestive tract of a Nile crocodile were the remains of cypress, a common reed in the Nile region. Some other crocodilians have occasionally been found with fruit in their stomachs, but it makes up a tiny fraction of their diet, and importantly, fruit are the easiest parts of plants to digest. There is a reason no one cares to provide captive crocodilians with fruit. While, like most animals, they can and do eat a bit of it, it's a minor part of their diet, and they cannot and do not subsist on it. Crocodilians are obligate carnivores. They must eat meat. But that is not to say that they cannot eat some plant matter. The reverse is also the case. Most obligate herbivores will eat a bit of meat here and there. But what creationists propose is that all animals can survive indefinitely on plant matter, and that simply is not true, including not for the animals shown on screen.
For instance, while we think of bears as predators when we camp, they're actually omnivores and can be quite content on a vegetarian diet.
Yep, that's true of bears, but let's look at the teeth that they use to process those plants. Oh look, the molars are flat grinding teeth. Weird, let's check how the molars of lions look. Oh, sharp shearing teeth. And this lines up with their relative diets. Lions are almost exclusively carnivores and bears are omnivores. Funny how that works, isn't it?
And don't forget that our cats and dogs have sharp teeth, just like lions and wolves. But the processed food we give them today is often made from corn, soybeans, and rice.
Yeah, the processed food humans make. Let's see, can these animals cook rice, maize, or soybeans to make them easier to digest? Oh, right. No, they can't. So were all carnivorous animals pets of humans at one point, just so they wouldn't need to eat meat?
So the next time you sit down for a steak dinner, don't forget to pile on the veggies, for your health, and to honor our Creator.
Well, I'm certainly not going to say you shouldn't eat vegetables. Our next topic is outrun disasters.
Do you have what it takes to outrun a natural disaster?
I guess it depends on what the disaster is, how much warning I get, and what the terrain is like. For most wildfires, yeah, I probably could. Tsunamis? No, probably not. If I got super lucky and picked the right angle, then maybe I could avoid more than outrun a tornado. But I don't know if that counts. I could probably outrun slower floods, but not a flash flood or a dam breach or something like that.
Maybe if you set a world record of 27.79 miles per hour, that's fast enough to escape a hurricane.
I definitely couldn't run that fast. Plus, no one can sustain that long enough to outrun a hurricane, unless they have a lot of notice.
Hurricanes travel around 15 to 20 miles per hour. Molten lava can move up to 6 miles per hour, but that's slow compared to a volcano's pyroclastic flow. These superheated gas and rock mixtures can reach speeds well over 400 miles per hour.
Does this count as a big number, therefore God? I'm not sure. Maybe. It's your bingo card. You do what you want.
The people of Pompeii were literally buried alive in their tracks when Mount Vesuvius exploded in 79 AD.
A year given to us by Pliny the Younger, who survived the blast, but was later confirmed via radiometric dating, indicating that when a known historical date is tested radiometrically, provided the sample is actually a valid one for radiometric dating, it does indeed provide the right answer. Fun how science actually works despite what pseudoscientific frauds like John Sanford or Andrew Snelling might want you to believe.
When volcanoes, rain, mudflows, and tsunamis drastically change the entire surface of the earth so quickly, that's why God told Noah to build the ark to save his family and the animals.
So destructive, it could never preserve things like dinosaur tracks, or in situ swamps, or preserve multiple soil horizons in places like the petrified forest in Arizona. Oh, whoops. Were they trying to use this as an argument that the flood actually did happen? Oh, darn. And I just pointed out why that actually makes it definitely something that didn't happen. Oh well.
But that can't beat the speed of a tsunami, which can travel as fast as 600 miles per hour, about as quick as a commercial jet can fly. With all that we know about natural disasters, imagine how destructive the flood of Noah's day was.
Too bad that even under the least insane flood model, the flood would produce energy levels that would turn the Earth into a ball of plasma, which a wooden boat is just not going to survive. In fact, it's not even clear that the Earth wouldn't just blow up, as some flood models seem to produce more energy than the gravitational binding energy of the Earth, meaning the flood could have just pulled a Death Star on Earth. Well, our next topic is dumb luck.
Feeling lucky? Some people believe that a 4-leaf clover will bring them good luck, but finding one is pretty rare, about 1 in 10,000. Don't like those odds? Well, don't try poker. The odds of getting an ace-high royal flush are about 649,739 to 1.
Okay, this is definitely headed towards big number, therefore God.
Not a good gamble. And don't even think about playing the lottery. The odds of winning that are about 14 million to 1. What a waste. How about these odds? Scientists tell us that the building blocks of life are amazingly complex.
I mean, to some extent, but they're also known to form in non-biological ways, including ways that are relevant to prebiotic processes that may have led to life. Now, there is still a lot of unanswered questions in origin of life research, but chemistry is not generally stochastic, and so there are plausible mechanisms which reliably result in biologically important chemistry.
Basic life needs a minimum of 200 proteins, each of which can have anywhere from 20 to many thousands of amino acids that must be present and in the correct order.
I really need some kind of citation for the idea that basic life needs at minimum 20 proteins, and for how long they can be. It's not even clear where we could draw the line between non-living replicating chemistry and life, never mind determining how many proteins a minimal living organism needs. This sounds like numbers that were pulled straight out of ICR's collective colon, aka Randy Galuza.
That's about 1 in a trillion chance for basic life to exist.
No it's not. First, we don't know how many trials there could have been, so even if we could get the likelihood of life forming in a given trial, that wouldn't tell us the likelihood of life existing, because we don't know how many tries we get. Further, we don't have any assessment of how much of amino acid sequence space, which is where proteins live, could be functional for a minimal living organism with no competition. It could very well be very high, and further proteins don't just slap together randomly, they are under selection pressure, which removes their formation from purely stochastic concerns. So, in short, there are so many unknowns in this estimate that we absolutely cannot with any rigor place a prior likelihood on life forming. What we know is that Earth has life, and it used to not. So the chances of life forming on Earth is 100%, because that's what happened. Now, the question is how? Origin of life researchers are working on it, although they have a long way to go. Pseudoscientists, though, are just playing games with numbers until they get one small or big enough, depending on how you look at it, to say, now this number is too extreme without God, without any actual evidence that that number is significant, or any even hinted estimate as to how many times life has a chance to form.
You'd have a better chance of being struck by lightning or attacked by a shark.
Maybe, but those are both things for which we can gather actual statistical evidence and come up with prior chances for. We can even look into risk factors that would make it more or less likely. For example, the chances of any given human being being bitten by a shark are extremely low. But if you say just check the chances of any human currently swimming in Shark Bay, Australia, those chances will be significantly higher. Similarly, at any given time, the chances of any given human being struck by lightning are also very low. But if you restrict yourself to only humans standing on top of mountains in thunderstorms, suddenly that number goes up considerably. But either way, we can't gather such statistical information about the origin of life because we only have one example of it, and it's not clear exactly how it formed in the first place. And sure, creationists can stick their god of the gaps into abiogenesis if they like, but that's what they're doing, and if science ever solves that mystery, it will be one less place for that gappy god to hide. Also, I feel like someone is about to talk about a plane assembling from a storm ripping through a junkyard.
And yet we see the wonder of life all around us because our Creator designed every detail of every living thing.
Even creationists don't actually believe that, because they need mega evolution after the flood to provide for modern diversity, despite Noah only apparently taking 2 animals for each taxonomic family. So the details that differentiate the fennec fox from the maned wolf or the African painted dog from the Central Asian dhole were of necessity produced by evolution, not simply placed there specifically by God.
All with great purpose. Nothing was left to chance. So maybe you'd better forget about gambling on the lottery or cards or even hunting for that elusive 4-leaf clover. The odds are not in your favor. Better to bank on the marvelous life God gave you, which He called very good.
I mean, yeah, you probably shouldn't waste your time playing the lottery unless you understand it's just a money hole, and you're only doing it for fun, in which case, hey, it's your money. It certainly shouldn't be part of your financial planning, though, except as an expense. As for clovers, I don't know. Go have fun doing what you do. Our next topic is useless body parts.
Ever had your tonsils out, or maybe your appendix?
I have not.
You probably were told that these organs are vestigial, or unnecessary organs in the body.
Jesus, mother Christ, you assholes just won't stop with this. Okay, fine, here's Dapper from earlier in this series to talk about this.
No, vestigial features are not necessarily useless. They are just no longer used for the primary purpose that they are used for in related animals. For example, the wings of ostriches do not allow them to fly, so they are vestigial, even though they do let them keep their balance while running, and allow them to perform mating displays. They remain vestigial despite having important functions.
Unless they come up with something other than just, wow, commonly identified vestigial structures have function, therefore for no reason they are not vestigial anymore, we're skipping until the next section.
Leftovers from evolution. But scientists have discovered that these unnecessary organs are actually very useful.
Okay, they do indeed continue with that for a while, so we're skipping all of their examples of vestigial organs, but then they switch topic. Kind of.
The same goes for so-called junk DNA. Researchers once thought that some of our molecular makeup was just scrap that didn't have any purpose.
Some researchers once thought is a really weird way of saying the overwhelming consensus among all experts in relevant fields is that there is no serious debate over whether much of the human genome is junk. Even the smallest estimates from groups like ENCODE, who are, if anything, too willing to assign function, come to no more than 20% of the genome being functional. And that's not to say that they just don't know what the other 80% of the genome is doing. They do know what much of it's doing, and what it's doing is nothing that helps the organism survive. Therefore, it's non-functional by any useful definition of function.
But recent studies have found particular components in junk DNA that are vital to life.
To be junk DNA is to not be sequence constrained, and to therefore have no selection pressure acting on the DNA in question. To be vital to life is to be sequence constrained, because some mutations would harm the associated function and thereby must be weeded out by selection. If something was thought to be junk, all you need to do is show that it's sequence constrained, and then you can know that it's not junk. But the majority of the human genome is known to not be sequence constrained, and to instead accumulate mutations through neutral evolution, meaning that for sure it is non-functional. If you found a vital function in non-sequence constrained regions, it would mean that some vital function could be lost without affecting the organism. This is a contradiction. So no vital functions have been found in junk DNA. That makes as much sense as saying that in fact some corners have been found in a circle. Our next topic is evolution in action. I'm guessing that they'll misdefine evolution.
It's easy to see that puppies grow to become dogs and that kittens become cats. But what about animals that look very different when they're babies, like tadpoles?
I'm immediately suspicious. This is supposed to be about evolution in action, but instead we're getting ontogeny, which is not evolution at all, and comparing them as if they were the same would be a sign of immense ignorance or dishonesty.
When frog eggs hatch, the tiny tadpoles live in water and swim around, a lot like small fish. And as they get older, they grow legs, lungs, and they lose their tails. Eventually, they can leave the water and hop around on land, just like grown-up frogs. Some say that tadpoles becoming frogs shows evolution in action.
Those people are dumb. What it shows is ontogeny in action. The interesting thing is how, given that according to evolutionary biology, Lis amphibians are very basal in their reproduction, that their ontogeny greatly resembles that of various fish, including having fry-like larvae that only develop limbs or fins later. But that similarity doesn't mean that ontogeny is evolution.
The same has been said of the metamorphosis of caterpillars into butterflies.
That's also very dumb. In fact, more dumb. Full metamorphosis in insects is a highly derived feature that in no way is ancestral to the group as a whole, or more importantly, to even wider groups like Hexapoda, Crustacea, or Arthropoda.
But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense when you think about it. After all, a puppy never grows into an ostrich, and a kitten never becomes an armadillo.
Yeah, that's correct.
In the same way, a tadpole never grows up to be anything except a frog. That's because the Bible says God specifically and purposefully made every creature, from the birds in the air to the fish in the sea, and He gave them the ability to reproduce after their kind.
Once again, if you want to make kind a useful term in science, you need a way to define kind such that when you ask if any given organisms are in the same kind, you can get a high confidence no answer. I'm unaware of any such definition, and it's not like I'm not looking.
So that they could multiply and fill the earth. If monkeys had fish for babies, they wouldn't be around very long.
Yep, and evolutionary biology also agrees here.
So, while a baby penguin is puffy and cute, it loses its fuzz when it grows up and instead gets a nice, streamlined body that's perfect for swimming. It's the same when tadpoles lose their tails or when caterpillars are given beautiful wings. All of it showcases the wonderful design and artistry of our Creator.
I have no idea what the argument is supposed to be. Natural selection can act at any stage of ontogeny, so ontogeny can evolve. There wasn't even an attempt to show why that doesn't work. I think this is just a look at the trees one, but I'm not really sure. Let me know in the comments what you think the argument is here. Our next topic is Isaac Newton.
Some of us think of Isaac Newton as the guy who discovered how gravity works. You know, like the apple falling from the tree.
Which isn't a real thing that happened.
But Newton did much more than just that. He was a brilliant mathematician and physicist, and many today recognize him as one of the greatest scientists of all time.
Yep, Newton was pretty darn smart, but I feel like this is all about to go into Newton being a Christian, and how that's why he was able to be so smart.
But the fact is that young Newton was not always a good student, and it took a school bully, who bested Newton in a fight, to motivate him to excel in his studies, eventually outranking everyone in his class. After that, school was never a problem for Newton.
I feel like we need a point, and soon.
In fact, he later studied at the University of Cambridge, graduating in 1665. While working on his master's degree, he earned membership in the Royal Society in 1671 and later became the group's president in 1701.
Okay, I don't care. This needs to say something relevant soon or I'm just skipping.
Newton was a serious student of the Bible, and he acknowledged God in many of his writings, even his scientific ones.
But he also wasn't a Christian according to any definition ICR would recognize. He thought that worshipping Christ was idolatry and seems to have not accepted the Trinity. He'd be in the same boat as, say, the Jehovah's Witnesses as far as ICR is concerned. Plus, did he use any passages in the Bible to justify his mathematical or scientific conclusions? Why, in fact, he did not. His inspiration from the Bible is incidental, not vital to his scientific achievements.
He wrote that gravity explains the motions of the planets, but it cannot explain who set the planets in motion.
That Isaac Newton may have used the God of the gaps doesn't mean that God actually is what went into that gap. And we now have closed that gap anyway with our understanding of solar system formation and stellar formation. Now, it's not like every question about the origin of the solar system has been answered, but it's still far from appropriate to just hang a sign on the solar system saying, God did it, as if we don't know anything about the natural processes involved. Well, our next topic is imitating humans.
We use computers so much that it's easy to forget that they've only been around for about 70 years. Konrad Zuse invented the world's first working computer, the Z3, in 1941. The German Aircraft Research Institute used it to test wing aerodynamics, but it was destroyed when Allies bombed Berlin in 1943.
Along with Spinosaurus. Sad face. But then I guess that's what you get for doing a genocide, Germany. Or like 5 genocides? I don't know, does each demographic targeted constitute a separate genocide? Like, is it one collective one, or is it one for the Jews, one for the Romani, one for the Bible students, one for the LGBTQ people, one for the disabled, etc.? I guess it doesn't really matter in the end. It's still 11 million or so people murdered at the hands of the German state, and they weren't intending to end just at that number.
Since then, computers have changed our lives completely. For instance, a basic cell phone today has more processing power and costs much less than the Apollo guidance computer.
Okay, I think that this is about to be just humans make computers and they're cool, but human brains are even cooler, so God must have made them. That is, again, just look at the trees if that's the case. And yes, that's exactly what the rest of it is. Just cool thing, therefore God did it. Okay, that's not an argument, which means we're moving on to our penultimate topic, and that is measuring billions.
Just how much is 1 billion?
About 1/7 of the number of humans at the time of this writing.
If you type the letter A 1,000 times on a sheet of paper, you would need 1 million pages to make a billion.
Well, we can tell that Jeffrey Tompkins didn't write this because they got the math right, and remember, Tompkins is a PhD geneticist who can't add 2 numbers in triple digits and who doesn't know to weight on average like a 6th grader knows to do.
The largest passenger airplane, the Airbus A380, has a maximum seating capacity of 853. It would take almost 1.2 million of the super jumbo jets to carry 1 billion people.
In fact, it would make a minimum of 1,172,333 of them. Again indicating that Jeffrey Tompkins wasn't involved in this because when you round that number to the nearest 100,000, you do indeed get 1.2 million. I really would like to know why we're hearing this, though. It seems like they're just going to be big number, therefore God,
They just keep going with more explanations of dividing a billion by other quantities.
1 billion seems like a big number, and many believe that the planet Earth is not just 1, but over 4 billion years old. But if the Earth is billions of years old, then how could scientists have detected carbon-14 in diamonds deep in the Earth, an element that only lasts thousands of years?
Well, there isn't any actually good evidence that they have. The supposed detection of carbon-14 in diamonds has always returned ages that are essentially the oldest carbon dating can give. This is like complaining that your kitchen scale says that your 2-kilogram bag of rice is only 50 grams, when that's how high the kitchen scale goes. But why was anything detected at all? Well, because you never get a 0 reading in a carbon-14 test. Even in a never-used test chamber, the vacuum pumps that evacuate the chamber aren't perfect, and some atmospheric carbon-14 will remain, meaning that you'll always get some positive reading. What was detected in diamonds was indistinguishable from background.
And if the Earth is billions of years old, then the Earth's magnetic field should have long ago depleted its energy.
No, its energy comes from the movement of molten materials in the planet, and until they cool off, the Earth won't be acting like a permanent magnet that will simply decay away. Instead, its field will fluctuate, flip, and do all sorts of other active, chaotic stuff. Further, the Earth is kept hot by radioactive decay, so that magnetic field isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
But we still live on a very lively planet. If you think about it, a 1 billion year old planet doesn't match the scientific data.
It matches literally all of it, and it should be revealing that the only people who disagree do so because of a prior faith commitment, and not because they were convinced by the data without such a faith commitment. Even if young Earth creationism were true, it still wouldn't be the case that the data don't support an old Earth. They absolutely do.
But more than that, 1 billion cannot even come close to describing how big our Creator is.
I don't even know what that means, but our final topic is humans are unique.
Thanksgiving is a big celebration here in America.
We already did a Thanksgiving one, man.
And there's a lot for us to be thankful for, like just being human. Did you know that humans are the only creatures on Earth that celebrate holidays and birthdays?
I did know that. Did you know that the platypus is the only animal to have heel spur venom? I guess it's a miracle.
And only humans build monuments to remember important people or events, like the Iwo Jima Memorial in Washington, D.C., which was completed in 1954.
I knew that about humans too, but did you know that the blue whale is the only animal to exceed 330,000 pounds in weight?
Speaking of building things, humans will alter the landscape to suit their needs.
So do beavers, ants, termites, cactus wrens, basically anything that burrows or builds a nest does this to some extent. But also African elephants knock down trees, keeping the forest from spreading, which would limit their habitat.
From building houses and skyscrapers to bridges and dams. We also invent things to make our lives easier, like power tools, cell phones, computers, and construction equipment.
Chimpanzees have started inventing things too. They're in the Stone Age. Humans do it more and faster, but making inventions isn't unique to humans.
We compose music, write books, create paintings, and express ourselves through many art forms. And we establish commercial, governmental, and educational systems, all of which no other creature has.
Wow, did you know that the Sydney funnel web spider has venom that is uniquely dangerous to primates?
While humans do share some physical and behavioral traits with certain animals, we don't have much else in common.
That doesn't mean anything without some way of quantifying these similarities.
Dogs have a better sense of smell, and many birds see farther and clearer than we can.
Which kind of undermines the humans are the special boys of biology just a bit.
But humans don't need to smell or see like they do. In fact, we domesticate many animals because of their natural abilities. Without a doubt, humans are clearly different and superior to animals in many ways.
And the same or inferior in many other ways. If the argument is just humans aren't not humans, then yeah, everyone has noticed. This is really not the big send-off for the series I was hoping for, but I guess being let down by the Institute for Creation Research is pretty much on brand for them. After this, they just go into the Imago Dei, and I've said it many times, but thinking that the Imago Dei is about the physical anatomy of humans is possibly the dumbest way to think about it. But hey, I'm not your priest. Anyway, that's it. That's all they have for us. After all this, I can't help but feel disappointed, which is a theme with ICR. Well, if you enjoyed the video, hit like and tell me in the comments. If you didn't, feel free to hit dislike and tell me what the problem was in the comments. Either way, remember to hit subscribe and hit that bell icon so you're always notified when I have more content. I'm the Dapper Dinosaur. Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Bob Knob, Benthoven, Tapioca Weasel, Denny5252, Elleron Teller, Phil Rivara, Ian Chen, Kelvin Brostig Van Manen, Landon Knoll, Mabdy Babby, Monkey They Them, San, Sphincter of Doom, and the Venerable Veed. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 10% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos, often 3 to 5 months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.